from Atlanta, Georgia. The time there, 7 a.m. You can see the city is off to a dark and foggy start. So Georgians who did not take advantage of early voting will head to the polls this morning beginning at 7 a.m. to complete the United States Senate roster for the next 2 years. The runoff between incumbent Democrat Raphael Warnock and Republican challenger Herschel Walker will decide what the balance of power could be. Fox News correspondent Aishna Hanzi has more.
Come rain, sun, or shine, we got to get out there and let them know we're sick and tired of this.
We need people to show up tomorrow.
A final sprint in a long, tumultuous campaign trail with a grueling 4 stops for incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and 5 events for Republican challenger Herschel Walker. The latest CNN poll puts Warnock ahead of Walker by a mere 4 points. Why do you think the polls are so close again?
Listen, the only poll that counts is tomorrow. And so we'll see how close it is tomorrow. I'll tell you what's not close, my record and Herschel Walker's record.
Runoff voting is already shattering records. The outcome now depends on Election Day turnout.
Herschel Walker doesn't make sense to me, and Warnock does, so it was easy as that.
Walker has been plagued this entire cycle by allegations of paying for abortions and abusing ex-lovers, which he denies.
I don't necessarily love Herschel Walker. I don't care for Warnock or Ossoff.
The football star also recently denied he's hiding from the media, but at a rally Sunday, his camp tried to block our team from asking a question.
Need you guys to stay back, please.
Can we just shout a quick question? We're just going to ask him if he can close the gap.
No, ma'am.
Herschel, do you think you can close the gap?
Both candidates have been keeping their respective party leaders at an arm's length, with former President Trump holding a tele-rally for Walker this evening and President Biden calling into an Atlanta radio station to get out the vote for Senator Warnock. In Kennesaw, I'm Aisha Hasni, Fox News.
And we will check in with our Fox 5 Atlanta colleagues in just 10 minutes for a live conversation ahead of voters heading to the polls at 7 a.m. But staying in Washington, D.C. for this next story, the Supreme Court's hearing over 2 hours of arguments in a First Amendment case weighing freedom of speech against anti-discrimination legislation. Christian web designer Lori Smith says that Colorado's anti-discrimination law would, quote, force her to create work that violates her belief that marriage is exclusively between a man and a woman. Smith fears that she would be commissioned to create wedding websites for same-sex couples and sued Colorado's Civil Rights Commission and other officials in the event that she would want to refuse.
Colorado is trying to force me to create custom, unique artwork to promote ideas inconsistent with my faith and the core of who I am.
Colorado web designer Lori Smith says the state's anti-discrimination law would force her to create wedding websites for same-sex couples in violation of her religious beliefs. But today's case at the High Court was argued not on the basis of religious freedom, but rather free speech. During the 2.5 hours of arguments, many of the justices appeared to struggle with how to balance the government's interest in upholding the rights of protected classes of people and the free speech rights of artistic business owners who don't want to endorse a message they don't personally believe. Justice Gorsuch, a Colorado native who once sat on a federal court base there, said the state has offered confusing positions, saying a baker couldn't be required to make an anti-LGBTQ cake, but upheld a law that would force him to make one that could be viewed as pro-LGBTQ. He also referenced that notable case the court heard regarding Colorado baker Jack Phillips just 4 years ago, which left many of the key issues unresolved.
Mr. Phillips did go through a re-education training program pursuant to Colorado law, did he not, Mr. Olson?
He went through a process that ensured he was familiar with...
It was a re-education program, right?
It was not a re-education program.
What do you call it?
It was a process to make sure he was familiar with Colorado law.
Someone might be excused for calling that a re-education
I strongly
program.
disagree, Justice Gorsuch.
Don't regulate, create.
The extended arguments were packed full of hypothetical scenarios, from dating websites to pictures with Santa, about just where the justices should draw the line when it comes to businesses that are arguably artistic in nature.
But how about people who don't believe in interracial marriage? Or about people who don't believe that disabled people should get married? Where's the line? I choose to serve whom I want.
The web designer in this case says she does have many LGBTQ clients, but she won't create same-sex wedding websites. Justice Gorsuch seemed to boil it down to this. It's not about who she'd be serving, but about what message she'd be forced to communicate. In Washington, Shannon Bream, Fox News.
Let's talk about this even further with friend of the program, legal expert Andrew Lieb. Andrew, thanks for being with us yet again. Hope you had a good weekend. You know, when I was reading about this today, I kind of thought, wow, we're back at this again. This is like deja vu. So back in 2017, you heard in Shannon's report, same state, same issue, Jack Phillips, that, you know, cake baker and confectionist there wouldn't bake cakes for gay couples. This woman will not, you know, create websites, wedding websites for gay couples as well. Why are we back in the same situation in the same state? What's going on here?
It's really baffling on the surface, the way you put it. You're so right. But Masterpiece Cake Shop, which was the prior case, was really about, did the state implement its administrative proceedings properly against this person? The current case, as you so eloquently put before, is about First Amendment freedom of speech. And what a tough one. On one note, we want to have equal rights for everyone. On another note, we want everyone to be able to say what they want. This is what happens when those two ideas collide.
Okay, so I thought Justice Sonia Sotomayor and some of the other justices were using somewhat interesting or creative kind of counterexamples. We heard there, you know, what if there was a black Santa Claus who was forced to take a photo with a young child in Ku Klux Klan garb? So you're seeing they're kind of, you know, putting forth these counterexamples, these counterfactuals to, you know, present their in the proceedings. It'll see, I guess we'll have to wait and see if those will make a difference. What did you make, though, of where some of the justices in their statements today and their arguments were going to come down on this? I know we talk about this a lot. We're trying to predict here, but what did you make of that?
I think the reading of Gorsuch and Kavanaugh and them focusing on this distinction between artistic versus being vendors is very telling. And the fact that Gorsuch went out of his way to talk about the stipulated facts, that means that both parties agreed that it was only a custom, one-of-a-kind website. And I really hope that we all hear that custom, one-of-a-kind website that is in dispute right here. The question is not whether a off-the-cart, off-the-rack website that you could just do on your own. It's about artistic creations. But as you pointed out with Sotomayor, we saw that Justice Jackson gave a great example. She said, what happens if a photographer made a picture of It's a Wonderful Life and refused to have anyone but white children in the picture? You see, it's like spitting in someone's face and telling them it's raining. The distinction between what's in the work and who's getting service from the work, it's really a distinction without a purpose.
Okay, Andrew, I just want to go back, though, to the 2017 Colorado case with Jack Phillips, because the court ruled on that, but it was a limited decision. Help us understand when the Supreme Court decides on something like this and it's limited, what does that mean? Do you think that's going to happen here?
Well, I think it's going to happen here that it's going to be limited, but completely different. So Masterpiece, the one that you were just referencing, the prior decision, what they found is that the actual people in the administrative complaint, so you could prosecute a discrimination case through the executive branch of government, which is what they did in Colorado in the last case. They said the administrative group, what they were doing in that, had a prejudice against the Masterpiece. They didn't actually go into this concept of this friction between First Amendment and then on to this anti-discrimination law. But here where we're going to see the limitation is that we're not going to see whether a business in general, a vendor in general, can express their First Amendment views, thinking like a Hobby Lobby or something like that. What we're going to see is the specific artist, the small, custom, one-of-a-kind website, as Justice Gorsuch said it, and I'm willing to read the tea leaves to tell you that First Amendment's going to prevail when it comes to the messaging that the vendor has to provide, the artist.
Andrew, I just want to play cynic very briefly, if I could, because I think you would maybe agree with me that there are, pressure groups, activist groups who have their issues, their causes that they want to see before the Supreme Court. Some would argue that this issue, because of that 2017 case, has already been decided. Do you think that's what's going on here? Because there is a new conservative majority, 6-3, they want to see maybe where some of the justices fall down on this issue yet again?
Well, so what I think happens generally is you have a general holding, like we have the Civil Rights Act, and we all know about that, like Title VII and work. This happens to be a state anti-accommodation where you have public accommodation law. But what I think that happens is you have a broad law. And then, as you point out, public interest groups test it. They say, I'm not going to challenge it full directly. We could think about abortion. We're going to come up with a side little thing. Could I get away with this? Could I get away with that? Could I get away with this? And what they're doing is slowly chipping away at what we know as anti-discrimination laws. And the key one, the interesting part of this Colorado law, which we have in many states, is it's not just a law about who you serve it. It says you can't publish discriminatory content. And you see in this specific case, this Lori Smith, she runs 303 Creative. She wants to put on her website her beliefs that she is not going to publish any content. She's not going to do it on her website, publishing it with same-sex people. And that's a slow chip away against anti-discrimination laws.
Andrew, we have seen in the last court session, how they do decide on religious liberty cases. This is very similar to the case of that football coach in Washington State that was, praying with his teammates there on the field after certain games. That was a major religious liberty case. The court ruled in his favor. And so I'm kind of seeing some of the similarities with this. In this religious liberty case, although it has to do with, gay rights, not the right to, partake in prayer at a public institution like a public high school.
Well, Andrew, I'd agree with you completely, except for the fact that the free exercise part, the religious liberty part, isn't now before the court.
Okay.
This is just a speech case. It's not a religious liberty. It could be him speaking about anything, and that's what we learned in that Sotomayor questioning about your belief about race, about your belief about who the children are. That's familial status. So it goes a lot deeper than just religion of free exercise, or in that case that we were talking about with the football coach, when we were dealing with, is the school establishing the establishment clause? So that was the establishment versus free exercise clause case. This case right here is First Amendment versus anti-discrimination law. Although I will tell you, First Amendment's in the Constitution, anti-discrimination, besides equal protection, is not. So I'm betting against the anti-discrimination for the Constitution. First Amendment's probably going to prevail.
All right, Andrew, we do want to get to one more story with you. I'm going to show some video. We're going to read this story, and then we're going to bring you back on to kind of, analyze this major sentencing today from a figure that we haven't heard much about in the last couple of years, Michael Avenatti. Remember, he was undergoing that trial in Los Angeles. There were separate trials in the New York jurisdiction as well, where we're learning today that Avenatti has been sentenced. The disgraced attorney was sentenced to 14 years in prison for embezzling millions of dollars from 4 of his clients and also for obstruction as well. Avenatti pleaded guilty earlier this year to 4 counts of wire fraud for each client he stole from and 1 count of endeavoring to obstruct the administration of the Internal Revenue Code. Prosecutors said he obstructed the IRS's effort to collect $5 million in unpaid payroll taxes for Tully's Coffee. The sentence handed down today by Federal District Judge James Selna will begin after Avenatti completes a 5-year prison term he's currently serving after being convicted in 2 separate trials in New York. So, Andrew, this is concurrent, this is consecutive because he's already serving time for those convictions and that trial that happened in New York. What do you make of this? 14 years. That's a long sentence.
With that 5-year, when we go back to that Nike case, we go back to he came on the scene with her, with Stormy Daniels. Purportedly, he stole $300,000 from her. But what I really make about it is This guy came out of nowhere when Trump was in office. He came out of nowhere with Stormy Daniels. And the next thing we know, we closed our eyes and he's everywhere. And then you know what he does? This is what gets me the most. He lied to his clients and said, hey, listen, I didn't get the settlement, not the settlement you want. And he put all the money into his trust account. And we know as lawyers, you never steal from your clients. You never put it in your trust account. So I'm much more upset about that than the Stormy Daniels, than the Nike, than the payroll tax. He stole from his clients, and a disabled client at that.
Yep.
It's just he should go to jail for that long.
Yeah, I mean, that is really, if any lawyer client has an oath and you go to bat for them and you win them a settlement, but then as your lawyer, you take that settlement, or some of it at least, and you don't give it all to your client, that is quite egregious. So like you said, the sentence will run consecutively with his combined 5-year sentence in New York for stealing from Stormy Daniels and for extorting Nike. And so this was quite the fall from grace for Michael Avenatti. Remember, he was really a thorn in then-President Trump's side, in a lot of Republicans' sides. There was talk that he might even throw his hat in the ring in 2020 in the presidential primary contest. He was on cable news and talk shows and TV almost every night while representing Stormy Daniels. And now this. He's already serving his 5-year sentence in New York, and now this 14-year sentence in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think the most interesting part about this is that he pled guilty. He pled guilty, and he said, listen, I did this here, and he still got these 14 years. And the reason why, out of the 83 years he could have got, I think the reason why is the prosecutor knew, hey, listen, the judge can take under consideration not just this fraud against his clients and where he's embezzling their money, and not just the fact that the payroll
All right,
taxes.
that was the latest from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Krabs. We will dive into this subject matter in just a bit, but in the meantime, let's go ahead and switch gears. The time is now 7:16 a.m. and Georgia is preparing to pick its next United States senators. Voters today, again, will decide between Herschel Walker and Reverend Raphael Warnock. Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner has our story live from a Fulton County polling precinct. Good morning, Mark.
Yeah, good morning. And voting has already taken place. Started about about 15, 20 minutes or so ago. You can see the end of the line at this particular voting precinct. When they opened up the doors, this line actually was coming all the way out to the sidewalk where we are, as these folks are casting their ballots to decide who will represent them in Washington for the next 6 years. Today, Georgia voters will decide if Senator Raphael Warnock will serve 6 more years or if the job will turn over to challenger Herschel Walker. Both candidates spent the last day of the runoff election pleading with supporters to get out and vote.
Who all has voted already? Oh, and who all's got to vote tomorrow?
Dominating the Election Day vote is a must for Walker. More than 1.8 million Georgians have already cast a ballot, with the early vote strongest in Democratic-leaning areas. Walker's campaign hopes to counteract that by drawing 60% of the Election Day vote. So Monday, he held events in Republican stronghold North Georgia.
Y'all know who to vote for. Yeah. Because I will always vote with you because you're my family.
He's been running over a year for an office, and he had told us what he would do if he had it.
Monday, Warnock met with union members and held a Get Out the Vote rally at Georgia Tech. While recent polls have shown Warnock opening up a small lead, he refused to, quote, spike the ball before reaching the end zone, and continued to call Walker both unprepared and unfit to serve.
Because this race is about me and him. Who's qualified to represent the 11 million people of Georgia for the next 6 years? That's what this race is about.
Well, this race is taking place a runoff because neither one of the candidates ended up getting 50% in the general election. Senator Warnock did manage to beat out Herschel Walker by about 37,000 votes. We'll have to wait and see if that continues to be the case. The stakes at this race at one point looked like they were going to be to decide who would be in control of the U.S. Senate. That is no longer the case because the Democrats do have the votes needed, but this would give them some extra breathing room. It would also allow them to be able to control party committees on party lines. So there is still some stakes, and because of that, there's been an awful lot of money spent. In fact, more than $380 million on this race, making it the most expensive political race in 2022.
Mark, I can see that you are holding your umbrella. Let's go ahead and take a live now look from downtown Atlanta. We have a camera there which is showing how foggy it is, and we are hearing that the forecast calls for rain. How could this possibly impact voter turnout?
The calling for the forecast is for a little bit of clearing, but more up in the northern part of the state, which is really Walker stronghold. It's supposed to be a little wetter than it is in the southern part of the state, and that could impact turnout. And as we said in that story, Herschel Walker really needs a strong turnout today for him to have the ability to overcome that early vote that Warnock has been able to bank. And so this could be a wild card. We'll have to wait and see how it impacts. We can tell you that turnout has been pretty good here at this particular location. Of course, it's very early, and we are in Metro Atlanta, needless to say.
All right, Fox 5 Atlanta's Mark Teitner, thank you so much for joining us. We'll touch base with your team a little bit later.
A rematch between Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker to decide who gets to go to Washington, since neither candidate won a majority in November.
I want you to create a real 911 emergency. I want you to vote like it's an emergency.
You can know you got a champion in Herschel Walker.
The stakes could have been higher, but Democrats will retain control of the Senate regardless of what happens in the Peach State. That hasn't stopped voter enthusiasm, though, with almost 2 million votes already in.
Warnock is slightly ahead, but I think there's a very real chance that tomorrow there'll be a big surge.
Democrats want a clear Senate majority. A Warnock win means the vice president can cast fewer tie-breaking votes, and that means less influence for Senators Joe Manchin and Kyrsten Sinema, the Democrats most likely to dissent.
I feel really good about Warnock's chances.
If Herschel Walker wins, the GOP can stall Democrat priorities like confirming judicial nominees.
It gives Mitch McConnell a little more wiggle room, a little more leverage.
The Democrats do seem to have the advantage, though. Warnock led Walker in the general election by nearly 40,000 votes, even after Brian Kemp, the state's Republican governor, won handily.
Herschel Walker certainly had a series of bad headlines leading right up until the first election day, and it has made some Republicans a little uneasy.
Senator Warnock won a runoff last year against Republican Kelly Loeffler. He's hoping for the same outcome Tuesday. In Atlanta, Charles Watson, Fox News.
And here on Live Now from Fox, joining us to discuss the Georgia Senate runoffs happening is Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger. Secretary, thanks so much for being with us. Okay, the last day of early voting was on Friday. You're seeing historic early voting numbers and totals there in the state. What do you ascribe this to? How do you explain these record numbers?
I think voters are excited, really engaged in the process. We actually have 80,000 voters that showed up for the runoff race that never voted in the fall at all. So you just found that 80,000 more voters are engaged. So I think you're just seeing people are really engaged watching this race. They understand that even though it's 50-50, or is it going to be a 51-49, senatorial, it's really important. And that's why voters are turning out to vote for this race.
Okay, and can you kind of walk us through some of the tabulation, counting procedures? Many viewers, many Americans, many Georgians, will they get a result tomorrow night, do you think?
Oh, you'll get a result. Will it be the total result? The question you really have is how close is the race? Because you have your overseas military ballots that have to be, and they'll be accepted by Friday. So they have to come in by Friday. And then they're in one location, Cobb County. They were late in sending out some of their absentee ballots, so the judge gave them till Friday. But other than that, you have to also understand, unlike a lot of other states, only about 5% of all Georgians will vote absentee. So 95% are going to vote, in person. We have probably about 60%, that vote early, and then about 35% historically will vote tomorrow. And then we have 5% absentee. So we should be able to give you results. It's just a question of how close is it so we can say this is who the the winner is, or do we have to wait for those last ones to come in from overseas military ballots?
Okay, we all know, we all followed the controversies surrounding some of these new election laws that are in place for this runoff, that they were passed by the legislature just last summer. And that one of those laws in particular condensed the window from the general midterm to the runoff. And so do you think that is maybe playing into the fact that we're seeing record turnout? Because we all remember back in 2020, that runoff took place in January of 21. So is that condensed time frame maybe some of these record numbers? Is that what's alluding to it?
Well, if you want to go back in time, historically, what we had is a 5-week runoff. Then a federal judge got involved and he said, no, for the UOCAVA ballots, because of the process you had, and they pushed the federal runoff out to 9 weeks. By going with ranked choice voting instant runoff for the UOCAVA ballots, we were allowed to get everything back, state runoffs and also federal runoffs, down to that same window of a 4-week runoff. And that's why we have all the runoffs will be 4 weeks after the November race. So that's why we are right now. So and then we just have very energized voters on both sides of the aisle. We've had two former presidents engaged in this. The governor's engaged for Herschel Walker, out doing rallies with him, has a very effective TV ad right now. So people on both sides of the aisle are really engaged.
I want to talk about some of those new election laws that are on the books. You heard from really prominent Democrats last year referring to some of those laws as Jim Crow 2.0, especially President Joe Biden, even Senator Raphael Warnock, and also Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams, when pressed during the midterm cycle about how do you square that with the record early voting, the record turnout, she said, quote, "We proved in 18, and it remains true that turnout does not dispel voter suppression." What do you think she means by that?
She has nothing to stand on, so she just starts making stuff up. And I guess we've shown that we have record registrations, record turnout. We had 4 million people show up back 4 years ago for the presidential race. We had 5 million. We had 4 million show up in the fall. We now have record early voting, and we're going to have strong turnout tomorrow. Again, voters have opportunities to vote. What we actually did with the voting process, we now have photo ID for all forms of voting. You want to vote absentee in Georgia, it's photo ID. That's something they've actually been doing in Minnesota and other Midwestern states for over 10 years now. We think that elevated security and obviously improved voter confidence in the process. We had 17 days of early voting in the fall race. We have 5 minimum days of early voting for this race here. And then many counties had Sunday and Saturday voting, so up to 7 days. And people can vote any choice they want. You can vote no excuse absentee voting, 5% choose to do that. You can vote in person early or in person tomorrow. We give voters options, but we make sure at the end of the day, we're going to do a risk limiting audit of a statewide race. We had a race that we chose in the fall race, and we did an audit of that, 95% risk limit audit. We're going to also do an audit of this race so we can verify the accuracy of this race so voters have confidence. Here's who the winner is, and this is the person that came up short.
Okay, let's talk about some of the political considerations. You, of course, are a Republican, but we all know in 2020, Georgia went blue for the first time in a generation, both at the Senate level and at the federal level with the presidential election. I know you can't really tell by just one election about where do you think Georgia is heading politically. But if the results come out tomorrow that Raphael Warnock gets a full term in the Senate, can you kind of more definitively say that Georgia is trending a little purplish, if you will, that hue is here to stay?
What I would say is that Georgia is a competitive state. And what the governor and I both showed, we had very strong victories in both of our races. I actually had the highest percentage over a Democrat, 9.2%. We both built broad-based coalitions, and that's the way forward for anyone that wants to win statewide in the state of Georgia. We're not an 80-20 state or 20-80, depending on how you look at it. We're a very competitive state, but that's why when you reach out and you have built broad-based coalitions, you do very well. And both the governor and I have shown how to do that.
Okay, I want to move from Georgia very quickly, if we can, to Arizona. We're live now from Fox's base. Governor-elect Katie Hobbs, of course, is the Secretary of State here in Arizona, at least for the next couple of months until she's sworn in. Her opponent, Republican Kari Lake, the loser of that election, and some of her supporters have kind of issued these broadside, maybe bad faith attacks saying that how can a Secretary of State certify her own win in another statewide race? Is there any credence to that?
I don't believe so, because 4 years ago, Stacey Abrams said that about Secretary of State Brian Kemp. How could he certify his own race? Meanwhile, people have to understand that the races typically across the nation are run by the counties. They're run by the counties. The counties certify their results, and then they push that up to the state level, and the Secretary of State is merely certifying that. What we're really looking for, were there any violations of state laws? And then we begin investigations. But I know that we pushed back against Stacey Abrams 4 years ago about her allegation that Secretary of State Brian Kemp couldn't certify his own race. There's nothing to support that idea.
Okay, because today in Arizona, Governor Doug Ducey, signed the canvass for all the counties, and so we also are learning that Katie Hobbs is going to recuse herself from representing the Secretary of State's office in any lawsuit related to the governor's race. So, just last question on this: Secretaries of State don't count ballots in the state. Is that correct?
Exactly. And 4 years ago, Governor Kemp did step down. We had an interim Secretary of State for the last month, just so there was no question about that. And when I took office, I had 9 lawsuits from Stacey Abrams about her, stolen election claims were based on voter suppression. We pushed back hard for that for 4 years. And that's one of the reasons that she didn't do too well this time, that, the bloom came off that rose, because we're pushing back on facts. We're pushing back on truth for 4 years. The Georgia, it's never been easier to vote, but it is hard to cheat.
Okay. Secretary, last question for you. We're recording this the day before the runoffs. What will you be doing on the day of? Are you going to be pretty busy, I imagine?
Yes, I'll actually be voting early tomorrow morning, but then I'll be going down to our election headquarters, and we'll just be working on that, making sure that there's, the lines are short. State law also requires that all lines have to be shorter than 1 hour. In November, the average time got down to 2 minutes. At one point, it's 3 minutes most of the day. Longest line I saw on the leaderboard was 14 or 16 minutes. So we really work hard so that voters have a very good experience when they come out to vote. They're not sitting out there in long lines. So we'll be tracking that and just tracking any other situations, any kind of calls that really require us to send out an investigator right away.
All right. Secretary of State Brett Raffensperger there in Georgia. We appreciate your time. We'll talk again.
Thank you.
Thank you. And here on Live Now from Fox,
Our emergency rooms are busier than ever.
The flu season has hit the U.S. early this year and with more intensity, and hospitals are struggling to keep up. Hospitalizations due to seasonal influenza are now at a 10-year high, with the CDC reporting just under 9 million cases, 78,000 hospitalizations, and 4,500 deaths so far this year. Some lawmakers now calling on the Department of Health and Human Services to do more to help relieve hospitals that are being pushed to the breaking point.
We're short of doctors. We're short of nurses. We're short of respirators. We're short of beds. That they can come and supply those things immediately.
And it's not just flu. There's also a major uptick in COVID and RSV cases nationwide. COVID is hitting the West Coast particularly hard. In Los Angeles County, the weekly average of new cases is more than 3,000, a 44% increase from last week. And some say more infections are likely in the coming days.
When you look at the wastewater epidemiology, the amount of COVID that we have around is actually quite high.
Ultimately, most doctors say there are ways to stop the spread and avoid a so-called triple-demic if folks can return to pandemic-era safety practices.
Good hygiene, good hand washing, the use of masks, okay, which we know that have worked very effectively.
Here at Cohen Children's Medical Center in Queens, New York, we're seeing about a 50% increase in pediatric admissions a day. Typically, they're used to seeing about 200 children a day. That number has risen up to 300. In Queens, New York.
And thanks for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We are being joined now by Marla Tejas from our Fox 11 station in Los Angeles. Marla, thank you so much for being with us. We're in a really interesting time right now because we're seeing an uptick in COVID cases, a high number of flu cases, and then just a lot of people coming down with really nasty colds too. What are things looking like in California right now?
Well, in California, it is no different. I mean, you could say that we are ground zero in terms of this so-called triple-demic, where we are seeing at the same time a rise in coronavirus cases. We're seeing a rise in flu and also RSV. Some specific areas are being hit harder than others. Los Angeles, for instance, is part of the greater Southern California area. And this area in particular, probably because there's more people here, has seen more of that strong spike since really the beginning of November. So well into a month now that we've seen a rise in all cases.
And looking at COVID cases specifically, are we seeing more people getting hospitalized in those areas, or are people recovering from those cases fairly quickly?
That's a great question. As we know, and we've learned throughout covering coronavirus throughout the 3 years really in the pandemic, is that hospitalizations are a lagging indicator. So we can see a dramatic rise in cases pretty quickly, but then it takes 1 to 2 weeks to see if those cases will turn into hospitalizations. In fact, though it doesn't match at this point where we are seeing certainly the rising cases, hospitalizations are rising as well, but not keeping up to pace, because we do know that this Omicron variant has produced less severe illness, which is a great thing. That doesn't mean that hospitalizations are not rising, because they certainly are rising. And we've just heard from our health director that she mentioned that we could see another universal indoor mask mandate coming our way. And one of the big contingencies on that is a hospital metric. So we're keeping a close eye on hospitalizations.
Yeah, and I'll want to touch on that again in just a minute. But first, I want to go over just talking about all of these illnesses going on right now. How does that make things more complicated, especially considering that a lot of these symptoms are really similar to one another?
Well, I think in talking to all of the doctors who I have interviewed over the last, several years now, the best thing that you can do is to get tested, because they do share a lot of the same symptoms, and especially for RSV, which is really impacting the infants, and then also at-risk adults, older folks, that can present like a common cold. Well, of course, they're saying if you have a high fever, of course, seek care. If symptoms last longer than 72 hours, seek care. So the best thing that you can do, whether it's COVID, whether it's flu, whether it's RSV, is to monitor your symptoms, consult your pediatrician, consult your doctor, and find out what the best route is, and get tested if at all possible. And if you're sick, stay home.
And speaking of RSV in nearby Orange County, cases of RSV in particular, we were looking into some of your reporting and Fox 11 reporting in general. Children's Hospital of Orange County currently seeing an average of 400 emergency room visits a day. That's more than double the usual amount. They've also extended the state of emergency there. Can you talk a little bit more about what you're hearing about RSV, and especially a lot of families who have concerns for their young children?
Yeah, that's been, Orange County has been hit a lot harder than Los Angeles County, which is interesting. And I have asked about that specifically. One of the reasons why is, first of all, that Children's Hospital of Orange County is getting hit so hard. That is the main hospital system there for Orange County. So it's taking that influx of kids. The best thing that parents can do at this point is to monitor the symptoms, seek care as soon as possible if you have any concerns about your infant. That's what I've been hearing from all of the doctors who I have talked to. And this isn't anything that you need to roll the dice on, so to speak. And the other thing is, because our immunity has been down for these younger kids, they've been on lockdown for so long. This is what the doctors are saying, is that they haven't built up that their immune system because they've been at home, they've been locked down, and they haven't been free to interact and socialize with other students or other peers their age. And that's one of the reasons why they think that we're seeing this unusually early start to both the flu and RSV season, because RSV is a really common respiratory virus. We're just getting hit a lot earlier than typical.
Yeah, a lot of good points there. And Marla, you've really in particular taken on this health and coronavirus beat for Fox 11. You've been continuously attending those meetings with the public health department in LA County. You mentioned most recently something that's really stood out to a lot of people is the possibility of an indoor mask mandate returning. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what was said at that meeting?
Yeah, so it was just last Thursday where Health Director Barbara Ferrer mentioned that if we hit three thresholds, if we enter the high category as outlined by the CDC, and if we hit 2 hospital metrics, she will in fact announce another universal indoor mask mandate, which is a mandate to wear your mask in nearly all public settings. There's a huge swath of LA County residents who don't mind this. And then of course, there's a huge contingent who they want the choice, especially given that we're in a different time in the pandemic where we have therapeutics and we have customized booster shots, and that I'm referring to the bivalent booster, which very few people have gotten, by the way. So this is a great debate right now. Will we actually get to this point? Will she in fact announce the universal mask mandate? The soonest that this could happen, according to looking ahead at the metrics and trying to prepare for this, it may not be until the end of December to beginning of the new year. So of course, I'm staying on top of it, as you know, all of everyone is bated breath here to see if we're going to have another mask mandate.
Yeah, and you just touched on a couple of things I was going to ask you about too, but I think, just thinking about that possibility, do you think that people would comply and listen if it does end up being the case?
Well, it's hard because LA County it's the largest in the state. There are 58 counties in the state of California. LA County has 10 million, and for people who don't know, California has 40 million residents. So we have a huge chunk of people who live in LA County alone, a single county. And there's a lot of division. When this mask mandate brings up a lot of division. In terms of compliance, it's hard to say. If you ask Health Director Barbara Ferrer, she says that she's always seen high compliance. Then we've seen a lot of people who don't comply. We've done stories on that. The other issue with this, and Lexi, you bring up a great point, is enforcement. There's no real enforcement tool. And so you're asking businesses to have to play the mask police, if you will. So there's the issue of enforcement. There's the issue of compliance. It's hard to keep track of, and it does, really divide people. So that's something that we will continue to follow.
Well, and of course, businesses and stores and restaurants have been hit so hard throughout all of these different mandates, shutting on and off, and now the possibility of this happening again. Do you think that businesses do still have trust in LA County?
In the health department itself? Well, that's a question that I asked Health Director Barbara Ferrer on Thursday. I asked if this is, actually, I use the word credibility. Is this a credibility issue? And I asked this just for clarification here, full context. The extremely low demand for this newest booster, because before we have great vaccination rate here, high, I should say, in this county. In terms of the booster, it's 16%, which does mirror the national trend. So it's not just here in LA County where really very few people have gotten this latest booster shot. So with that said, I asked about public trust. I asked about credibility. Is that what this is? And she seems to think that, no, this does not have to do with credibility or lack of public trust. This has to do with confusion. People aren't clear that they should get a booster, according to health officials. And also apathy, just the idea that people are tired. They're over COVID, they're over the pandemic, so they don't want to have to comply, if you will, with another request for a booster shot. Will that play out with a mask mandate? You know, that's yet to be seen, if in fact the mask mandate is put into play.
Well, and you are someone who has just really honed in on this health beat, following everything that the health department has been updating the public on week after week. Why did you keep going to those meetings, and why do you? And what answers do you continue to push for?
You know, that's a great question. I was thinking to myself, you know, how did I get to be this this one? Well, I think this all starts back to when coronavirus was first introduced in our lives, if we can believe it, as long as it was that long ago, when everybody was sent home from this television station. There was only a few of us who were left to stay, and I was one of the few, and I was the afternoon to evening shift. So I was the only one on air in the building, and it was my job to cover the LA County Department of Public Health briefing, the briefing from the president at the time. You remember that those were happening almost daily, and also from Governor Newsom, the governor of California. The state health department briefing, I was covering each and every one of those because I was the only one here. I did that 5 days a week. And so then once we got more into the normalcy again and people started to come back to the station, I had already covered it. So it was sort of my beat, if you will. So that's where that came from. As this has evolved, you know, and as people do get back to normal and are confused about the rules, so on and so forth, then I've established this relationship with the health department, and that's where my role comes into play.
Certainly a lot of great reporting by you there, Marla, and a lot of persistent reporting with that as well. What do you think comes next for your area, and do you think we may have seen the worst of it?
Great question, $1 million question, of course. Looking forward, I think that people here are just very curious about if we will see that universal indoor mask mandate be reinstated. So we're going to be looking for that in terms of have we seen the worst of it. If history shows, if history is correct, then no, we haven't seen the worst of it, because we've seen time and time again that cases rise, hospitalizations rise in the colder winter months, but we are in a different position than we were the last 2 winters. We have the therapeutics and we have vaccines. So yet to be seen, but we'll be here and we'll be covering it.
Well, and of course, Thanksgiving just passed, but Christmas and other holidays are around the corner. Have health officials expressed any concern about that?
Huge concern about the holiday gatherings, especially as we're seeing, you know, the spike in the COVID cases here, and not just here, but across the state of California. So yes, they have warnings out how to gather safely, as they like to say, this holiday season. And Health Director Barbara Ferrer said just after this past Thanksgiving that's really when we saw the uptick in cases. So we'll see if that continues as we head closer to the Christmas holiday.
And what about vaccine clinics? Is it something that they're still putting on over there, or is it more of something that's being done on a appointment by appointment basis?
There are county health clinics, to use your term, that you can go get your vaccine, but they've really been trying to bring the vaccines and that includes the flu vaccine too, to where the people are. Where are people going this time of year? Well, they have it at crypto.com, formerly known as Staples here. That's where the Los Angeles Lakers and the LA Clippers play as well. So before a game, and also at SoFi Stadium, they have their clinicians out there offering both the COVID booster and the flu vaccine, and they're encouraging residents to get both of them. So that's where you can get your shots. Of course, local CVS, local pharmacies, and those county health clinics as well.
All right, Marla Tejas from Fox 11 Los Angeles, thank you so much. We know you've done a lot of great reporting, and a lot of viewers really appreciate all the work that you've done.
Thanks, Lexi. Thanks for having me.
Thank you.
All right, that was the latest from Live Now from Fox's Alexi Petrovics and our Fox 11 Los Angeles team. The time is now 7:46. Let's go ahead and take a 2-minute commercial break. And when we return, we'll have a live conversation about Russia's war on Ukraine, now entering its 10th month. All right, everyone, welcome back into a Live Now from Fox, now bringing you all up to speed on the latest international headlines, beginning with Russia's war on Ukraine. Explosions reported across Ukraine just yesterday on Monday after Russia unleashed yet another deadly round of airstrikes just hours after an alleged Ukrainian attack on an air bases deep within Russia. So this war is now nearing month 10, and it has displaced millions of people from their homes, killed or injured tens of thousands of people, and it's also shaken the global economy. So I would like to welcome into our show now Terrell Germain, star journalist and host of the Black Diplomats podcast. Terrell, thank you so much for joining us. We know that you have been traveling across Europe. You've spent a lot of time there on the ground and Ukraine. Talk to me about the fighting and the escalation that we're continuing to see.
Yeah, right. So thank you very much for having me on the show. So right now, we're entering the winter months in Ukraine as this war enters into the 10th month. And so intense fighting right now, we're seeing that in the Donbass region, particularly in the city of Bakhmut. And right now you see the most intense fighting there. And what that means is that Russia is looking to encircle that city. It has very little operational value, but what they do believe is that this city basically could be a launch pad to restart a attacks on the biggest Ukraine-held cities in that region, namely Sloviansk and Kramatorsk. And so right now you have that going on, but there are some advantages that Ukraine has going into the winter, namely the fact that much of the precision missiles that Russia had at the beginning of the war, they no longer have them, precisely because U.S. sanctions have limited exports of the requisite technology and microchips that are needed for those particular missile systems, cruise missiles, Iskander missiles, for example, that were used to hit military targets in Ukraine. But the amount of analysts do believe that there have been some differences of whether the fighting will increase or decrease. But one thing is for certain, Ukraine has made it very clear that because it is their territory and they know the land, and Russia is not advancing as well as it thought it would, that Ukrainian forces will continue to move and not slow down their offensive against Russian soldiers while they're relatively weak.
So you mentioned going into the winter months, especially in recent weeks, we have seen Russian attacks on water, gas, electrical power plants. But let's talk about these civilian attacks that we were seeing. Are we still seeing targeted civilian attacks?
Yeah, absolutely. And so, thank you for that question. So yes, you're continuing to see these civilian targets. In fact, right before I left Ukraine, I would say after I left Ukraine, about 5 days later, park where I regularly interview people for my stories was hit by Russian missiles and hitting civilians, killing a large number of them. And so, particularly in Kyiv, we have not seen that type of attacks on civilian infrastructure. Why is this happening? It's because Putin is trying to figure out a way to make Kyiv bend to its will. And so this war was not supposed to last this long. It was only supposed to last a week tops. And so because militarily it's not working, what they hope to do is change the mindsets of the people, hoping that these attacks on civilian infrastructure, i.e. Going without electricity, stopping people from having access to clean water, impacting the heating infrastructure. But what we see is that Ukrainians are finding innovative ways to get around that. And most importantly, they are not bending to Moscow's will. Also, Ukraine has been preparing for this possibility. They have the right energy reserves. In fact, some moments of the weekdays, they cut off power supply in certain parts of the city in order to preserve their energy reserves. So you're going to continue to see this precisely because militarily their efforts to win on the battlefield is not working. So instead, they're taking the battle to the people who are currently resisting.
So you mentioned that Russia is really trying to get Ukraine to bend to its will, and you just echoed the same sentiments that White House Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre issued in a statement on yesterday. For those who didn't see her announcement, let's go ahead and listen into a few of her remarks.
When it comes to Russia's response, look, we're not surprised by that. We're not surprised by what their reaction has been and what they're saying. Look, the goal of the price cap has always been to ensure that discounted Russian oil continues to flow onto global markets. And even as we limit the energy revenue that Russia is using to fund its illegal war in Ukraine, and so we believe that the cap at this level maintains clear incentives for Russia to continue exporting. Not doing so would have serious repercussions for Russia, and so that's how we see this process moving forward. I know that you were mentioning why 30 and not 60, and I know that there's been some comments out there, and so look, the price will lock in a discount on Russian oil, especially in light of the $100 per barrel they earned just a few months ago, and it can be adjusted over time to prevent Russia from further profiting from its war. And so we believe this is an unprecedented action that we're seeing right now, and it demonstrates the unity that United States and our allies and partners have. And I think we think.
Okay, so we have their White House press secretary speaking on the price cap on Russian oil that went into effect in Europe and other G7 countries, including the United States. What's the reaction like when it comes from the Ukrainian administration?
They feel that the cap is far too little. They want a complete. If it were up to Ukraine, it would be a complete embargo, essentially, on energy exports. But it's a very tricky question because it's something that Europe has been dealing with for decades, quite honestly. And you have the current German Chancellor Scholz, who admitted that Russia is no longer a reliable gas partner, because in instances like this, when they conduct wars which are unjustified and unprovoked, then they can use Russian energy exports as a tool of blackmail. And so, in order for Europe to really do without Russian imports, they really have to create their own energy infrastructure where Russia is not their primary, where they're not their primary partner. They're not there yet, and so the Western nations, and United States, Brussels, are really trying to figure out a way to punish Russia for its actions, satisfy Kyiv, and it's mainly Europe, not so much the United States, to really make sure that Europe has its own energy supply needs while it builds its own infrastructure so they can be less reliant on them.
I see. So let's talk about continued support for Ukraine, because we know that the new Congress is forming in January. Do we expect to see any changes when it comes to federal aid for Ukraine?
No, because support for Ukraine has generally been bipartisan. And the only type of resistance that we're getting are from the MAGA crowd, the Trump side of the Republican Party. You have people like Marjorie Taylor Greene, for example, and the soon-to-be senator or Senator-elect Vance out of Ohio, who say things like, why should we care about Ukraine? We should be devoting whatever money that we're sending to Ukraine to the homeland. That does not make up the majority of the Republican Party. So going into the next Congress, we should expect continued bipartisan support for Ukraine, precisely because Republicans have always been, I guess for a lack of a better word, anti-Russia, or they've always been the party that wanted to make Russia weaker. And that kind of goes back to the days of Ronald Reagan, for example. So we should not expect to see much change in regards to U.S. support. Now, it will be interesting to see how that unfolds in this new Congress, but I don't expect too much change to happen. And that is according to a number of activists and lobbyists I speak to who work on behalf of Ukraine in Washington.
Yes, we've had that continued pushback from far-right Republicans since the beginning of the war. So for Americans here who are wondering, why is this story important? What would you say?
So why is this story important for Americans? For one, I always tell people that wars usually begin between two parties, they expand out. And so Poland, a number of other countries in the EU, the Baltic states are NATO members. The United States is a NATO member. At minimum, we need to pay attention to what's going on and with countries that border NATO allies, because the war can spread over. And so Poland, which is Ukraine's biggest supporter, there's a deep concern that well, let me take that back. There's a strong possibility that those wars can in fact spread. Another thing is that it's had an impact on people's gas prices, for example. And so you think globally about exports of wheat that goes to the continent of Africa, for example. We can discuss why certain countries on the continent of Africa depend on Ukrainian grain. That's another story for another time. But the reality of it is that when you have embargoes on grain exports that are conducted by Russia, and Russia flat out stealing grain that would otherwise go to countries that desperately need it, that can create potential food crises, that is something that we should care about, because the United States is going to be expected to step in and take a role to do something about that. And so our people directly or indirectly are impacted by that. When I was in Europe, traveling across the country, traveling across that continent, I was talking to Black refugees who fled the Ukraine war, fled the Russian invasion. And while many people were focusing on the racism that was taking place in Ukraine, many of our people were experiencing racism when they were going into Germany, into France, police brutality, and injustices of being stripped naked because they were accused of being drug dealers. And so even though this war is between two quote unquote white people, Black people are definitely impacted by it, because anytime these tragedies and these events happen, our people tend to be treated the worst, regardless of where they are, be it Ukraine or elsewhere.
You're right. Thank you so much for explaining how this story not only impacts Americans, but citizens across the globe, specifically diving into your research and how it impacts specific groups. So I do want to ask you, you were recently honored by the United States National Security and Foreign Affairs Leadership List. How does it feel to receive such a prestigious recognition?
I'm honored anytime someone takes time to do the work and look at what I've been doing over the years, over the past few months, because there are so few people of color who focus on national security and foreign policy. And when a group decides to honor the work that we do, it's very humbling, because they don't have to. And so when I saw my name along with these other group of very distinguished people, it made me more determined to be the best at my craft, because the way that foreign policy works is your vision of the world. And I want Black people, I want other people of color, people who are not white, to believe that they have an equal right to decide how their world functions. And that's all it is. And the people who usually make the decisions are not that smart. They're not especially any smarter than the rest of us. And so we have a vision of how we want the world to look. We are the vast majority of people who consume this earth. And so we should be at the table making the decisions. And I'm happy that I can use my platform on social media, in my own podcast, as well as taking time to explain these issues on your show, so that more people will feel empowered to ask questions about how their democracy works and how our democracy makes decisions about the rest of the world. Because as taxpayers, we have that right. And I'm always going to be front and center telling our communities just exactly that.
Absolutely. Well, we definitely appreciate your insight, your context and analysis that you have been able to provide here on our show. And until next time, Terrell Jermaine Starr, thank you so much for joining us.
Thank you. Thank you.
Joined right now by national security expert Hal Kempfer. And Hal, thanks for being with us. Hope you had a good weekend. Before we get to really the news at hand, because, cities all across Ukraine, including Kyiv, are under these missile and drone barrages yet again. I want to put up this tweet from Fox News Pentagon reporter Lucas Tomlinson, because there was the Reagan National Defense Forum that was held at the Reagan Library over the weekend. And the CEO of Raytheon, you heard that soundbite in Jeff's package. The Raytheon CEO told Fox's Jennifer Griffin on U.S. weapons shortages after 9 months of war in Ukraine, quote, "We've essentially used up 13 years worth of Stinger production and 5 years worth of Javelin production. So the question is, how are we going to resupply, restock the inventories?" And then, of course, how I was reading over the weekend, NATO officials are quite concerned. They're thinking about how they are going to resupply their own very, very small existing stockpiles. And one official told the New York Times that the amount of artillery shells being used in Ukraine daily was equivalent to about what was being used in a month in Afghanistan. So this is a big problem. What is the United States? What is the EU? What are NATO countries going to do about getting enough ammunition, artillery shells, what have you, to Ukraine before they run out and before we run out?
Well, Andrew, what they're going to do is they're going to look at the what we call the defense industrial base. This is the war production. Now, some of those numbers, and I don't mean to make I don't want to say they're not very serious, but you have to remember, in Afghanistan and Iraq, we weren't shooting down enemy aircraft. There were no enemy aircraft to be shot down. So for a long time, our production numbers in those systems were frankly low because we didn't need to restock because we weren't using those particular weapon systems up. Other things we were actually producing more because, small arms ammo, things like that, we're using a lot of, so we're producing more. And it all has to do with the management of defense industrial base. During the Cold War, we had basically an existential imperative, don't lose this war because it would be the end of the United States and potentially civilization, that we maintained certain production of areas, of certain key weapon systems, things like that, so that we would never be caught short. I would have to say, since the Cold War, the last 30 years, since it's ended, a lot of those production lines got shut down, and more importantly, a lot of that production capability, even if it was going, was not being procured at an optimal rate. I don't think we're getting the best per unit price for a lot of these things. We're going to have to go back and look at that. The world is changing. You know, the war with Ukraine and Russia is one thing, and we have to keep Ukraine in the fight, so to speak. But also, we're looking at an emerging near-peer competitor, which is China. And in both those cases, we have a reason to dramatically ramp up production of these systems. And that's one of the problems. That was the problem they had with drones. You know, we had some great drones, but they just weren't in production. They were in the R&D, test and evaluation, going to put them into production phase. And that's why we had to reach out and grab that Phoenix Ghost drone that wasn't being procured simply because they had more of those. So that's basically, in short, that's why we're kind of caught short. The Europeans are even worse, though.
Oh.
They were buying things really slowly, and Britain was notorious. They would have a weapons, in fact, they were notorious in the Cold War. They'd have a weapon system. We're going to buy 100 of these, and by the time they get done, they buy 20 or something. And it was really one of those things where you look at like airplanes and things like that, and you go, you really don't have an industrial base to support a major theater war, major war. And so they're all relooking at this, and everyone's trying to evaluate where they are.
So the Director of National Intelligence, Avril Haines, was also at this forum that happened over the weekend. And she told NBC News' Andrea Mitchell about this particular issue. She said, I don't think I can give you precise numbers in this forum, but quite quickly, I mean, it's really pretty extraordinary. That was her being quoted, responding to how quickly Ukraine is using the weapons that the West is sending it, to the point where I've been reading as well that, some of these countries, Bulgaria, Slovakia, are talking, they're in NATO, they're talking about reopening some of these Soviet-era factory lines to get production ramped up yet again.
Well, we're probably going to be looking at a new era where we're looking at offshoring some weapons production, something we haven't really had to think about, just to make sure that they may end up having to revamp or reopen some of those old Soviet-era weapons systems production capabilities in the short run. In the long run, they don't want to build old stuff. They want to build newer, more modern, capable systems. So we may end up doing some interesting deals where we actually put some industrial capability over in Europe that we normally would have kept stateside, just in order to ramp it up more quickly. But also, there's a little bit of deal making in this, where countries will say, yes, we'll buy your F-16 or we'll buy whatever it is, but you have to make certain components in our country, and there's an economic equilibrium that's kind of maintained. This has probably gotten more important because of the pressure that Macron has put on President Biden over the so-called, Inflation Reduction Act, which had a lot of protectionist things in it. So that is just one aspect is the arms trade or producing weapons, but there's a feeling that the U.S. is overprotecting some of its industries to Europe's detriment. So I'm sure that is going to be a discussion between NATO, the EU, and of course the United States in terms of how they do that. Interestingly, the DNI's speech was interesting in that it brought up that fact. It also brought up, a number of other things. But there is one thing that the Institute for the Study of War and many of us who have looked at winter warfare in Russia and Ukraine have questioned. She was making an assumption that the war would slow down considerably during the winter. And that's just simply historically not necessarily true in that part of the world. The ground freezes, which makes it a lot easier for actual movement of tanks and vehicles and stuff across the ground. Something they have a tough time doing in the fall and the spring when the ground is really muddy. What that means in terms of defense industrial bases, you may actually see more usage of certain weapon system this winter. So there may be a surge in demand in order to do that, because you may see counteroffensives or what I would call Ukrainian offensive operations really kick off, because now they can move And the Russians, ironically.
All right, that was the latest from Live Now from Fox's Andrew Kraft, speaking with our national security expert, Hal Kempfer, the two, bringing us the latest update when it comes to Russia's ongoing war in Ukraine, now entering its 10th month. Let's step away from this conversation. We'll revisit international headlines in just a bit, but for now, let's get into the holiday spirit. We have Erica Francis joining us from Legoland in Detroit. It looks extremely festive behind you, Erica.
Oh, it is indeed. I was just going to say, now we get to have some fun, right? This is Clint. He is the master model builder. And Clint, you have built so many things out of Legos. It's taken you a lot of time. For the holiday season, y'all have a sleigh, a tree, and we've got Lego Santa behind us. So tell us a little bit more.
Yeah, so we're trying to go all out for the holidays here at Legoland. So we've got tons of big builds made out of Lego that kids get to come, get their pictures with. Our sleigh is actually interactive. You can sit in it, get your picture taken if you want. We've got lots of fun things for kids to do. We've got a scavenger hunt, find all the candy canes, and you can win annual passes to Legoland.
Okay, so while we're walking over to the mini city where that scavenger hunt is, give us some Lego building tips for all of the kids and maybe even their parents watching this. They can tell their kids about it.
Sure. Well, so one of the things that I find most important is pay attention to color. Okay. So as it is Christmas time, we're trying to make things more festive. So we try to incorporate lots of red and green and white so that it's winter time, but it's still, you've got that pop of color to make sure that you make things come alive.
And guys, what you're looking at right now is the beautiful city of Detroit made out of strictly Legos. And you said there are how many buildings in this model?
So we've got more than 50 Detroit landmarks all represented in about 1.5 million Lego bricks.
That is insane. And it took 4 people 8 months to build this.
Wow. That's right. Yeah. So it was a lot of time just kind of doing row after row of windows on a lot of the buildings. But yeah, the overall effect I think is worth it.
Okay. And the reason that we're showing everybody this now is because you guys have a little holiday flair that you added, correct? I mean, look at all of these cute Santas.
Yeah, so we've got our Santa Marathon going on here. And yeah, we just really want to make things become festive. And even though it's cold outside, you can come inside and still see a lot of wonderful winter fun.
Warmth in the winter, we will take that, especially here in Detroit. And this is where the candy canes are that the kids can come and have a little scavenger hunt and find. And there's a little competition going on with the candy canes as well, right?
That's right, yeah. So if you can find all the candy canes, we'll hand you a piece of paper. You can write down your name and your information, and you get the chance to win a set of 4 annual passes to come to Legoland anytime you want.
And of course, the most important question, if kids come to the Legoland Discovery Center, are they able to build their own stuff out of Legos?
Absolutely. So we've got tons of build areas. They can build a car that they can race and test and rebuild and crash. We've got a city building area. We've got an underwater like coral reef area. So yeah, absolutely. You get to come and just build anything that you want.
And Clint, tell everybody how you got this job. I think it is so cool.
Yeah, so anytime that they need a master builder for Legoland, they hold an open competition. Anybody who wants to go for the job gets to enter. And so I was in a 2-day competition and managed to be the last one standing out of more than 100 contestants.
And now you get to build things out of Legos all day, every day.
That's right. It's a dream job.
That's sweet. I hope you have a very, very Merry Christmas, and thanks for showing us around. It's been spectacular.
Thanks for coming to
All right. I'm Erica Francis reporting for Live Now Fox. Back to you guys.
Thank you so much, Erica. Good morning, everyone, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here, 8:21, and we are taking a Live Now look from Atlanta, Georgia. The polls are open, and we will soon know who the next Georgia senator is. Here's more.
Come rain, sun, or shine, we got to get out there and let them know we're sick and tired of this.
We need people to show up tomorrow.
A final sprint in a long, tumultuous campaign trail with a grueling 4 stops for incumbent Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and 5 events for Republican challenger Herschel Walker. The latest CNN poll puts Warnock ahead of Walker by a mere 4 points. Why do you think the polls are so close again?
Listen, the only poll that counts is tomorrow. And so we'll see how close it is tomorrow. I'll tell you what's not close, my record and Herschel Walker's record.
Runoff voting is already shattering records. The outcome now depends on Election Day turnout.
Herschel Walker doesn't make sense to me, and Warnock does, so it was easy as that.
Walker has been plagued this entire cycle by allegations of paying for abortions and abusing ex-lovers, which he denies.
I don't necessarily love Herschel Walker. I don't care for Warnock or Ossoff.
The football star also recently denied he's hiding from the media, but at a rally Sunday, his camp tried to block our team from asking a question.
Need you guys to stay back, please.
Can we just shout a quick question? We're just going to ask him if he can close the gap.
No, ma'am.
Herschel, do you think you can close the gap?
Both candidates have been keeping their respective party leaders at an arm's length, with former President Trump holding a tele-rally for Walker this evening, and President Biden calling into an Atlanta radio station to get out the vote for Senator Warnock. In Kennesaw, I'm Aisha Husney, Fox News.
The Supreme Court hearing over 2 hours of arguments in the First Amendment case weighing freedom of speech against anti-discrimination legislation. Christian web designer Lori Smith says that Colorado's anti-discrimination law would, quote, force her to create work that violates her belief that marriage is exclusively between a man and a woman. Smith feared she would be commissioned to create wedding websites for same-sex couples and sued Colorado's Civil Rights Commission and other officials in the event she would refuse.
Colorado is trying to force me to create custom, unique artwork to promote ideas inconsistent with my faith and the core of who I am.
Colorado web designer Lori Smith says the state's anti-discrimination law would force her to create wedding websites for same-sex couples in violation of her religious beliefs. But today's case at the High Court was argued not on the basis of religious freedom, but rather free speech. During the 2.5 hours of arguments, many of the justices appeared to struggle with how to balance the government's interest in upholding the rights of protected classes of people and the free speech rights of artistic business owners who don't want to endorse a message they don't personally believe. Justice Gorsuch, a Colorado native who once sat on a federal court base there, said the state has offered confusing positions, saying a baker couldn't be required to make an anti-LGBTQ cake, but upheld a law that would force him to make one that could be viewed as pro-LGBTQ. He also referenced that notable case the court heard regarding Colorado baker Jack Phillips just 4 years ago, which left many of the key issues unresolved.
Mr. Phillips did go through a re-education training program pursuant to Colorado law, did he not, Mr. Olson?
He went through a process that ensured he was familiar with.
It was a re-education program, right?
It was not a re-education program.
What do you call it?
It was a process to make sure he was familiar with Colorado law.
Someone might be excused for calling that a re-education
I strongly
program.
disagree, Justice Gorsuch.
Don't regulate, create.
The extended arguments were packed full of hypothetical scenarios, from dating websites to pictures with Santa, about just where the justices should draw the line when it comes to businesses that are arguably artistic in nature.
But how about people who don't believe in interracial marriage? Or about people who don't believe that disabled people should get married? Where's the line? I choose to serve whom I want.
The web designer in this case says she does have many LGBTQ clients, but she won't create same-sex wedding websites. Justice Gorsuch seemed to boil it down to this: it's not about who she'd be serving, but about what message she'd be forced to communicate. In Washington, Shannon Bream, Fox News.
Andrew, thanks for being with us yet again. Hope you had a good weekend. You know, when I was reading about this today, I kind of thought, wow, we're back at this again. This is like deja vu. So back in 2017, you heard in Shannon's report, same state, same issue. Jack Phillips, that, you know, cake baker and confectionist there, wouldn't bake cakes for gay couples. This woman will not, you know, create websites, wedding websites for gay couples as well. Why are we back in the same situation in the same state? What's going on here?
It's really baffling on the surface, the way you put it. You're so right. But Masterpiece Cake Shop, which was the prior case, was really about, did the state implement its administrative proceedings properly against this person? The current case, as you so eloquently put before, is about First Amendment freedom of speech. And what a tough one. On one note, we want to have equal rights for everyone. On another note, we want everyone to be able to say what they want. This is what happens when those two ideas collide.
Okay, so I thought Justice Sonia Sotomayor and some of the other justices were using somewhat interesting or creative kind of counterexamples. We heard there, you know, what if there was a black Santa Claus who was forced to take a photo with a young child in Ku Klux Klan garb? So you're seeing they're kind of, you know, putting forth these counterexamples, these counterfactuals to, you know, present their in the proceedings. It'll see, I guess we'll have to wait and see if those will make a difference. What did you make, though, of where some of the justices in their statements today and their arguments were going to come down on this? I know we talk about this a lot. We're trying to predict here, but what did you make of that?
I think the reading of Gorsuch and Kavanaugh and them focusing on this distinction between artistic versus being vendors is very telling. And the fact that Gorsuch went out of his way to talk about the stipulated facts, that means that both parties agreed that it was only a custom, one-of-a-kind website. And I really hope that we all hear that custom, one-of-a-kind website that is in dispute right here. The question is not whether a off-the-cart, off-the-rack website that you could just do on your own. It's about artistic creations. But as you pointed out with Sotomayor, we saw that Justice Jackson gave a great example. She said, what happens if a photographer made a picture of It's a Wonderful Life and refused to have anyone but white children in the picture? You see, it's like spitting in someone's face and telling them it's raining. The distinction between what's in the work and who's getting service from the work, it's really a distinction without a purpose.
Okay, Andrew, I just want to go back, though, to the 2017 Colorado case with Jack Phillips, because the court ruled on that, but it was a limited decision. Help us understand when the Supreme Court decides on something like this and it's limited, what does that mean? Do you think that's going to happen here?
Well, I think it's going to happen here that it's going to be limited, but completely different. So Masterpiece, the one that you were just referencing, the prior decision, what they found is that the actual people in the administrative complaint, so you could prosecute a discrimination case through the executive branch of government, which is what they did in Colorado in the last case. They said the administrative group, what they were doing in that, had a prejudice against the Masterpiece. They didn't actually go into this concept of this friction between First Amendment and then on to this anti-discrimination law. But here where we're going to see the limitation is that we're not going to see whether a business in general, a vendor in general, can express their First Amendment views, thinking like a Hobby Lobby or something like that. What we're going to see is the specific artist, the small, custom, one-of-a-kind website, as Justice Gorsuch said it, and I'm willing to read the tea leaves to tell you that First Amendment's going to prevail when it comes to the messaging that the vendor has to provide, the artist.
Andrew, I just want to play cynic very briefly, if I could, because I think you would maybe agree with me that there are, you know, pressure groups, activist groups who have their issues, their causes that they want to see before the Supreme Court. You know, some would argue that this issue, because of that 2017 case, has already been decided. Do you think that's what's going on here because there is a new conservative majority, 6-3? They want to see maybe where some of the justices fall down on this issue yet again?
Well, so what I think happens generally is you have a general holding, like we have the Civil Rights Act, and we all know about that, like Title VII in work. This happens to be a state anti-accommodation where you have public accommodation law. But what I think that happens is you have a broad law. And then, as you point out, public interest groups test it. They say, I'm not going to challenge it full directly. We could think about abortion. We're going to come up with a side little thing. Could I get away with this? Could I get away with that? Could I get away with this? And what they're doing is slowly chipping away at what we know as anti-discrimination laws. And the key one, the interesting part of this Colorado law, which we have in many states, is it's not just a law about who you serve it. It says you can't publish discriminatory content. And you see in this specific case, this Lori Smith, she runs 303 Creative. She wants to put on her website her beliefs that she is not going to publish any content. She's not going to do it on her website, publishing it with same-sex people. And that's a slow chip away against anti-discrimination laws.
You know, Andrew, we have seen in the last court session, how they do decide on religious liberty cases. This is very similar to the case of that football coach in Washington State that was, praying with his teammates there on the field after certain games. That was a major religious liberty case. The court ruled in his favor. And so I'm kind of seeing some of the similarities with this in this religious liberty case, although it has to do with, gay rights, not the right to, partake in prayer at a public institution like a public high school.
Well, Andrew, I'd agree with you completely, except for the fact that the free exercise part, the religious liberty part, isn't now before the court.
Okay.
This is just a speech case. It's not a religious liberty. It could be him speaking about anything, and that's what we learned in that Sotomayor questioning about your belief about race, about your belief about who the children are. That's familial status. So it goes a lot deeper than just religion of free exercise, or in that case that we were talking about with the football coach when we were dealing with, is the school establishing the establishment clause? So that was the establishment versus free exercise clause case. This case right here is First Amendment versus anti-discrimination law. Although I will tell you, First Amendment's in the Constitution, anti-discrimination besides equal protection is not. So I'm betting against the anti-discrimination or the Constitution. First Amendment's probably going to prevail.
All right, Andrew, we do want to get to one more story with you. I'm going to show some video. We're going to read this story, and then we're going to bring you back on to kind of, analyze this major sentencing today from a figure that we haven't heard much about in the last couple of years, Michael Avenatti. Remember, he was undergoing that trial in Los Angeles. There were separate trials in the New York jurisdiction as well, where we're learning today that Avenatti has been sentenced. The disgraced attorney was sentenced to 14 years in prison for embezzling millions of dollars from 4 of his clients and also for obstruction as well. Avenatti pleaded guilty earlier this year to 4 counts of wire fraud for each client he stole from and 1 count of endeavoring to obstruct the administration of the Internal Revenue Code. Prosecutors said he obstructed the IRS's effort to collect $5 million in unpaid payroll taxes for Tully's Coffee. The sentence handed down today by Federal District Judge James Selna will begin after Avenatti completes a 5-year prison term he's currently serving after being convicted in 2 separate trials in New York. So, Andrew, this is concurrent, this is consecutive because he's already serving time for those convictions and that trial that happened in New York. What do you make of this? 14 years. That's a long sentence.
With that 5-year, when we go back to that Nike case, we go back to he came on the scene with her, with Stormy Daniels. Purportedly, he stole $300,000 from her. But what I really make about it is this guy came out of nowhere when Trump was in office. He came out of nowhere with Stormy Daniels. And the next thing we know, we closed our eyes. And he's everywhere. And then you know what he does? This is what gets me the most. He lied to his clients and said, hey, listen, I didn't get the settlement, not the settlement you want. And he put all the money into his trust account. And we know as lawyers, you never steal from your clients. You never put it in your trust account. So I'm much more upset about that than the Stormy Daniels, then the Nike, then the payroll tax. He stole from his clients, and a disabled client at that.
Yep.
It's just he should go to jail for that long.
Yeah, I mean, that is really, if any lawyer client has an oath and you go to bat for them and you win them a settlement, but then as your lawyer, you take that settlement, or some of it at least, and you don't give it all to your client, that is quite egregious. So like you said, the sentence will run consecutively with this combined 5-year sentence in New York for stealing from Stormy Daniels and for extorting Nike. And so this was quite the fall from grace for Michael Avenatti. Remember, you know, he was really a thorn in then President Trump's side, in a lot of Republicans' sides. There was talk that he might even throw his hat in the ring in 2020 in the presidential primary contest. He was on cable news and talk shows and TV almost every night while representing Stormy Daniels. And now this. He's already serving his 5-year sentence in New York, and now this 14-year sentence in Los Angeles.
Yeah, I think the most interesting part about this is that he pled guilty. He pled guilty, and he said, listen, I did this here, and he still got these 14 years. And the reason why, out of the 83 years he could have got, I think the reason why is the prosecutor knew, hey, listen, the judge can take under consideration not just this fraud against his clients and where he's embezzling their money, and not just the fact that the payroll taxes, but these other things, wire fraud, bank fraud, these other things they didn't charge. So we have to put that into the component. But more so than any of that, Andrew, I think the key takeaway here is, when you have unclean hands, what are you doing all over the media? When you're a scam artist, what are you doing going out there and attacking Trump? He had to be self-sabotaging, knowing that people with op research was eventually going to get him. I don't understand what he was thinking. What a terrible lawyer.
And just lastly, does he have any appeal options when this sentence comes down? Does he have any recourse in that respect, do you think? I didn't see it. Okay.
Yeah. I'm sorry. So he can definitely appeal the amount of the sentence, but he, again, pleaded guilty. So he can't do the underlying charges. And like I said before, it's really a losing battle at this point, because it's not just the things he pled guilty to. The judge is allowed to take into consideration all of these 31 additional counts that the prosecutors dropped on this. So I don't know. I think this guy should just go away. We should not hear about him anymore. I am sad to say that we had to be consumed with him for so long. But you know what? Sometimes when they're too cute, they're too animated, they have too much charisma, maybe it's time for him to go away. I wish he would have had substance. Substance first. Ethics, morals, that's what rules the day.
All right. Andrew Lieb, we'll leave it at that. Strong words there. Andrew, thanks so much. Always a pleasure. We'll talk again.
Thank you so much.
All right, the time now, 8:39 a.m. We're taking a live now look from the United States White House. Right after this commercial break, we'll bring you all up to speed on former President Trump and how he has angered some of his former allies by suggesting the Constitution should be thrown away. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We're taking a Live Now look from the White House. Now, former President Trump has angered some of his former allies for a post on his social media platform that suggests parts of the United States Constitution should be thrown out because he didn't win 2 years ago. Today, he walked back that post and says that it was taken out of context. Correspondent Lauren Blanchard has this story from Washington.
Social media posts have landed former President Trump in hot water with members of his own party. While saying the election 2 years ago should have been overturned, he wrote this over the weekend, quote, "A massive fraud of this type and magnitude allows for the termination of all rules, regulations, and articles, even those found in the Constitution." The presidential candidate then posted Monday, "The fake news is actually trying to convince the American people that I said I wanted to terminate the Constitution." While there was outrage on the airwaves, members of his own former administration have rebuked the president.
As far as putting the Constitution aside, I candidly think that's what he asked the vice president to do 2 years ago when rioters were attacking the Capitol.
You know, he says a lot of things. You have to take him in context. He has no ability to suspend the Constitution.
Democratic leaders say there needs to be more pushback.
We need nothing less than an avalanche of condemnation from Republicans. But sadly, all we've gotten so far are just a few flurries.
The White House says the former president's own Homeland Security officials and judges proved the 2020 election was secure.
The American people came together just past midterms and utterly rejected the dangerous conspiracy that we have been hearing, the big lie that we have been hearing from the former president, but also many Republicans.
Former President Trump so far is the only officially declared candidate for 2024. In Washington, Lauren Blanchard, Fox News.
The final Senate race in the midterm elections is all coming down to today. Polls have opened in Georgia this morning in a runoff contest between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker. And as Fox News correspondent Doug Luzada reports, both parties have a great deal at stake.
Today, Georgia voters will decide if Senator Raphael Warnock will serve 6 more years or if the job will turn over to challenger Herschel Walker. Both candidates spent the last day of the runoff election pleading with supporters to get out and vote.
Who all has voted already? Oh, and who all's got to vote tomorrow?
Dominating the Election Day vote is a must for Walker. More than 1.8 million Georgians have already cast a ballot, with the early vote strongest in Democratic-leaning areas. Walker's campaign hopes to counteract that by drawing 60% of the Election Day vote. So Monday, he held events in Republican stronghold North Georgia.
Y'all know who to vote for. Yeah. Because I will always vote with you. Because you're my family.
He's been running over a year for an office, and he had told us what he would do if he had it.
Monday, Warnock met with union members and held a Get Out the Vote rally at Georgia Tech. While recent polls have shown Warnock opening up a small lead, he refused to, quote, spike the ball before reaching the end zone, and continued to call Walker both unprepared and unfit to serve.
Because this race is about me and him. Who's qualified to represent the 11 million people of Georgia for the next 6 years? That's what this race is about.
And here on Live Now from Fox, joining us to discuss the Georgia Senate runoffs happening is Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger. Secretary, thanks so much for being with us. Okay, the last day of early voting was on Friday. You're seeing historic early voting numbers and totals there in the state. What do you ascribe this to? How do you explain these record numbers?
I think voters are excited, really engaged in the process. We actually have 80,000 voters that showed up for the runoff race that never voted in the fall at all. So you just found that 80,000 more voters are engaged. So I think you're just seeing people are really engaged watching this race. They understand that even though it's 50-50, or is it going to be a 51-49, senatorial, it's really important. And that's why voters are turning out to vote for this race.
Okay, and can you kind of walk us through some of the tabulation, counting procedures? Many viewers, many Americans, many Georgians Will they get a result tomorrow night, do you think?
Oh, you'll get a result. Will it be the total result? The question you really have is how close is the race? Because you have your overseas military ballots that have to be, and they'll be accepted by Friday. So they have to come in by Friday. And then they're in one location, Cobb County. They were late in sending out some of their absentee ballots, so the judge gave them till Friday. But other than that, you have to also understand, unlike a lot of other states, only about 5% of all Georgians will vote absentee. So 95% are going to vote, in person. We have probably about 60%, that vote early, and then about 35% historically will vote tomorrow. And then we have 5% absentee. So we should be able to give you results. It's just a question of how close is it so we can say this is who the winner is. We have to wait for those last ones to come in from overseas military ballots.
Okay, we all know, we all followed the controversies surrounding some of these new election laws that are in place for this runoff, that they were passed by the legislature just last summer. And that one of those laws in particular condensed the window from the general midterm to the runoff. And so do you think that is maybe playing into the fact that we're seeing record turnout? Because we all remember back in 2020, that runoff took place in January of 21. So is that condensed time frame maybe some of these record numbers? Is that what's alluding to it?
Well, if you want to go back in time, historically, what we had is a 5-week runoff. Then our federal judge got involved and he said, no, for the UOCAVA ballots, because of the process you had, and they pushed the federal runoff out to 9 weeks. By going with ranked choice voting instant runoff for the UOCAVA ballots, we were allowed to get everything back, state runoffs and also federal runoffs, down to that same window of a 4-week runoff. And that's why we have all the runoffs will be 4 weeks after the November race. So that's why we are right now. So, and then we just have very energized voters on both sides of the aisle. We've had, two, former presidents engaged in this. The governor's engaged for Herschel Walker, out doing rallies with him, has a very effective TV ad right now. So people on both sides of the aisle are, really engaged.
I want to talk about some of those new election laws that are on the books. You heard from really prominent Democrats last year referring to some of those laws as Jim Crow 2.0, especially President Joe Biden, even Senator Raphael Warnock, and also Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams, when pressed during the midterm cycle about how do you square that with the record early voting, the record turnout, she said, quote, "We proved in 2018, and it remains true that turnout does not dispel voter suppression." What do you think she means by that?
She has nothing to stand on, so she just starts making stuff up.
All right, that was the latest from LiveNOW from Fox's Andrew Kraft having a conversation there with the Secretary of State in Georgia. We're taking a LiveNOW look from Georgia, Atlanta, Georgia, specifically right now. You can see it is a very foggy morning there. So let's go ahead and bring in Fox Weather's Robert Ray. Robert, good morning. Thank you so much for joining us. So we're hearing that the weather in the state of Georgia could possibly have an impact on voter turnout. What exactly is the forecast?
Yeah, good morning to you. It's chilly, about 45 degrees, foggy with a light mist here this morning as voters are coming out all across Metro Atlanta and the state of Georgia for this runoff election between Raphael Warnock, currently the senator, against Herschel Walker, the former University of Georgia running back star and NFL. There are lots of people out here this morning braving these elements. I'm actually in a northern suburb, Alpharetta, there's a library right here. Folks have been lining up since pre-dawn going in, but intermittent rain showers, which has created some nasty conditions on the road, some flash flooding, causing issues for those heading out today. Fortunately, many people have done that early voting, so that is a good thing. But here's the thing about this system that is sweeping across the South and the Tennessee Valley to the north of us. Could bring anywhere between 3 to 5 inches of rain this week, and very nasty conditions all over, really creating flash flooding scenarios. In some areas like where I'm at right now, It's really a good thing because Metro Atlanta has been in a severe drought now for some time, so could use that rain. But the roadways, as we know, Atlanta already known for its bad traffic, are just a mess this morning. Good news that kids are not going to school in Metro Atlanta because of this election day. A lot of the voting precincts and places that people can go to are at the schools, so the buses are not out and parents are not trying to get their kids through this weather, of course, but nasty conditions really from Oklahoma all the way across the south here into northwest Georgia and heading up into the East Coast here this morning and throughout the week. We're just in for it. It's December, and this is what you expect in some areas of the South. The southern soaker taking hold on this election day here in the state of Georgia.
All right, welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Quickly approaching the 9 a.m. mark here on the East Coast. Let's go ahead and revisit this update from NASA. Just last night, they held this news briefing about the Artemis 1 mission. We do expect Orion to return to Earth in a splashdown on Saturday. We'll also have a live preview with NASA on Friday. But in the meantime, let's go ahead and listen into this update.
Director at NASA's Kennedy Space Center in Florida. If you are a media personnel that is wanting to submit a question, you can do so by pressing *1 to submit your name into the queue. If you do find your question has already been answered, you can press *2 to remove it. And for our media here in the room, we'll also be coming to you. So I'm going to turn it over to Mike to give some opening remarks. Mike.
Okay, well, good afternoon, and thank you for continuing to follow the Artemis program and the Artemis 1 mission. We are on flight day 20 of our planned 26-day mission, and we continue to proceed along the planned mission profile. As Sandra indicated earlier, we did successfully complete the return-powered flyby and are now committed to an Earth return trajectory on the 11th. As we've talked in the past, we've had a number of commitments to each and every one of you, and one of those involved what we call sharing remarkable images. And if we could queue up a series of images here, we've got a brief collection. And this was taken on Flight Day 6, is the Orion spacecraft approached the moon, and the Earth is way off in the distance. You can see 8 million people off in the distance, and a human-capable spacecraft about to circle the moon in the foreground. And this is one of those remarkable moments and remarkable images that we got to share on November the 21st. A little farther along in the mission on Flight Day 13, we got to witness as Orion flew about the distant retrograde orbit, which is the farthest point that a human-capable spacecraft has ever flown. We got to see the Earth transit behind the moon, extending beyond the pale of human spaceflight, what a human-capable spacecraft has done. And then earlier today, we got to see a flyby of the moon as part of the return-powered flyby, and witness the Earth rise for the first time in the Artemis generation. And here you see the Orion spacecraft near the point of closest approach, and then this is the Earth rise that we witnessed. Orion's in the foreground, the Earth is in the distant background, and the moon is in the middle there, and you see the crescent Earth. These are just a few of the remarkable images that we've been able to share throughout the course of the mission. When we are done with this mission, we will have traveled over 1.4 million miles in the course of the 26-day mission, and we are on track to do that. In terms of activity within the mission management team, since the last time I was here to talk to you on November the 30th, we did not meet on Thursday, December the 1st, largely because the mission has been going well. We did meet on Friday, December the 2nd. We had a non-decisional meeting for about 40 minutes, and we just statused the progress of our flight test objectives throughout the course of the mission, and then some of the anomaly and funny activities that we've been collecting along the way. We did not meet as a mission management team over the weekend on Saturday, December the 3rd or the 4th, largely, again, because the mission has been proceeding well. We did have a little excitement over the weekend that I'll talk to you about here in a few minutes, but today we did have a decisional meeting. It ran just shy of 3 hours, and the decision was to commit to deploy the recovery forces out of Naval Base San Diego, and our recovery director, Melissa, is here to talk to you about some of the preparatory activities and what's ahead there. But we agreed to deploy the recovery forces on December the 7th. And we also closed an action item as it pertained to some testing of what's called the pressure control assembly on the service module that the team had asked to perform as part of the testing on the return leg. We also reviewed some anomalies from over the weekend. We did have a unplanned communications outage at the Deep Space Network Goldstone site in California. There was a site-wide outage at Goldstone due to some hardware that's used to process the site and antenna angles. That was recovered last night, but on Saturday we did have a 4.5-hour comm outage. And as part of that, I do want to thank our friends and family in the Science Mission Directorate, as well as our flight ops team and the Deep Space Network team for working together to minimize the impact. Originally, when we learned about the Goldstone outage, we thought it might have been up to an 8-hour outage, and it might have been more than one day. But because of our friends in the Mars programs, Perseverance, and then the Trace Gas Orbiter, loaning us some of their Deep Space Network time, but then also through the ops team and the Deep Space Network team working to mitigate the site outage, we only saw a 4.5-hour outage on Saturday. Shortly after the site outage, we were proceeding. The flight team was proceeding through a test of the power system to further investigate a funny that we had seen earlier in the mission, a reoccurrence a number of times on what's called a latching current limiter, and we were in a test configuration. And when we were in that test configuration, shortly after we came acquisition of signal on Canberra, after the Goldstone outage, we noticed that 4 of the feeder current limiters had tripped off, and it had dropped some of the downstream equipment there. So we talked through that today as a mission management team. The spacecraft is fine. There's plenty of redundancy on the vehicle, and that in combination with timely work by our operations teams resulted in no mission impact and no concern there. We did learn a few features about the system as part of that. So we talked through those anomalies that occurred over the weekend. The Orion team in particular put in considerable time over the weekend, as well as our friends at the Deep Space Network to work through those anomalies. As a mission management team, we will continue to meet this week. We still have one active anomaly resolution team. We might hear the outbrief tomorrow regarding the active anomaly resolution team, and it has to do with the power conditioning and distribution unit and these latching current limiters and some of the anomalies and funnies that we've seen throughout the course of the mission. And then we have one remaining decision gate coming up that's a pre-planned decision gate, which is to select the landing site. And our entry flight director, Judd, as well as our recovery director, Melissa Jones, will come to the mission management team on Thursday, December the 8th, and bring forward a recommendation on where to position our recovery forces and to set up a meet-me date with the spacecraft from an entry trajectory standpoint, and Judd will elaborate on that further. We still have a few primary objectives ahead. The mission is going very well. We've accomplished a number of bonus objectives above and beyond what we had planned pre-flight, but we still also have some risks ahead of us. We still have yet to accomplish the second half of our Priority 1 objective, which is to demonstrate the spacecraft at lunar reentry conditions, as well as our Priority 3 objective, which is to retrieve the spacecraft post-splashdown. So with that, I'll pass it back to you, Sandra.
Thank you, Mike. Next up, we'll hear from Flight Director Judd Freeling, who was the flight director on console during today's return powered flyby burn.
Thanks, Sandra. Let's see if we can throw up the video that Mike showed previously about the pre-RPF video. I'll talk a little bit about that as we were coming into RPF today. So this is a great shot coming in before we did our RPF maneuver. You can see kind of there in the lower middle there. We think that's the Copernicus crater there. That's pretty near the Apollo 12 and 14 sites, and we're just stunning video that we captured as we were about to go into LOS for our RPF burn. So RPF was the largest burn that we've done to date. It was a little over 962 foot per second burn, lasted 3 minutes and 27 seconds. That was on the backside of the moon. We had a loss of signal during that time period. But then as we came back AOS at that time, and Mike showed that video as well, we saw a really outstanding shot of the crescent Earth, and it was just stunning. The RPF maneuver that we did behind the moon is essentially our deorbit burn. So this sets us up for the landing trajectory that's going to occur on December the 11th. Where we have a fixed trajectory, and so this is what that trajectory is going to look like. It's a little hard to make out, but the line in the middle of the page is a blue line that we will target our entry interface, which is at the bottom of this chart, which is about 3,500 or so nautical miles south, almost due south of San Diego. That EI time we're targeting for 11:20 Central Time on the 11th. And we will perform a skip entry, and that'll show you the next slide what that looks like from the side view. We just prior to entry interface, we will separate the crew module from the service module. That's about 20 minutes prior to EI. And then once we hit entry interface or EI, we'll be about 40,000 feet above the Earth's surface. And that's the top of this, the top left of this chart. We'll be traveling a little over 24,500 miles per hour. We'll also lose signal due to the blackout of the plasma ionization from the intense plasma that we're going through. This heat that's going to develop on the from entering the atmosphere. That first blackout will last about 5.5 minutes. We'll continue down for 5.5 minutes. We'll dip down to about 200,000 feet, and then we'll roll the capsule to create a lift more in the up direction. That will take us to our skip apogee, and we'll gain signal back right before that skip apogee. Skip apogee is around almost 300,000 feet. It's at 292,000 feet above the Earth's surface. Once we get to that skip apogee, we'll roll the vehicle again and start modulating that lift vector back towards the Earth. And then we'll develop on that downslope another blackout due to plasma ionization. That will last about 3 minutes and 15 seconds or so. As we continue down, heading towards San Diego, we'll go through various milestone points along the way. By that 150,000 foot mark, we'll be traveling about 8,500 miles per hour. Once we hit about 100,000 feet, we'll be traveling close to 2,400 miles per hour. Then by 50,000 feet, we'll be a mere 528 miles per hour. And then for our 4-bay covered jettison, which will uncover the parachutes, the drogue chutes and the parachutes, we'll be traveling about 285 miles per hour. And then once we get our main deploy of our chutes at about 5,300 feet or so, we'll be traveling about 128 miles per hour. So there's a lot of numbers there, but really you take from 400,000 feet, you're traveling 24,500 miles all the way to splashdown where you're traveling about 20 miles an hour. So it's a lot of energy that we're dissipating at that point. As Mike alluded to, we'll prior to that point, Melissa Jones and myself will find a meet-me place for the recovery forces, so we make sure that we're all going to the same site. We do have the options of either landing a little short, and that first slide that I showed you where we could land short up to 1,200 nautical miles uprange of San Diego, or we can land a little long in what we call the northern weather alternate site, and that's right kind of the cover of the Catalina Islands there, just to the southeast of those Catalina Islands. So we have a couple options. We have Plan A, Plan B, Plan C, depending on the weather, to make sure that we're not only within capsule landing criteria, but also that we have the recovery criteria that Melissa and her team are looking to recover the vessel. So looking forward to getting to the 11th, and with that, I'll hand it back to Sandra.
Thank you, Judd. Next up, we'll hear from Debbie Korth, the Deputy Manager of the Orion Program.
All right. Thank you, Sandra. Good afternoon. Thank you guys for joining us today. I'm really excited to continue talking about our Artemis mission. As is mentioned, we are 20 days into our 26-day mission, and looking over the objectives on the spacecraft, we couldn't be more pleased about how the spacecraft's performing, really beyond all our expectations. As far as flight test objectives, we're about 30% complete with another 30% underway, and the rest ahead of us. As we mentioned, a lot of those are tied to the reentry phase, the landing and the recovery. No major issues. As you've probably heard in some of these conferences, we've added another 20 or so objectives because things were going so well, and most of those objectives are tied to looking at how we can expand the envelope and support our future missions. So Artemis 1 is just the beginning of a series of increasingly complex missions, and so we're really using this spacecraft to really push the envelope and see what we can get in terms of performance for power and thermal and propulsion and all the other systems on the vehicle. So did want to talk a little about what we learned in DRO. We spent a lot of time in DRO and went through several flight test objectives, added 7 in that phase. A couple of key things that we did learn in that phase. One is we did some additional test objectives on our aux engines, and so we were looking at longer burn times that we know we're going to need for future missions. So to execute Artemis 1, the aux engines have only burned about 17 seconds at any one given burn, and we really need 100 seconds for some of these future missions. So spent a lot of time burning that longer, looking at how that performed, and also looking at solar array thermal effects with those longer aux burns. So really good initial look at the data there. Looks like we're about within 10 degrees of our predicts from pre-flight, and so no issues there in that thermal response. Another item that we looked at as far as looking forward to Artemis 2 was the surface module heater config test, and so we actually configured the heaters for both the prop line set points and the water line heaters to the Artemis 2 settings, and what we saw is significant 70 to 90 watts of power saving. So again, the vehicle, we're getting much better thermal response than we had originally anticipated in the model, so this will help us refine those models and be able to offer more capability as we move forward in the future missions. So today we've talked about the successful RPF burn. It was 3 minutes, 27 seconds. The delta V was 961 feet per second, just almost spot on to what we expected the OMZ performance to be. And there's also been 3 return trajectory correction burns that we've done as well, exercising the SMRCS system. So if you want to pull up the goodbye to the moon video or picture, this is what we saw today as we were coming out of the loss of signal, getting acquisition of signal. So I think you've seen this video, and I think everybody in the room, we just kind of had to stop and pause and just really look at, wow, we're saying goodbye to the moon. It's been a phenomenal 20 days, but we got a lot of work ahead of us still. So see, I'll jump a little bit to one of the main, I guess probably the primary anomaly that we are looking into. Mike talked about this PCDU user load, the latching current limiters that opened, 4 of the 5 that opened. And so, first of all, no mission impacts. There's a lot of redundancy in the system, and the systems performed as they had been designed using that redundancy. But we did find that we had a couple impacts there. We first of all, the RCS string, when that power reset happened, the flight software, as it's designed to do, says, well, we have to switch strings because the RCS isn't responding the way we had expected. When that power drive electronics came back on, we switched back to the primary string, and what we found was that was in a standby mode, so it wasn't actually able to fire the jet. So long story short, we had 6 of the 12 RCS thrusters that weren't firing, but the team saw that in the vehicle response and able to command back to the primary, the string B of the RCS and continue with the firing. So no issues there. Again, showing we've got the redundancy in the systems we need. What we learned from that is we've got some fitter improvements that we need, the flight detection, isolation, recovery improvements that we need to do going forward on that system. The other thing that we learned from that anomaly was we had some heaters that were both tied, both primary and tertiary heaters that were tied to the single PCDU, and realized that when that PCDU went through this kind of power, this kind of power anomaly, we wouldn't have had the redundancy that we thought in our heater system. So we've actually already rechannelized those to give us back the redundancy that we expected to have in the system. So once again, I think that's probably the primary anomaly that we've been looking at. The team is working in the labs today and tomorrow to do some ground testing, to look at maybe some proposed testing we might do on board to kind of prove out what we think the root cause of these power upsets were. So again, the vehicle was able to respond, and we continue the mission, no issues, but we are looking at the next few days if there's something that we want to do while we still have the service module, do some testing, and first do that in the laboratory and get that on board in the next couple of days. So looking ahead, we have a few key things that we'll be doing on this return part of the mission. So talk a little bit about some of those objectives that we have planned. First of all is one of those would be a solar array wing modal survey repeat. So we did a modal survey very early in the mission and have decided to add back a second one now the end of the mission to see how the structural modes have either changed or degraded potentially. Again, this will help further reduce our risk for Artemis 2. This is a long mission with a lot of burns, and so those solar arrays have seen a lot of activity in terms of movement, and so this will give us a good indication of whether or not we see degradation over a 26-day mission. We've also planned some new prop system leak tests, and so on the MON and the MMH PCA branches, we have a latch valve and a couple of solenoid valves on each branch.
And we'll be right back after this quick commercial break.
Leak tightness of those. We know what the leak rates were prior to the mission, and so we can actually go exercise those and see if we've seen any degradation there. Again, playing forward to how those are going to perform on future missions. So if you go ahead and pull up the image of the crew cabin, we haven't talked a lot about what's going on inside. We get these beautiful images of the moon. So you've probably seen this image. This is from the crew cabin. You can see our Moonican Campos, the Callisto payload, and other activities going on. So as we're coming back in, we've talked a lot about our primary test objective on the reentry. So the one thing we are looking forward to tremendously is the heat shield test. And so this is the first flight of our block architecture heat shield, and we'll be getting the first test of that coming in at 5,000 degrees Fahrenheit, the 25,000 miles per hour that Judd mentioned. And so we'll to see the performance of that and play forward for Artemis 2 and beyond. Parachute deploys. It's 11 parachutes that get deployed in a very rapid dynamic sequence, slowing that vehicle down from the 300 miles per hour to less than 20 when it hits the water. So definitely.
All right, everyone, and welcome back into Live Now from Fox. Thank you all so much for joining us on this Tuesday, December 6th, also known as Election Day in the state of Georgia. So let's go ahead and bring in political science professor at the University of Georgia, Trey Hood. Thank you so much for joining us this morning. So let's begin with a question that many people may be unfamiliar with. Why exactly are we seeing this runoff?
Well, it all goes back to 1964, actually, when the state legislature passed a new election code. And part of that election code stipulated that anyone running for any election, whether it's a primary or a general election, has to win a majority in order to win the election. And if there's not a majority won, then there'll be a runoff between the top two vote getters. So that's exactly why we're here today talking about this.
So why is this race so important? Because as we know, the balance of power has already been firmly decided. What's the importance to this race?
Well, it does give the Democrats in the Senate a little bit of an edge if they do have 51 as opposed to 50. Yes, they do have majority control already. But in terms of committee assignments and all the rest, it makes things a little bit easier for the Democrats if they can get this extra seat. And on the other hand, it would make it easier for the Republicans to block some things if they picked up the seat. So
we know that you have extensive experience researching elections and politics in general. So let's talk about this year's midterm election in general. Has this differed from any others that you've studied? And could you elaborate on why possibly?
Well, do you want me to talk about the midterm in Georgia in particular or just nationwide?
Well, you're joining us from Atlanta, so let's go ahead and talk about this midterm election specifically. Has anything stood out to you?
Well, I mean, the midterm in Georgia was a good year for Republicans in general, except for this one particular race. Herschel Walker was running more than 200,000 votes behind Brian Kemp, who was running for re-election as governor. You know, all the other Republican statewide candidates running for constitutional office in the state won without a runoff. The Republicans maintained majorities in the state house and the state senate. So again, this is the one race that was a little bit of an outlier in terms of the way the other races shook out in the state this year.
All right, thank you so much for joining us to offer that context and analysis when it comes to the runoff race. Until next time.
Okay, thank you very much. I appreciate it.
All right, guys, let's go ahead and take this live now look from Atlanta, Georgia. You can see it is definitely a foggy start to the morning. We are in touch with our colleagues over at Fox Weather, who will join us to give us an update on the forecast throughout the course of our show. We are hearing that, unfortunately, the rain and the weather could possibly have an impact on voter turnout. So we'll stay on top of that for you all throughout our show here. Again, polls are open. We are following this runoff contest between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican Herschel Walker. Here's more.
Voters will decide if Senator Raphael Warnock will serve 6 more years or if the job will turn over to challenger Herschel Walker. Both candidates spent the last day of the runoff election pleading with supporters to get out and vote.
Who all has voted already? Oh, and who all's got to vote tomorrow?
Dominating the Election Day vote is a must for Walker. More than 1.8 million Georgians have already cast a ballot, with the early vote strongest in Democratic-leaning areas. Walker's campaign hopes to counteract that by drawing 60% of the Election Day vote. So Monday, he held events in Republican stronghold North Georgia.
Y'all know who to vote for. Yeah. Because I will always vote with you. Because you're my family.
He's been running over a year for an office, and he had told us what he would do if he had it.
Monday, Warnock met with union members and held a Get Out the Vote rally at Georgia Tech. While recent polls have shown Warnock opening up a small lead, he refused to, quote, spike the ball before reaching the end zone, and continued to call Walker both unprepared and unfit to serve.
Because this race is about me and him. Who's qualified to represent the 11 million people of Georgia for the next 6 years? That's what this race is about.
And here on Live Now from Fox, joining us to discuss the Georgia Senate runoffs happening is Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger. Secretary, thanks so much for being with us. Okay, the last day of early voting was on Friday. You're seeing historic early voting numbers and totals there in the state. What do you ascribe this to? How do you explain these record numbers?
I think voters are excited, really engaged in the process. We actually have 80,000 voters that showed up for the runoff race that never voted in the fall at all. So you just found that 80,000 more voters are engaged. So I think you're just seeing people are really engaged watching this race. They understand that even though it's 50-50, or is it going to be a 51-49, senatorial? It's really important, and that's why voters are turning out to vote for this race.
Okay, and can you kind of walk us through some of the tabulation, counting procedures? Many viewers, many Americans, many Georgians, will they get a result tomorrow night, do you think?
Oh, you'll get a result. Will it be the total result? The question you really have is how close is the race? Because you have your overseas military ballots that have to be, and they'll be accepted by Friday. So they have to come in by Friday. And then they're in one location, Cobb County. They were late in sending out some of their absentee ballots, so the judge gave them till Friday. But other than that, you have to also understand, unlike a lot of other states, only about 5% of all Georgians will vote absentee. So 95% are going to vote, in person. We have probably about 60%, that vote early, and then about 35% historically will vote tomorrow. And then we have 5% absentee. So we should be able to give you results. It's just a question of how close is it so we can say this is who the winner is. We have to wait for those last ones to come in from overseas military ballots.
Okay, we all followed the controversy surrounding some of these new election laws that are in place for this runoff, that they were passed by the legislature just last summer. And that one of those laws in particular condensed the window from the general midterm to the runoff. And so do you think that is maybe playing into the fact that we're seeing record turnout? Because we all remember back in 2020, that runoff took place in January of 21. So is that condensed time frame maybe some of these record numbers? Is that what's alluding to it?
Well, if you want to go back in time, historically, what we had is a 5-week runoff. Then our federal judge got involved, and he said no for the UOCAVA ballots because of the process you had, and they pushed the federal runoff out to 9 weeks. By going with ranked choice voting instant runoff for the UOCAVA ballots, we were allowed to get everything back state runoffs and also federal runoffs down to that same window of a 4-week runoff. And that's why we have all the runoffs will be 4 weeks after the November race. So that's why we're at we are right now. So and then we just have very energized voters on both sides of the aisle. We've had two former presidents engaged in this. The governor's engaged for Herschel Walker, out doing rallies with him, has a very effective TV ad right now. So people on both sides of the aisle are really engaged.
I want to talk about some of those new election laws that are on the books. You heard from really prominent Democrats last year referring to some of those laws as Jim Crow 2.0, especially President Joe Biden, even Senator Raphael Warnock, and also Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams, when pressed during the midterm cycle about how do you square that with the record early voting, the record turnout, she said, quote, "We proved in 2018, and it remains true that turnout does not dispel voter suppression." What do you think she means by that?
She has nothing to stand on, so she just starts making stuff up. And I guess we've shown that we have record registrations, record turnout. We had 4 million people show up back 4 years ago for the presidential race. We had 5 million. We had 4 million show up in the fall. We now have record early voting, and we're going to have strong turnout tomorrow. Again, voters have opportunities to vote. What we actually did with the voting process, we now have photo ID for all forms of voting. You want to vote absentee in Georgia, it's photo ID. That's something they've actually been doing in Minnesota and other Midwestern states for over 10 years now. We think that elevated security and obviously improved voter confidence in the process. We had 17 days of early voting in the fall race. We have 5 minimum days of early voting for this race here. And then many counties had Sunday and Saturday voting, so up to 7 days. And people can vote any choice they want. You can vote no excuse absentee voting, 5% choose to do that. You can vote in person early or in person tomorrow. We give voters options, but we make sure at the end of the day, we're going to do a risk limiting audit of a statewide race. We had a race that we chose in the fall race, and we did an audit of that, 95% risk limit audit. We're going to also do an audit of this race so we can verify the accuracy of this race so voters have confidence. Here's who the winner is, and this is the person that came up short.
Okay, let's talk about some of the political considerations. You, of course, are a Republican, but we all know in 2020, Georgia went blue for the first time in a generation, both at the Senate level and at the federal level with the presidential election. I know you can't really tell by just one election about where do you think Georgia is heading politically. But if the results come out tomorrow that Raphael Warnock gets a full term in the Senate, can you kind of more definitively say that Georgia is trending a little purplish, if you will, that hue is here to stay?
What I would say is that Georgia is a competitive state. And what the governor and I both showed, we had very strong victories in both of our races. I actually had the highest percentage over a Democrat, 9.2%. We both built broad-based coalitions, and that's the way forward for anyone that wants to win statewide in the state of Georgia. We're not an 80-20 state or 20-80, depending on how you look at it. We're a very competitive state, but that's why when you reach out and you have built broad-based coalitions, you do very well. And both the governor and I have shown how to do that.
Okay, I want to move from Georgia very quickly, if we can, to Arizona. We're live now from Fox's base. Governor-elect Katie Hobbs, of course, is the Secretary of State here in Arizona, at least for the next couple of months until she's sworn in. Her opponent, Republican Kari Lake, the loser of that election, and some of her supporters have kind of issued these broadside, maybe bad faith attacks, saying that how can a Secretary of State certify her own win in another statewide race? Is there any credence to that?
I don't believe so, because 4 years ago, Stacey Abrams said that about Secretary of State Brian Kemp. How could he certify his own race? Meanwhile, people have to understand that the races typically across the nation are run by the counties. They're run by the counties. The counties certify their results, and then they push that up to the state level, and the Secretary of State is merely certifying that. What we're really looking for, were there any violations of state laws? And then we begin investigations. But I know that we pushed back against Stacey Abrams 4 years ago about her allegation that Secretary of State Brian Kemp couldn't certify his own race. There's nothing to support that idea.
Okay, because today in Arizona, Governor Doug Ducey, signed the canvass for all the counties. And so we also are learning that Katie Hobbs is going to recuse herself from representing the Secretary of State's office in any lawsuit related to the governor's race. So just last question on this.
Yeah.
Secretaries
And
of State
actually,
don't count ballots in the state. Is that correct?
Exactly. And 4 years ago, Governor Kemp did step down. We had an interim Secretary of State for the last month, just so there was no question about that. And when I took office, I had 9 lawsuits from Stacey Abrams about her, stolen election claims were based on voter suppression. We pushed back hard for that for 4 years. And that's one of the reasons that she didn't do too well this time, that, the bloom came off that rose, because we're pushing back on facts. We're pushing back on truth for 4 years. The Georgia, it's never been easier to vote, but it is hard to cheat.
Okay. Secretary, last question for you. We're recording this the day before the runoffs. What will you be doing on the day of? Are you going to be pretty busy, I imagine?
Yes, I'll actually be voting early tomorrow morning, but then I'll be going down to our election headquarters, and we'll just be working on that, making sure that there's, the lines are short. State law also requires that all lines have to be shorter than 1 hour in November. The average time got down to 2 minutes at one point. It's 3 minutes most of the day. Longest line I saw on the leaderboard was 14 or 16 minutes. So we really work hard so that voters have a very good experience when they come out to vote. They're not sitting out there in long lines. So we'll be tracking that and just tracking any other situations, any kind of calls that really require us to send out an investigator right away.
All right. Secretary of State Brett Raffensperger there in Georgia. We appreciate your time. We'll talk again.
Now is just after 9:30 a.m. Let's take a quick commercial break, and we'll dive into the latest health-related news right after this. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The triple-demic season is in full swing with the flu, COVID, and RSV now overwhelming hospitals from New York to California. Fox News correspondent Brian Yennis has more from Cohen's Children's Hospital in Queens, New York.
Our emergency rooms are busier than ever.
The flu season has hit the U.S. early this year and with more intensity, and hospitals are struggling to keep up. Hospitalizations due to seasonal influenza are now at a 10-year high, with the CDC reporting just under 9 million cases, 78,000 hospitalizations, and 4,500 deaths so far this year. Some lawmakers now calling on the Department of Health and Human Services to do more to help relieve hospitals that are being pushed to the breaking point.
We're short of doctors. We're short of nurses. We're short of respirators. We're short of beds, that they can come and supply those things immediately.
And it's not just flu. There's also a major uptick in COVID and RSV cases nationwide. COVID is hitting the West Coast particularly hard. In Los Angeles County, the weekly average of new cases is more than 3,000, a 44% increase from last week. And some say more infections are likely in the coming days.
When you look at the wastewater epidemiology, the amount of COVID that we have around is actually quite high.
Ultimately, most doctors say there are ways to stop the spread and avoid a so-called triple-demic if folks can return to pandemic-era safety practices.
Good hygiene, good hand washing, the use of masks, okay, which we know that have worked very effectively.
Here at Cohen Children's Medical Center in Queens, New York, we're seeing about a 50% increase in pediatric admissions a day. Typically, they're used to seeing about 200 children a day. That number has risen up to 300. In Queens, New York, Brian Yennis, Fox News.
And thanks for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We are being joined now by Marla Tejas from our Fox 11 station in Los Angeles. Marla, thank you so much for being with us. We're in a really interesting time right now because we're seeing an uptick in COVID cases, a high number of flu cases, and then just a lot of people coming down with really nasty colds too. What are things looking like in California right now?
Well, in California, it is no different. I mean, you could say that we are ground zero in terms of this so-called triple-demic, where we are seeing at the same time a rise in coronavirus cases. We're seeing a rise in flu and also RSV. Some specific areas are being hit harder than others. Los Angeles, for instance, is part of the greater Southern California area. And this area in particular, probably because there's more people here, has seen more of that strong spike since really the beginning of November. So well into a month now that we've seen a rise in all cases.
And looking at COVID cases specifically, are we seeing more people getting hospitalized in those areas, or are people recovering from those cases fairly quickly?
That's a great question. As we know, and we've learned throughout covering coronavirus throughout the 3 years really in the pandemic, is that hospitalizations are a lagging indicator. So we can see a dramatic rise in cases pretty quickly, but then it takes 1 to 2 weeks to see if those cases will turn into hospitalizations. In fact, though it doesn't match at this point where we are seeing certainly the rise in cases. Hospitalizations are rising as well, but not keeping up to pace, because we do know that this Omicron variant has produced less severe illness, which is a great thing. That doesn't mean that hospitalizations are not rising, because they certainly are rising. And we've just heard from our health director that she mentioned that we could see another universal indoor mask mandate coming our way. And one of the big contingencies on that is a hospital metric. So we're keeping a close eye on hospitalizations.
Yeah, and I'll want to touch on that again in just a minute. But first, I want to go over just talking about all of these illnesses going on right now. How does that make things more complicated, especially considering that a lot of these symptoms are really similar to one another?
Well, I think in talking to all of the doctors who I have interviewed over the last, several years now, the best thing that you can do is to get tested, because they do share a lot of the same symptoms, and especially for RSV, which is really impacting the infants, and then also at-risk adults, older folks, that can present like a common cold. Well, of course, they're saying if you have a high fever, of course, seek care. If symptoms last longer than 72 hours, seek care. So the best thing that you can do, whether it's COVID, whether it's flu, whether it's RSV, is to monitor your symptoms, consult your pediatrician, consult your doctor, and find out what the best route is, and get tested if at all possible. And if you're sick, stay home.
And speaking of RSV in nearby Orange County, cases of RSV in particular, we were looking into some of your reporting and Fox 11 reporting in general. Children's Hospital of Orange County currently seeing an average of 400 emergency room visits a day. That's more than double the usual amount. They've also extended the state of emergency there. Can you talk a little bit more about what you're hearing about RSV, and especially a lot of families who have concerns for their young children?
Yeah, that's been, Orange County has been hit a lot harder than Los Angeles County, which is interesting. And I have asked about that specifically. One of the reasons why is, first of all, that Children's Hospital of Orange County is getting hit so hard. That is the main hospital system there for Orange County. So it's taking that influx of kids. The best thing that parents can do at this point is to monitor the symptoms, seek care as soon as possible if you have any concerns about your infant. That's what I've been hearing from all of the doctors who I have talked to. And this isn't anything that you need to roll the dice on. lockdown, so to speak. And the other thing is, because our immunity has been down for these younger kids, they've been on lockdown for so long. This is what the doctors are saying, is that they haven't built up their immune system because they've been at home, they've been locked down, and they haven't been free to interact and socialize with other students or other peers their age. And that's one of the reasons why they think that we're seeing this unusually early start to both the flu and RSV season, because RSV is a really common respiratory virus. We're just getting hit a lot earlier than typical.
Yeah, a lot of good points there. And Marla, you've really in particular taken on this health and coronavirus beat for Fox 11. You've been continuously attending those meetings with the public health department in LA County. You mentioned most recently something that's really stood out to a lot of people is the possibility of an indoor mask mandate returning. Can you elaborate a little bit more on what was said at that meeting?
Yeah, so it was just last Thursday where Health Director Barbara Ferrer mentioned that if we hit three thresholds, if we enter the high category as outlined by the CDC, and if we hit 2 hospital metrics, she will in fact announce another universal indoor mask mandate, which is a mandate to wear your mask in nearly all public settings. There's a huge swath of LA County residents who don't mind this. And then of course, there's a huge contingent who they want the choice, especially given that we're in a different time in the pandemic where we have therapeutics and we have customized booster shots, and that I'm referring to the bivalent booster, which very few people have gotten, by the way. So this is a great debate right now. Will we actually get to this point? Will she in fact announce the universal mask mandate? The soonest that this could happen, according to looking ahead at the metrics and trying to prepare for this, it may not be until the end of December to beginning of the new year. So of course, I'm staying on top of it, as you know, all of everyone is bated breath here to see if we're going to have another mask mandate.
Yeah, and you just touched on a couple of things I was going to ask you about too, but I think, just thinking about that possibility, do you think that people would comply and listen if it does end up being the case?
Well, it's hard because LA County it's the largest in the state. There are 58 counties in the state of California. LA County has 10 million, and for people who don't know, California has 40 million residents. So we have a huge chunk of people who live in LA County alone, a single county. And there's a lot of division. With this mask mandate brings up a lot of division. In terms of compliance, it's hard to say. If you ask Health Director Barbara Ferrer, she says that she's always seen high compliance. Then we've seen a lot of people who don't comply. We've done stories on that. The other issue with this, and Lexi, you bring up a great point, is enforcement. There's no real enforcement tool. And so you're asking businesses to have to play the mask police, if you will. So there's the issue of enforcement. There's the issue of compliance. It's hard to keep track of, and it does, really divide people. So that's something that we will continue to follow.
Well, and of course, businesses and stores and restaurants have been hit so hard throughout all of these different mandates, shutting on and off, and now the possibility of this happening again. Do you think that businesses do still have trust in LA County?
In the health department itself? Well, that's a question that I asked Health Director Barbara Ferrer on Thursday. I asked if this is, actually, I use the word credibility. Is this a credibility issue? And I asked this just for clarification here, full context. The extremely low demand for this newest booster, because before we have great vaccination rate here, high, I should say, in this county. In terms of the booster, it's 16%, which does mirror the national trend. So it's not just here in LA County where really very few people have gotten this latest booster shot. So with that said, I asked about public trust. I asked about credibility. Is that what this is? And she seems to think that no, this does not have to do with credibility or lack of public trust. This has to do with confusion. People aren't clear that they should get a booster, according to health officials, and also apathy. Just the idea that people are tired. They're over COVID. They're over the pandemic. So they don't want to have to comply, if you will, with another request for a booster shot. Will that play out with a mask mandate? That's yet to be seen, if in fact the mask mandate is put into play.
Well, and you are someone who has just really honed in on this health beat, following everything that the health department has been updating the public on week after week. Why did you keep going to those meetings, and why do you? And what answers do you continue to push for?
That's a great question. I was thinking to myself, how did I get to be this this one? Well, I think this all starts back to when coronavirus was first introduced in our lives, if we can believe it, as long as it was that long ago, when everybody was sent home from this television station, there was only a few of us who were left to stay. And I was one of the few, and I was the afternoon to evening shift. So I was the only one on air in the building, and it was my job to cover the LA County Department of Public Health briefing, the briefing from the president at the time. You remember that those were happening almost daily, and also from Governor Newsom, the governor of California. The state health department briefing, I was covering each and every one of those because I was the only one here. I did that 5 days a week. And so then once we got more into the normalcy again and people started to come back to the station, I had already covered it. So it was sort of my beat, if you will. So that's where that came from. As this has evolved, and as people do get back to normal and are confused about the rules, so on and so forth, then I've established this relationship with the health department, and that's where my role comes into play.
Certainly a lot of great reporting by you there, Marla, and a lot of persistent reporting with that as well. What do you think comes next for your area, and do you think we may have seen the worst of it?
Great question, $1 million question, of course. Looking forward, I think that people here are just very curious about if we will see that universal indoor mask mandate be reinstated. So we're going to be looking for that. In terms of have we seen the worst of it?
All right, a huge thank you to Fox 11 Los Angeles's Marla Tellez joining us for that update. Let's go ahead and head out to Central Florida because we have a very interesting update. So we've been covering the aftermath of Hurricane Ian, and archaeologists
the sand, and now that Hurricane Nicole has come through uncovering it, archaeologists are going to be coming out to the beach to investigate it further. Now this is the closest we can get right now because the beach is closed off. You have these fences up behind us, even warning that no trespassing is a penalty by fine. So we do have some video to show you. You can take a look right here. It's from our Fox drone flying over Daytona Beach shores. You can see what looks like some wood sticking out. It could be part of an old shipwreck or a wooden pier. Archaeologists will be documenting and mapping the site today. They will be recording every aspect during excavation using field notes, maps, drawings, and photographs. The placement of artifacts in relation to others will help provide clues. So state archaeologists, again, will be out here documenting today and determining the next few steps. Now, for any curious explorers, it is a third-degree felony to remove any artifacts from the site. Reporting live in Daytona Beach shores, I'm Amanda McKenzie. Back to you.
Thanks, Amanda. Welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time is now 9:51 a.m. Let's go ahead and listen into the White House press briefing. We have here Press Secretary Karine Jean-Pierre taking questions from reporters.
Will lock in a discount on Russian oil, especially in light of the $100 per barrel they earned just a few months ago, and it can be adjusted over time to prevent Russia from further profiting from its war. And so we believe this is an unprecedented action that we're seeing right now, and it demonstrates the unity that United States and our allies and partners have. And we think this is an important step forward.
In your meeting with the president, did he indicate that he'd made any headway in his lunch with Senators Leahy and Shelby about reaching an agreement on the top line for the omnibus?
So don't have any readout for you on the president's lunch, as you just mentioned. Just for folks who may not be aware, the president had lunch today with Senators Leahy and Shelby of the Senate Appropriations Committee to toast their long careers, but also to your point, Phil, to discuss the funding bill. Look, the president believes that Congress needs to and has to reach a deal, a bipartisan deal. This is something that they were able to do just last year around this time in a bipartisan way. He believes that they should be able to do this again. This should not be about partisanship. We are talking about critical funding when you think about public education, when you think about our national security, when you think about about health. These are important things that are critical to the American people. So he believes that the Congress should move forward in getting this done. But more broadly speaking, and I said this last week, when it comes to our efforts and the funding and how we're moving forward, we believe that process is in good hands with our OMB director, Shalonda Young. She knows how to get this done. She knows how to get a bipartisan deal, get that done. And also, we have our Office of Leg Affairs who is working on this as well. We've had, multiple conversations with members of Congress, and we're continuing to make calls. We continue to do briefings. But again, this is something that the president believes needs to get done. It was done last year in a bipartisan way. We should be able to do that this year.
Just one follow-up on that. Has he shown any openness to the idea of dropping the parity between defense spending and non-defense domestic spending, which is currently the Republican proposal?
So look, I'll say this. I'm not going to get ahead of any discussions that are currently happening right now. And so I know the Congress is moving forward, having those discussions. I'm certainly not going to be negotiating from here, from the podium.
Thanks, Marie. Two topics, if I can. The Supreme Court heard arguments today about a graphic designer who objected to designing websites for gay couples. The justices seem to be sympathetic toward her in today's on the court today. We've heard the White House talk about the potential ripple effects after the Dobbs ruling. Do you have a comment on this specific case and any concerns from the administration about the potential wider implications of this particular case?
So I want to be very careful here. Don't want to weigh in or prejudge the Supreme Court's outcome. That's something I'm going to do here at the podium. But to your point, more broadly speaking, and we have talked about this, we recognize the right to free speech, and we support ensuring that no one is discriminated against or refused services because of who they love and who they are. And so, as you know, we've been very clear about that. The administration believes that every person, no matter their sex, race, religion, or who they love, should have the equal access to society, including access to products and services on the same terms as other members of public. Look, the Department of Justice said in its brief that for decades, non-discrimination public accommodations laws have coexisted with the First Amendment. Courts have recognized that we can require businesses open to public to service people regardless of their backgrounds, even when that means businesses must incidentally engage in speech which they disagree upon. So this is no reason to upend this balance right now, as the Department of Justice just laid out, as I just laid out what they said in their brief. But again, I don't want to weigh in. I don't want to get ahead of what the Supreme Court's decision will be on this.
And on the year-end and wish list and to-do list. Is there a push right now by the White House to renew the expanded child tax credit?
I don't have anything new to share on that particular piece of legislation or piece of a plan that's incredibly important to the president. As you know, he included in the American Rescue Plan, and it was able to cut child poverty in a historic way. Again, important issue for this president. Don't have anything to share to share further on that particular plan moving forward.
Thanks, Corinne. I wonder if you could give more detail about the Wednesday event about the rise of anti-Semitism that's hosted by the second gentleman. Messed that
Are you going to call him the first gentleman?
Slipped up. How long has it been in the works, and what do you hope, what does the White House hope Mr. Imhoff adds to the debate?
So a couple of things just to give you some insight of what's going to be happening with the roundtable talks, the anti-Semitism roundtable talks that the second gentleman will be hosting. So first and foremost, President Biden has consistently spoken out. I just want to make sure that's clear against anti-Semitism, its rhetoric, its hate, and all of the vile language that we have been hearing, which is incredibly dangerous this past couple of weeks. And so we're going to continue condemning anti-Semitism and hate wherever it exists. It should not have a place in our society. And so you'll continue to hear that. The president says silence is complicity. And so, that is something that we will make sure that we continue to condemn. Now, as it relates to Wednesday, the second gentleman, Douglas Emhoff, will convene a roundtable with Jewish leaders from across the country. The roundtable will include leaders of Jewish organizations fighting anti-Semitism that represents the wide range of Jewish community, from students to seniors, and including Reform, Conservative, and Orthodox denominations. And the second gentleman will be joined by Ambassador Susan Rice, White House Domestic Policy Advisor, Ambassador Deborah Lipstadt, Special Envoy to Monitor and Combat Anti-Semitism, and Keisha Lance Bottoms, Senior Advisor to the President for Public Engagement. He felt it was important to host the roundtable, given the rise, as I just was mentioning, of anti-Semitism that we have seen over the past several months and even longer. This is something the second gentleman takes very personally. He is the first Jewish person in this role, the first Jewish individual married to a president or a vice president. He has said himself that he is in pain. And that this is something we cannot normalize, and that's one of the reasons, as I just laid out, that he wanted to do this personally.
Just a follow-up. Is it something that he asked for, or something that the president directed him to do?
Well, I just laid out, the president has been very clear in condemning anti-Semitism, the hate that we have been seeing, racism, the increase of hatred that we've been seeing just the past several months. So this is something that his administration more broadly is going to continue to do when we talk about condemning that type of speech. But look, I just laid out, this is something, when it comes to this roundtable that the second gentleman is holding, it's something that is very personal to him. And important for him, that he believed that he needed to do. And clearly, it's part of our administration's response. And certainly we'll welcome it.
Thanks, Corinne. To follow up a little bit on that, the week ahead after Wednesday, there were no public events for the president. Is that so he can take a more hands-on approach to the spending deal if necessary? And can we expect him to drop by that anti-Semitism roundtable on Wednesday?
It's a good question. I don't have anything to preview at this time on if he will be able to stop by. Clearly, we're always working through the president's schedule, as you know. But just to lay out the president's engagement on the as we're discussing the government funding bill. Look, as you know, he had the Big Four here last week in leadership to talk about. They talked about this. You saw it in the readout. He met with President Leahy and Senators Leahy and Shelby to have the discussion about the omnibus bill. And so the president is going to continue to have those conversations. He's going to continue to be involved. I don't have anything to preview at this time on what the rest of his schedule is going to look like for the week.
As it pertains to Wednesday, also, could we expect remarks from him regardless of what happens in Georgia on Wednesday? And then lastly, the president, he didn't end up going to Georgia during the campaign for Raphael Warnock. He hasn't been during the runoff election. Why is that?
So look, I need to be careful, the Hatch Act. This is an ongoing, as you know, election with this particular, what we're seeing, the runoff in Georgia. So I want to be really careful here. But I have said many times before at this podium that the president will do anything that he can do for Senator Warnock to be helpful to him. As you all have seen on the president's schedule recently, he's done a high volume of fundraising, attended several political events, including phone banks and unions and with unions and much more. Look, the way that we see this, if you think about the midterms that just occurred, the president played a big role here. He set the narrative on how Democrats were going to move forward in the midterms, how they were going to talk about the successes that they had, how they were going to talk about what was important to American families, right? They made that contrast with Republican electeds, Republican officials who were talking about getting rid of Social Security, putting that on the chopping block, putting Medicare on the chopping block. He talked about the freedoms of the American people wanted as it relates to Roe v. Wade and how we saw the Supreme Court get rid of Roe. And we talked about that and how Republicans wanted to put a national ban. They were pushing for a national ban, and it didn't matter which states, if you're a red or blue state. And this is the thing that the president talked about, and others followed. So the president played a big role in setting that narrative, setting that contrast. And let's not forget the successes that we have seen, his economic policy successes, as we talk about the bipartisan infrastructure legislation, the Inflation Reduction Act. Those are the things that the president was able to get done, and Democrats were able to run on it.
This has, of course, been a harsh season for respiratory illnesses in children, and there continue to be anecdotal reports that some drugs are in short supply in certain places, like children's Tylenol, ibuprofen, amoxicillin. The supply chain is clearly under duress, and some Americans are struggling to find the drugs they need. What's the administration doing about it, and how big of an issue do you believe it is?
So first, I would refer you to the FDA, who is keeping a close eye on this, and they will share more on any details about supplies as it relates to concerns on drugs, which you're laying out to me, Ben. But what I'll say more broadly on this is, for context, is that drug shortages are not uncommon, and it's something the administration is regularly monitoring. The FDA is always tracking shortages at the national level and works closely with manufacturers to understand their production and supply. And while FDA does not manufacture drugs and cannot require a pharmaceutical company to make a drug, make a more of a drug, or change the distribution of a drug, FDA is in touch with the various manufacturers and stand ready to provide support where possible. Again, this is something that we are monitoring. I would refer you to the FDA on any specifics.
Considering stepping in and working with companies in any way similar to how you all did with the baby formula shortage?
I don't have anything more to share on any type of outreach, but again, FDA would be the best place for you to get more details on how they're moving forward with this. Go ahead, Weijia.
Has the administration decided whether to appeal the court ruling that ends Title 42, because the deadline is this week?
So I've been asked this question a couple times in the briefing room. This is something that, because it's a legal matter, is something that the Department of Justice will decide on, and I would leave it to them.
We understand that the administration is considering a proposal that would bar certain migrants from receiving asylum here in the U.S. if they don't seek asylum in other countries first. Is that a proposal that you're moving forward with, or are there any other alternative measures to Title 42 on the table?
So, look, we are committed to continuing to secure our borders while maintaining safe, orderly, and humane processing of migrants. That is something that we are committed to under this administration. This will remain the case with Title 42 when Title 42 is lifted. Any suggestions that we might be changing a policy or looking at a different policy is inaccurate at this time. I know there's been conversations about that. We haven't made no such decisions have been made yet. But again, we are committed to securing our border.
I have a couple questions on this Chinese hack by the group APT41. The Secret Service says that this state-sponsored group of cyber criminals stole at least $20 million in COVID relief, including small business administration loans.
I know that ring.
Unemployment insurance funds. What safeguards are in place to prevent this sort of fraud, and why did they fail is my first question.
So look, we don't comment on specific law enforcement cases, so clearly not going to do that from the podium, but the president has continually embraced and called for strong oversight and enforcement against potential fraud. The president made clear that in the State of the Union, in his State of the Union just earlier this year, and when he announced the Justice Department's appointment of a chief prosecutor for pandemic fraud as part of the interagency COVID-19 fraud enforcement task force. So for more on any specifics on this or any more details, like again, this is a legal enforcement matter. This is something that the Department of Justice would
face any consequences?
Again, this is something that the Department of Justice would be dealing with, as it is an ongoing law enforcement matter. Okay, good.
Thanks, Corinne. On the trip tomorrow, President Biden has visited a lot of semiconductor plants. Can you just talk about what makes this one special? Is it based on that it's run by Taiwan company? Is it advanced chips? What's kind of differentiates this trip?
So it's a very good question. We are going to be having a background call this evening at 6:30, which is going to be led by Brian Deese. And so I would encourage all of you to join that background call, and you'll have more specifics. I'm sorry, a backgrounder. Backgrounder, yes, it's a backgrounder. And it'll, as you know, it's usually lifted the next morning. So yes, it is a background call with Brian Deese that'll happen at 6:30. So again, I'll encourage all of you to join. But look, as you know, he's going to be going to Phoenix, Arizona to be discussing the American manufacturing. Under this president, we have seen American manufacturing coming back to the U.S., and a lot of that is because of the president's economic policies. We've seen more than 700,000 manufacturing jobs created under this president, and he is going to continue to talk about that, talk about the Chips and Science Act, and that historic piece of legislation that was, as you all know, a bipartisan piece of legislation that is going to continue making sure that we have manufacturing jobs right here in the U.S. So again, you'll get more details on that. Don't want to get ahead of that conversation that will be had by Brian Deese at 7:30. It's a background call. I, again, encourage all of you to join.
Thanks, Corinne. Two questions for you. First, on the North Carolina power outage. The local authorities have said they believe it's an intentional attack. Is the White House aware of any motive that might have been behind that?
Again, I'm just not going to get ahead of the process. It is being looked at, investigated currently. I'm going to let that investigation play out. I would refer you to the Department of Energy, Department of Justice, FBI, to get any more specific details on that.
And then Democratic leaders in the House are discussing attaching Senator Manchin's permitting bill to the annual defense policy bill, which is a must-pass. Is the White House urging that too? And if so, how are you doing that?
So yes, the president believes we should pass the defensive authorization bill and that the permitting bill should be included in that legislation. So that is something that we support from here. Go ahead, Stephen.
Other things on the to-do list, the antitrust tech bill. Does the president want to see action on that, Linda?
I don't have anything more to say than what I shared last week. I refer you back to I was asked about this a couple times last week, so I refer you back to those comments.
Thanks. The Electoral Count Act reform, is that something?
That is something that is indeed important to the president, and he wants to see that move forward.
There was word today of an agreement in principle between Senators Tillis and Sinema on immigration reform. Is that something?
So we haven't seen all of the kind of the language on that particular bill, so don't want to comment from here. Don't want to get too far ahead. I know there is a drafted proposal, but look, the president has repeatedly called on Congress to permanently protect dreamers, farm workers, essential workers, and others, and to provide them with the pathway to citizenship. Remember, the first day of his administration, he put forth a comprehensive immigration bill. So we are committed to working with members of Congress from both parties on real solutions to modernize and our outdated immigration system. So that is certainly a priority for the president, but we haven't seen the detailed proposal, so I can't comment about that from here.
One last thing. Senator Shaheen has a statement. She's apparently not coming to the ball tonight.
Oh, okay.
She's upset that the president endorsed a proposal to put South Carolina ahead of New Hampshire, and she says that New Hampshire is now vulnerable for her party. Does the president have a response to that?
So look, we honor the Hatch Act, as I mentioned many times before here, as we are talking about a potential election, a 2024 presidential election. But looking backward, it is the ultimate irony, that the 2020 election was proven by the Trump administration's Homeland. Oh, sorry, I think I got ahead of myself there. We take the law very seriously here. And so that's the number one thing. And again, I want to be very careful because of 2024. And it places strict limits on what I can say because of the Hatch Act about future elections and, of course, political party processes. I know I was asked this question many times before about the DNC, and so I've always referred folks to go to the DNC. But again, as a candidate in 2020, and as we have heard the night of the New Hampshire primary, Joe Biden was very clear that to him, respecting our diversity as a nation and breaking down barriers for our people is a fundamental principle. And so he believes that what Democrats in office stand for, and he has upheld that principle as president. And so, again, you've seen him do that throughout his almost 2 years in administration, making sure that we see the diversity within his administration that is represented clearly across the country, and he wants to honor those values. And so that's as far as I'm going to get from here about the specific calendar. Again, don't want to get into politics as it relates to political parties.
Kareem, can you talk about with Congress considering repealing the COVID vaccine mandate for service members in the NDAA? John Kirby spoke earlier about the president's position, Secretary Austin's position of wanting obviously to keep it. So what is the White House prepared to do for that aspect of it, and is the president personally engaging with lawmakers on this?
So look, when the president met with the Big Four just last week, as you all know, Leader McCarthy raised eliminating the requirement that service members be vaccinated against COVID-19. So clearly they had a conversation, as you asked me about talking to members. The president told him that he would consider it, but also made clear that he wanted to consult with the Pentagon. And since then, as we've all heard, the Secretary of Defense has recommended retaining the mandate. That's because the COVID vaccination requirement was put in place to keep our service members safe and healthy and prepared for service. And I would remind, I remind all of you that the Pentagon has a range of vaccines. It has long required. So this is nothing new. Again, this is, there's history here. There's precedent. So with respect to NDAA, those discussions are ongoing. I don't want to get ahead of it, but clearly, as I just mentioned, it was brought up in their conversation that he had with the Big Four last week.
Has he had conversations about it since then?
I don't have anything else to preview at this time for you on conversations specifically on the NDAA. I can say that we're just not going to get ahead of the process that's currently happening in Congress.
And you said from the podium that the White House isn't going to respond to every single thing that former President Trump says or does, but the White House also did put out some statements over the weekend about his calls to essentially overturn the 2020 election and put aside the Constitution. So I'm wondering if you can elaborate on that and share more about in response to his comments.
So look, and again, he is a declared candidate, so want to be very careful on how I respond to someone who has declared in 2024. But this is what I was trying to say earlier. As it relates to 2020 and election conspiracy. Look, it's an irony, right? That 2020 election was that he says this because ultimately it was proven by the Trump administration.
All right, we are listening into the most recent White House press briefing, but let's go ahead and shift gears because two brand new and highly specialized satellites are going to be launched into orbit next week. Joining us live is Fox 11 Los Angeles' Bob DeCastro. Bob, I see that they have you in full uniform there. What's going on? Talk to us about the details.
Yeah, this is an extremely rare look inside this Boeing facility in Los Angeles, in El Segundo. I often say, our job isn't rocket science. Well, today it is a little bit of rocket science. You're talking about these two satellites that are going to be launched next week, and it really will, in a in a way, change humankind and the way that we communicate. I've got Ryan here with Boeing to tell us a little bit more about this. We're looking at that satellite behind us right here. They're already there in Florida, getting ready for that launch tomorrow, but it's called O3B, right? Tell us why it's called O3B.
That's right. It's O3B Empower, and these satellites were originally conceived to connect the other 3 billion people on the planet that don't have access to global broadband, access to the internet. So these satellites, which are starting to be launched next week, the first 2 next week, as you mentioned, are going to completely cover the Earth and provide that broadband access.
So for the person at home that's wondering, like, what do you mean that it's going to cover the Earth? Because there's a lot of people who have, like, really trouble with their own cell service, right? But it's more than that, right? It's going to places in the far reaches of the globe where people might not have access to communication.
Sure. So I was born and raised in Southern California. So having the internet has been just part of life, for decades here. And but there's a lot of parts of the world that don't have it. Pacific Islands, rural parts of South America, Africa, places that it's really just hard to get that kind of connectivity. So satellites really bridge that gap. They close that gap by being able to see the entire planet all at once. So these satellites, when the first 6 are up in space, starting next week with the first 2, they'll be able to see the entire planet all at once and provide that broadband connectivity.
And it's really impressive because as I look at this here and looking at a satellite like this for the first time, I'm thinking, this looks pretty large, but really these are much smaller, right? They're smaller satellites that have a tremendous amount of capability, more than the satellites that are already up above our heads.
That's right. Satellite technology has been pretty much the same for the past 20 or 30 years. What we've done here with these satellites is taken a lot of terrestrial 5G technology that you have in your latest cell phone and adapted that technology for space applications so that we can get something that's very compact but very capable.
So folks at home are going to be watching the launch from the Falcon 9 rocket next week, but these satellites have already gone through rigorous amounts of testing before getting there to the launching pad next week.
That's right. One of the really important things that we have to do after we build up the satellites is go through an environmental test program to make sure that they are going to survive the ride on the rocket. It's a controlled explosion, so it's a very harsh ride. And then once they're in space, for the 10 or 15 years that they're going to be operational, make sure that in the vacuum of space, whether it's cold of space or hot against the sun, that they're going to survive and be able to do what we need them to do for 10, 15 years to come.
For all the people watching, just look into the future now, and when can we see a complete coverage of the globe, where if you're in Antarctica or anywhere in the middle of the ocean, you can get some kind of service, you can get internet service? When is that going to happen?
Well, so these are going to be operational next year. So with the first 2 launch next week, and we're launching another 4 in the next couple of months, that's going to be able to connect the majority of the planet. And we're already working with our partner SES to take these technologies and continue to fill out that globe. So as people need more broadband connectivity, as the demand for data continues to grow in our lives, we'll be able to put more satellites up to satisfy that.
Okay, Ryan Reed here with Boeing. Yeah, it's stuff that really just blows your mind, right? And just a couple of years down the road, we're going to be able to get internet access, phone access, communications anywhere across the globe. This is the first 2 of these satellites are going to be launched next week from the Kennedy Space Center on that Falcon 9 rocket. And then beyond that, in the next couple of years, they're going to have 11 of these satellites up in the air in mid-Earth orbit, where they're going to have coverage, much more coverage all across the entire globe. So it's really be fun to watch. Next week, when we see that those satellites launch from space, you'll say you saw it first right here from this El Segundo facility. We'll send it back to you.
All right, and welcome back to Live Now from Fox. The time here on the East Coast, 10:22. We are getting this live update from New York City Mayor Eric Adams. We believe he is making an appointment to his team, but let's go ahead and listen in, live, raw, and unfiltered.
Our city and our communities. And I've known her when she was the president and CEO of Abyssinian Development Corporation, and to her service as the first woman to be the CEO of United Way of New York City, and as the chair of my transition team. And I was really appreciative of her commitment and dedication as she took upon that awesome task to staff of this city as we transition. She knows how to bring business, nonprofits, and government together to simply get stuff done. And I saw it over and over again as we brought together all of those entities. This is an administration that we do not build walls, we tear walls down, and our business and nonprofit communities can really appreciate that. She is steadfast, innovative, and creative. Government has always had knowledgeable people. We did not have the creativity to solve the problems that we are facing, and she brings that commitment and creativity and committed to our city. And her personal story is a story that many people don't know, that I believe it feeds her compassion. And in many moments that we sat down and shared our lives, I've learned so much from her and appreciate her commitment and dedication and her life of turning pain into purpose. And that purposeful moment has allowed her to be the first Black woman in this city to be the first deputy mayor. And on the other end of the spectrum, I must have been on a call during the midst of COVID, and I heard this voice leading the initiatives as Dan and the chancellor were navigating how we were going to keep our schools open and navigating the uncertainty. And I heard this calm, strategic, general type voice. Moving with the precision. I said, who is this woman, Eric Adams? Just clear, focus, and discipline. And I took a note when I looked on the Zoom and saw the name Camille, and started to listen over and over again as process and issues came about in the city. We transitioned from the pandemic to dealing with asylum seekers and migrants. Once again, I saw the leadership and the voice and the focus and the discipline. Over and over again, I took notes as I watched her movement and her ability to just handle the crisis, to bring people together and bring the level of sureness that is needed in the disorder of government. As everyone moves in different direction, and being able to herd us together and say we will be focused and disciplined. A real manager, understanding all the challenges, slowly in the background, no need to be in the forefront, coming in to continue the work that Frank Carone has done so successfully. And I said to myself, if I can only get her to become my chief of staff. Somehow I had to convince her to leave her practice and come into government and to deal with the press of the city. And so after numerous conversations, we were able to ask Camille to be part of this team, and she agreed. The former deputy director of operation, chief risk officer, and special counsel for the New York State, where she managed more than 60 agencies and authorities. She was a member of New York City COVID task force on COVID. She's a founding partner and chief operating officer of her own law firm. The sacrifices we make because we believe to find our purpose in government. She chaired the New York State Joint Commission on Public Ethics. But all of these accomplishments and what we give on one resume, trust me, they mean nothing. They mean nothing if you don't bring the passion to that. If they aren't combined with a deep dedication to equity, justice, and improving the lives of New Yorkers. Together, Camille and Sheena and our team have what it takes to serve the city that we will love and we believe in. As Chief of Staff and First Deputy Mayor, I want to be clear. I trust them. I trust them. I'm confident in their skills and commitments, and I look forward to shaping New York City's future and getting stuff done with them at my side. With that, I'm excited to introduce our next First Deputy Mayor, Sheena Wright.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. When you gathered all of your leaders on January 1st of this year, the first day of the Adams administration, you asked us one by one as we sat around the table to describe in one word how we felt. My word was grateful. I felt grateful to have the opportunity to be of service to the city that I love so much. And I felt grateful to be taking this journey with such extraordinary people. I felt grateful for your vision and your leadership. And now, 11 months later, I didn't think I could be more grateful than I was on that first day, but I am so much more. I want to thank you, Lorraine, for your leadership. I have had the good fortune to know Lorraine for over 20 years. While I was at Abyssinian Development Corporation, I worked with you to build the first new high school in Harlem in 50 years. Lorraine has always personified leadership and service and a tenacity to get things done. And she has always been a beacon for women leaders. She's brought so many of us along, and I'm grateful for you. I deeply appreciate her example and her counsel as she served as First Deputy Mayor, and I look forward to continuing to call on you for advice, support, and friendship. Frank. Well, I have not known you for 20 years. It sure feels like it. From the moment I met you, it felt like family. You have such a special, welcoming spirit, coupled with the tenacity of a Marine. Sir, don't mess with Frank. That has enabled you to accomplish so much in your career and as Chief of Staff to the Mayor of the City of New York. I've learned so much from you, and very much look forward to continuing to have the benefit of your counsel and friendship. I would say that you two will be missed, but I won't. I know you'll be right there when we need you, and that you both will continue to be of service to this great city. And also, we know where you live. You can't escape us. Lorraine and Frank have set such a strong foundation for this administration. And as Camille and I step into these roles, we will bring our full selves to the task. I appreciate the mayor saying, when he was asked about Lorraine, the question was, who will you get to fill her shoes? And no one can fill Lorraine's shoes, and no one can fill Frank's shoes. And I was so grateful when the mayor said, whomever I choose will have to bring their own shoes. So my shoes have traveled from the South Bronx, where I was raised, by incredibly resourceful and strong women. I was raised in a house with my mother, grandmother, and great-grandmother. That's a lot of women in one house. They made me who I am today and poured into me. I watched as they worked hard and made a way, not just for themselves and their families, but for their communities. My great-grandmother, Corminia, an immigrant from Jamaica who came to New York, she was a domestic who worked hard and with dignity to provide for her family here and abroad. My grandmother, Millicent, provided social services with care and love to low-income women and their children for over 30 years, working for the State Department for Women, Infants, and Children. And my mother, she couldn't be here today. She's got the pneumonia, and that would only keep her away. She's sick, she's contagious. But she has been and continues to be, for me, a North Star, a revolutionary and distinguished fighter for social justice and health equity. I also want to express my profound appreciation for the men who raised me as well. The men don't get enough credit sometimes. My father, a steadfast supporter of everything that I do, and my grandfather, who made his way during the Great Migration from South Carolina to New York City in search of justice and opportunity, who always made sure that I knew my worth. Growing up in South Bronx, going to boarding school, college, practicing corporate law for a decade, leading nonprofits for 20 years, my shoes have traveled to lots of different places. They've been in boardrooms of some of the biggest companies, as well as on the ground in community, building housing, schools, providing education, early childhood, supporting families who are unhoused, building commercial development, and supporting small business. In addition to the professional path I've traveled, I bring my personal experience as well. My experience of being a mother, a person of faith, someone who knows what it means to have family members struggling with severe mental illness, and who knows personally about many of the other challenges facing many New Yorkers. And with all of that, I am a person who fundamentally believes, even in the face of those challenges, that with the full contribution of all of us, government, nonprofit, corporate, and philanthropy, only then can we realize the full potential of what this great city can be. I brought my full self to City Hall on January 1st, and I am grateful for what we have accomplished. I believe, having never actually worked in government, but having worked very much with government for over 20 years, has been an asset. I believe I've brought a fresh perspective. I have asked why a lot, and why not even more. With these two questions, all of us have accomplished so much in these past 11 months. As the mayor said, the child care blueprint, the nonprofit backlog, the summer rising, all of the things, and so much more. And I've always been focused on getting stuff done. And in this year, I was so grateful to be a part of an administration that has achieved so many things in such a short period of time. So many things. That makes me even more excited to take on this new role. It is an awesome responsibility to lead my sister deputy mayors, chief housing, tech, and efficiency officers, to work with an incredible leadership team, to ensure that we are realizing the mayor's vision and that we are driving to and accomplishing meaningful and measurable change for New Yorkers, ensuring that we are a results-oriented and data-driven administration. And I'm grateful to have the guidance and support of the many people that have sat in the seat, the formidable women, Patty Harris and Lorraine Grillo, as well as the men, Tony, Dean, Stanley, Joe, and any of the others who will take my call. And I am grateful to have the support of my incredibly loving and supportive family and friends, my village. Thank you. I am grateful for these unbelievably sister women, these sister DMs and chiefs and other leaders and men that work very hard every day in service to New Yorkers. And I am grateful to be in partnership with Camille Joseph Varlick. I've had the profound pleasure to meet her during the transition, and she's been working since before day one for this administration. To be able to work alongside her during the transition and all of these 11 months, she is an incredible force, incredibly accomplished, bringing decades of experience and a full commitment to operational excellence, and someone who has been a great public servant and cares deeply about this city, and a friend. Last but not least, I am grateful for this mayor, for such a time as this, for your vision. He's laid it out very clearly what his aspiration for this city is, and he's charged us to fulfill it. His tenacity, no one, and I mean no one, works harder than this mayor. His fearlessness, he faces some of the thorniest, most challenging problems head on. I'm grateful for his confidence, the confidence in me to chair the transition, to serve as Deputy Mayor of Strategic Initiatives, and to this appointment today. I want to say to you, I've got my shoes on. They are tied tight, and I'm ready to run this next leg of the race with you and with all of us. Thank you.
Thank you. And now our Chief of Staff, Camille Joseph Varlick.
Thank you so much, Mr. Mayor. I am incredibly humbled to have the opportunity to continue to serve. I have always believed that the call to public service is one that is certainly not easy, but is almost always the most rewarding. In order to fully appreciate why this is so meaningful to me, I'd like to share a little bit about my own personal history. My life began in Trinidad and Tobago as the granddaughter of a Baptist minister and a midwife who were also called to serve. My mother immigrated to the United States and brought me as a child. Like so many others, she worked around the clock to give my sister and me a better life. I was a latchkey kid before I knew what that phrase even meant. Growing up, I always knew that I wanted to be a lawyer. I spent my time watching old Matlock TV shows, and I was like, I gotta be in the courtroom. I always wanted to go into public service. It was important to me that I work in the city that I lived in, and I had that opportunity. And I always wanted to move to New York City, which to me was the epitome of opportunity and the absolute center of the world. Now I've lived through, in my time here, 9/11 and COVID in New York. And what stands out to me with both of those unbelievably difficult challenges is how in those moments you see the best of who we are. Our strength, our resiliency, our determination to rise in the face of crushing odds. This moment is another opportunity to be our best selves, to live the American dream and bring it within everyone's reach. The American dream starts in New York. It is New York. And this opportunity to help enable New York to continue to be a place where people like my mother can achieve our dreams is an opportunity that you say yes to. Mayor Adams also embodies the American dream. His journey and his ability to connect with New Yorkers is unbelievable. I think, sir, I was on the call with you the other day and you were in a store looking for, and you were just talking to and connecting with New Yorkers in a way that is absolutely unbelievable. He believes, like I do, that New York City is a place where all dreams can come true. I believe deeply and personally in Mayor Adams' vision for ensuring that this remains true for all, Quite frankly, I would not be here if I did not. I am thrilled to work with the team that he has built. The incredible deputy mayors, Chief Advisor Louis Martin, and all of the leaders who work so hard to deliver for New Yorkers every day. It is not difficult to set up an administration. And when you look behind me, when you look around you, you see an incredible team, and that is very much a testament to what you have done, Frank. And I am so very grateful to be a part of that team. I am incredibly happy to have worked with First Deputy Mayor Grillo. We have been in the COVID bunker since before the administration started, and who is a true public servant, which is something that means a lot to me. First Deputy Mayor Sheena Wright, incoming. I remember a few months ago we sat down and you were like, your job's not done yet. And you're not going anywhere. I am so extraordinarily happy to be able to partner with you and to work with you in this work. Moving a city, the one that matters, the capital of the world, is not easy. One does not arrive in this place, in this moment where we are alone. I had truly hoped that my mother would be able to be here today, but true to form, she's devoted to her work as a nurse and could not travel at this time. She is dedicated to caring for others. She puts education first and raised me to understand that order, structure, and discipline are non-negotiable. And to say that she is the center of my world is an understatement. To my sister, Kaylin, thank you for your constant, unwavering love and support. But I have also been blessed, and many of you who may be immigrants will know this, most of my family still is in Trinidad, with a family of my choosing, some of whom are here today. Arshia, Umar, Linda, Jenny, Kanita, thank you for your unwavering love, support, and guidance. To my best friend, Karima, who has been riding with me since college and deals with all of my craziness. Thank you to her. To my mother-in-law, Leela, and my father-in-law, Keith, who is here and is one of the best men that I know. Thank you for welcoming me into your family, for your guidance, and for being the best cheerleaders as I have pursued my dreams. To my husband, I know that I am not easy. You know me better than I know myself. Since meeting you on July 25th, 1994, we have grown up together and you have supported every corner of the state I have found my way to and every crisis that I run towards. And you have loved me through it all. You are an incredible human being and I love you very much. When I relocated to Albany to serve on the COVID task force, my son said to me when I told him I likely would not be able to come home for several months, Mommy, when you look back at the history of this time, won't you want to be able to say that you were there and that you helped? My daughter, who has joined us today, said, make sure they give you everything you deserve to get the job done. They are the brains and heart of our family's operation. Thank you for your support and for everything that you do. I love you. Mr. Mayor, I am honored to have been considered and selected to serve New York City as your Chief of Staff. Thank you for the opportunity, and let's get to work.
We're going to open to some on topics. Last night, we had a real dangerous person that was just on a homicidal path. And we started communicating with the chief of the department, chief of patrol, and the PC, because we knew we had to catch this person. And I reached out and told, Camille, this was unfolding. And we were, navigating to, bring this person to justice. And she says, am I wrong for wanting to hop in the car right now and go over it? You know, but that's the style of this on-the-ground leadership that we have created. This is not an ivory tower administration. We want to be close to the action so we can be close to the solution. And we need that. And many nights after a terrible incident, I would pop up and Frank would be there.
All right, it looks as though we lost that live feed. Let's go ahead and switch gears. We do have another live event coming to our LiveNOW from Fox desk. This one coming from Fort Worth, Texas. After 3 years, the murder trial of a former Fort Worth police officer, Aaron Dean, began on Monday. We are going to continue to listen in to witness testimony.
You're not assigned cars. It's you take what you get and you hope you get a good one.
So when you show up, I'm sorry.
That's clean.
All right. So when you show up to a shift, do you just go out and hope that there's a car there you can take? And
yes, ma'am.
Like you said, that's clean. All right. So when did you actually get, quote, cut loose?
I got cut loose in, I want to say the later half of September of 2019.
What area were you assigned to when you were on your own?
I was in East Division as an overflow spot for a couple, I want to say maybe a week. And then I got assigned to Baker Division, where I'd never been. And I was there approximately 2 weeks before the shooting.
And where is Baker Division?
Baker Division is from 8th Avenue to Vaughn, and then Lancaster to Berry.
Is that considered east side or something different?
It's Central Division.
You didn't know that area at all?
No, ma'am.
All right. So you were in east side for about a week as a floater, then you were in Central or Baker District?
Yes, ma'am.
You said how many weeks before the shooting?
Approximately 2 weeks.
And you had really only been out on your own for about a month or so before the shooting happened, is that
Yes,
right?
ma'am.
Due to the surgery you had?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Now, when you went to the academy and you graduated in April of 2018, did Aaron Dean also graduate with your academy class?
He did.
So he would have graduated on the same day?
Yes, ma'am.
Do you know if he went through the same type of training that we just all talked about?
It was pretty standardized training, yes, ma'am.
Do you know what day he would have been cut loose?
I don't.
Would it have been different than you because of your surgery?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And how, tell me about the east side of Fort Worth. Describe that area to us, those of us that have never been there. What's it like?
It's high crime. There's a lot of drugs, a lot of property crime, a lot. If you're thinking about it, East Side's got it.
Okay. Are there other parts of town that have the same type of reputation?
Yes, South Side and Baker Division.
So Central, East Side, and South Side?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So West Side and North Side, do they have that kind of reputation?
West Side has its own crime off of Las Vegas Trail. North Side, not so much.
Okay. And give me some examples. Would Joe T. Garcia's be in North Side?
I believe that's Northwest.
Northwest. All right. Okay. So have you ended up at that time, you had worked in the Baker District for maybe about 2 weeks or so. So had you actually worked East Allen area before the shooting had occurred?
I may have answered calls there. It's been so long ago, I can't tell you for sure that I had. I've been in the area though.
Would East Allen be in the Baker District, that Central Baker District?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
It's Baker 15.
And what does that mean, Baker 15?
It's the beat. They're broken up. So Baker Division is broke up into different beats, and every officer is responsible for a different beat.
Give us an idea as far as a beat is concerned. How big is a beat?
They're not very big. I don't know the exact dimensions on one.
I mean, are we talking about 50 miles, or are we talking about a couple blocks?
No, usually just a couple blocks.
And so when you get to October of 2019, had you responded on your own to, if you're cut loose on September of 2019, you're maybe out for about a month or so, month and change. Had you responded to different types of calls at that point on your own?
Some, yes.
Give me examples of the types of calls that you would have responded to.
Definitely domestics. The city is heavy call load with domestics. I don't know exactly what I had responded to on my own, but in field training, you respond to just about everything. I mean, my second day of first phase, I was responding to a shooting, so.
Just the jury knows, just a normal, let's say, week for you now. Out on your own, cut loose, you've been out now for 3 years or more. So what are the types of calls that you're responding to? Give us some examples.
Domestic shootings, stabbings, open structures, burglaries, welfare checks, things of those nature.
And you said shootings and stabbings, we know what that is. Domestics, we know what that is. Tell me what an open structure type of call would be.
An open structure is you're driving down the road in the middle of the night and you see a door open on a business, right? The door's not supposed to be open, you know it's not supposed to be open, so you go and check it out.
What about welfare check? Can you tell us what that is?
A welfare check is usually for someone that's in bad health. Through my training and experience, what I've dealt with. It'll be a family member, a neighbor, a concerned friend calling in, just saying, hey, I haven't heard from Joe in a couple days. Can you swing by and check on him?
All right. And so is a welfare check different than an open structure?
Yes, ma'am, vastly.
Okay. One is the circumstance we're talking about, maybe a door or a window being open. Another, meaning the welfare check, would be, I haven't heard from my dad.
Exactly.
I haven't heard from my grandmother.
Exactly.
Okay. All right. Had you at that time, I know you don't know exactly, and if you don't know, that's okay. Had you worked open structure calls up to that point? Can you remember?
I'm not 100% certain on that, no.
Have you now?
Yes, ma'am.
And the same for welfare check calls. Do you know whether you had done any of those back in those 3 or I guess month or so?
I'm not sure.
Have you now?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. And had you also, maybe you don't remember about at that point, but up until now, you worked burglary calls before.
Yes, ma'am.
Have you ever worked a burglary where it's in progress?
Yes, ma'am.
Meaning when you get out there, the suspect's in the house and or in the business running away?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And when you, as far as burglary calls are concerned, well, I'm going to ask you each one. Welfare checks, how common are those?
Welfare checks, you get those. On night shift, they're not too common. On day shift, you're getting them left and right.
What about burglary calls? How common are those?
Very common.
And what about open structure calls?
Very common.
So you don't know if you had necessarily responded to that. Let's talk about narrowing it in now, the 1200 block of East Allen. Do you know whether you'd ever responded to that particular intersection and area?
I can't tell you with exact certainty.
Besides the shooting that occurred on October the 12th, have you, in 2019, have you responded to any calls over the last 3 years in the 1200 block of East Allen?
Yes, ma'am, multiple.
Okay. So let's talk, do you know who James Smith is, by the way?
I don't, I've never met him.
All right. Did you were not a part of the investigation out there at the scene when this happened, correct? Meaning you were not a part of the major case investigation, interviewing people?
No.
You were getting interviewed?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Okay. May I approach the witness, Your Honor?
Yes, ma'am.
And you and I have met before, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
And you've met with Dale as well?
Yes, ma'am.
And Mo, who I don't know if he's in here, but our investigator?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And we've met how many times, you think?
3 or 4.
Okay. And when we've met, I think we've met over at outside the office, and we've also met over here in the office. Is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Who else has been present when Dale, myself, and Mo and you have met?
My lead attorney, Terry Devlin.
tell the jury what a cleat attorney is.
It's Combined Law Enforcement Association of Texas, and I pay in every month out of my check to the POA, which is the Police Officers Association, and cleat is with them. It's legal advice, legal attorneys for whatever you need, and it's very standard after a shooting to have your cleat attorney right there with you.
So tell them about that. So after a shooting happens, how does that cleat attorney get notified? Do you know about a shooting?
You can call them, your sergeant can call them. Really, anyone that hears the shooting go out can call an attorney and have them present at the scene.
Who, let's say you're going to make the call, who do you call? How do you know who to call?
So Terry came and talked to our class, and she gave us her phone number during that class while we were still in the academy, and we're instructed to call that number.
And is Terry here in the courtroom today?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So she talked to y'all's class, gave you guys her card. Are there other cleat attorneys?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So a shooting happened, she gets called. Is she showing up pretty quick after the shooting happens?
It was fairly quick, yes, ma'am.
And so is Terry the one that actually showed up in this case?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so when she shows up, what happens? Do you go talk to her? Does she come talk to you?
So for me, I was in a patrol vehicle in the passenger seat, and she came and sat in the driver's seat, I believe. I'm not 100% certain. I don't remember a whole lot.
I guess what I meant is she's there for the purpose of being there with you, correct?
Yes.
Not the other officers that are there at the scene
Yes, ma'am.
at that moment. Okay. So you guys talk, and then is there anything else that happens out there at the scene as far as does Terry then go inside the house, in the scene? What happens?
I'm not for certain on that. I was sitting in the car.
Okay. And I guess I met with you.
Oh, with me? I know she did my walkthrough with me with Major Case.
Okay. Tell the jury what a walkthrough is.
Major Case just ask you a question. You don't say yes or no. You just point. They'll ask you, where were you standing? You don't say yes or no. You just point. They'll ask you, where were you standing when the shot went out? Do you know where Officer Dean was standing when the shot went out?
Do you know why you don't say actual words? You just point?
I'm not for certain on that.
Okay. And so you said it's Major Case Division. Can you tell the jury generally what Major Case is?
Major Case investigates any officer-involved shooting, in custody deaths. They're there for what we call CPIs, the critical police incidents. Anything that's big, a death, uses of force, things like that.
As far as the scene was concerned, were there multiple members of the Major Case Division out at the scene, or do you know?
I'm not for certain on that. I know Detective Brunchus is out there.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to show you State's Exhibit 1 and ask you, what is that?
This is the body cam from Officer Dean.
Did you have an opportunity before you testified today to review that?
Yes, ma'am.
Were you actually here yesterday?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And then State's Exhibit 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. I'm going to ask you to look at those, if you will.
Okay.
And just kind of without showing the jury, just because they're not in evidence yet, if you'll look through those. Let's first start with State's Exhibit 4 here. Can you tell me what that is?
That's a map.
And does it have a particular location on the map?
It does, 1203 East Allen.
All right. And is 1203 East Allen, is that a street or an avenue? Do you know?
That is an avenue.
Okay. And is that area located in Fort Worth?
Yes, ma'am.
Is it located in Tarrant County, Texas?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And so this map, does that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of that particular location?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. Now, State's Exhibit 5 through, I believe, 9. Does that appear, State's Exhibit 5, does that appear to be the front of the house that you responded to?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. And then State's Exhibit 6 through 9, does that just appear to be an overview of the house and the street of East Allen in different northwest, south, all the different directions. Okay. Do those all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the house, the map, from what you remember?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So now let's look, State's Exhibit 1, did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember happening that night?
Not from my point of view, yes.
And that's not my question. My question is whether it's a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember happening. You were not actually wearing a body camera, is that right?
Yes, ma'am.
Talk to them about that. Why not?
My body cam, I had placed it on the dock, and when I returned, probably a week prior to the shooting, my body cam was not on the dock anymore, and I filed a stolen lost property report for my body cam and was waiting to be issued a new one.
So you used a couple different terms that I want to break down. You said, so body camera, or is each officer, patrol officer, issued a body camera?
Yes.
To wear on their person?
Yes.
Okay. Do you have on one right now?
I don't.
Okay. Where would you normally have it on though?
So back then, we had a battery pack that went on our belts. We ran the wire through our shirt, and then it would usually hang here.
And so the body camera is going to be up on what you're showing to
Shoulder.
the jury. Just for purposes of the record, your left shoulder, correct?
You can have it on your right shoulder too.
But where did you normally wear it?
I wore it on my left shoulder.
And then as far as, there's also patrol cars that are equipped with video recording device too, correct?
Yes,
Did your patrol car back then have that ability?
Yes, ma'am. You have a dash cam on the front windshield, and then you have a camera that watches like the spot where you would put your prisoners.
How does a patrol car, you just called it a dash cam, how does the patrol car video get activated to start recording?
If you have your lights and sirens on, it immediately goes on, and it turns on anytime you turn on your lights and sirens. Other than that, you have to reach up and turn it on. There's a middle button that you reach up and you literally just click it on.
What about body camera? How do you turn that on and off?
Those, I believe it's like a box, and there's a little round circle in the middle, and you push the round circle to turn it on.
So you told us that you went to a dock station. Can you tell us what that means?
It's the charging station where you plug your camera up. It downloads all of your videos from the day and uploads them onto the evidence.com cloud.
So all the patrol officers throughout the day, when they get done with their shift, they can take their camera and put it on this dock station,
Yes, ma'am.
and it charges as well as it downloads all that video.
Yes, ma'am.
Is that the same way that it works for the patrol car?
The patrol car, I'm not exactly sure how it downloads.
But you don't have to take anything out of the car to charge?
No, ma'am.
All right. And so on State's Exhibit 1, yes. So my question was, you didn't have a body camera. You mentioned why you didn't have one. Did your patrol car, was it working and have a video recording device at that time? Did you have it on when you responded to this scene?
No, ma'am.
Tell us why not.
You don't turn them on for every call. You mainly turn them on for traffic stops or anything that you're going to be doing right in front of your car. So if you're searching someone in handcuffs, you can put them in the front of your car, and then it just has a different angle. If you're doing traffic stops or if you're running code somewhere, it's going to have your video on.
The body camera footage that you reviewed from former Officer Dean's body camera, did you remember him wearing a body camera that night?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. And do you remember which shoulder he was wearing the body camera on?
I'm not certain.
That's okay. Do you know if he was wearing it on his shoulder or not?
I can't tell you.
That's
for
fine.
sure.
And so when you reviewed State's Exhibit 1, did that appear to be a fair and accurate depiction of what you remember when you approached the house and where he was in relation to the house and when y'all went into the backyard?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. Not your perspective.
Not my perspective.
You didn't have it on,
No.
right? Okay. And now State's Exhibit 10 and 11, I want to ask you to look at those. And can you tell me what I'm looking at there?
This is actually my patrol car where I parked that night.
And when you say this, are you pointing to State's Exhibit 11?
Yes.
Okay.
And I believe that's just the scene that night.
Okay. And when you say I believe that's just the scene on State's Exhibit 10, is that what you're referring to?
Yes.
Okay. Now, State's Exhibit 12, 13, 14, does State's Exhibit 12 and 13 appear to be photographs of the defendant, Aaron Dean, and his, I'm going to call it a duty belt. What do you call it?
Duty belt.
Okay, all right. Top half of the defendant and the duty belt.
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 14, does that appear to be the back of the duty belt?
Yes, ma'am.
State's Exhibit 15, 16, 17, 18. Does that appear to be, and you can look at that, does that appear to be the defendant's gun that was used and issued by the Fort Worth Police Department?
Yes.
So tell us how do you get a gun from the Fort Worth Police Department?
When you go through your weapons section of the academy, I believe it's halfway through, they issue you your duty weapon then. You'll do all of your shooting down at the range with that weapon, and then it is locked up until the day that you graduate and you get it back.
And State's Exhibit 19, does that appear to be your gun?
Yes.
Okay. And do you actually have a gun on today?
I do.
Do you know if that one that you had on that night and that one you're wearing right now is the same?
They're not.
Okay. And were they exchanged and you were given a different one, or do you know?
That night they gave me a different one. Then I left the department and I was issued the new one when I came back.
Got it. Okay. And State's Exhibit 24 through 27. Do those appear to be, if you look at those, there's just a few. You recognize those?
Yes, ma'am.
All right. So do all of those photographs that you've looked at, do those all appear to be fair and accurate depictions of the scene that night, and as well as where you parked outside of the scene off East Allen?
Yes, ma'am.
And do those also appear to be fair and accurate depictions of your gun as well as Officer Dean's gun?
Yes, ma'am.
Your Honor, permission to publish State's Exhibit 4 through, I believe it was 27. 27, Your Honor?
Need to offer.
I'm sorry?
You have not offered them.
And that's what I'm doing right now. The state would offer State's Exhibit 4 through 27.
Any objection?
I'd like to see them.
I would also offer State's Exhibit 1, which is the dash cam video. This has been previously provided. And I believe State's Exhibit... State's Exhibit 4, Your Honor, I don't know if that was previously provided to defense. It's just a map. But State's Exhibit 5, 12 through 27 were already provided to defense. State's Exhibit 6, 7, 8, and 9 is also a map.
Can the state, Judge, may I inquire, because the state is 6, 7, 8, and 9, I think were complied and given to us prior day as well? Because they just said that the map wasn't, these are aerials. I'm just curious.
All right, we will continue to follow this here for you on Live Now from Fox and pick out some of the highlights throughout this trial here. And once some more news is made here, we will go back to that, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take our first break here of this hour. When we come back, we are going to take you out to D.C., where we do have congressional members coming together. There is going to be congressional medals given out to officers during the January 6th riot attacks there and honoring those officers. So we will have it for you on the other side of this break coming up next. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox as we continue on bringing you the top feeds, top headlines, and breaking news when it happens, of course, right here on Live Now from Fox. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great here to be with you. Coming up this hour, we are expecting some updates out of Colorado, where the suspect charged with 305 counts, including murder and bias-motivated crimes for the November 19th shooting at Club Q in Colorado Springs, Colorado. We will have the latest there with updates coming up. And then all eyes really on Georgia today as the Senate runoff election is today. Warnock and Walker. Who will it be in that tight race? We'll have updates throughout the day right here on Live Now from Fox as always. But now we want to go out to D.C., where congressional members coming together to honor January 6th officers that played a crucial part in helping save the Capitol from the riots that happened back on 2021. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
As honors are bestowed on the U.S. Capitol Police and the District of Columbia's Metropolitan Police, they each would have a sense of the blessing you intend for them. Grant your peace to these men and women who, day after day, make the personal sacrifice to put themselves on the front line of democracy, who commit their lives and well-being in defense of the liberty and freedoms we each enjoy, and who protect the ones who give voice to the American people. May each of these heroes, those whose names we know, Brian Sicknick, Howard Liebengood, Billy Evans, Michael Fanone, Eugene Goodman, as well as all the unsung defenders who proved their mettle and selflessness that day, receive the appreciation and commemoration they so justly deserve. May this Congressional Gold Medal serve as a reminder to them that in both peace and chaos, in the mundane and in the harrowing, countless Americans salute their bravery, their fortitude, and their sense of unwavering duty, which they demonstrate each and every day. Then make it our duty never to take lightly the weight of their faithful service. To those who gave their all, and to each who remains serving, be honor and blessing. Holy God, hold them always in your favor, and bestow on them your own. Well done. In the strength of your mighty name we pray. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
Let us say a special thank you to the Capitol Police Ceremonial Unit and the Metropolitan Police Honor Guard for the presentation and retiring of the colors. We gather here exactly 23 months ago. Our nation suffered the most staggering assault on democracy since the Civil War. January 6th was a day of horror and heartbreak, yet is also a moment of extraordinary heroism. Staring down deadly violence and despicable bigotry, our law enforcement officers bravely stood in the breach, ensuring that democracy survived on that dark day. So on behalf of the United States Congress and the American people, it is my honor to present the Congressional Gold Medal to the United States Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and every hero of January 6th from every agent that responded that day. May this medal, the highest honor that Congress can bestow, serve as a token of our nation's deepest gratitude and respect. Not as full, but as a token. And in accepting this medal, you bring luster to this award, just as you bring luster to the Congress and the Constitution of the United States. Will our leaders please join in this presentation? So we go down here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief J. Thomas Manger of the United States Capitol Police.
Good morning. Madam Speaker, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, Chief Conte, distinguished guests, and all of my Capitol Police officers and civilian employees, and all of my law enforcement colleagues, many of whom were here on January 6th. We welcome you here again today. I'm honored to accept this Congressional Gold Medal on behalf of the men and women of the United States Capitol Police, who bravely sacrificed their own safety in order to protect the Capitol building, the members of Congress, and our country's legislative processes on January 6th, 2021. I also want to thank our law enforcement partners, especially the Metropolitan Police Department, who came to our aid that day. Words cannot adequately express our gratitude for what you did to help our officers by joining in the fight that was taking place. It was a day like It was a day unlike any other in our nation's history, and for us, it was a day defined by chaos, courage, tragic loss, and resolve. And I especially want to recognize our officers who made the ultimate sacrifice. Officer Brian Sicknick, Officer Howard Liebengood, and I want to recognize also Officer Billy Evans, who was lost in the line of duty on April 2nd, 2021. When he was attacked outside the Capitol by a lone assailant. I cannot thank our officers enough for their courage, for their resolve, in order to help us protect the Capitol and the Congress from such a horrific attack. And on the very next day, these officers went back to work and continued to carry out our mission. I know that Congress appreciates that you all continue to do your job with dedication each and every day. Today's ceremony means a great deal to the entire United States Capitol Police Department. I appreciate the fact that Congress is acknowledging the courage, the strength, and resiliency of each and every member of the United States Capitol Police, sworn and civilian. We are equally as grateful for the recognition to our law enforcement partners who fought shoulder to shoulder with us until peace was restored in our capital. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Robert J. Conte III of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, attending members of the United States Congress, Mayor Bowser, and to my many law enforcement colleagues, both those in attendance and those who are unable to join us in person. My name is Robert J. Conte III, Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. And on behalf of the men and women, both past and present, of MPD, it is a tremendous honor to accept the United States Congressional Gold Medal. This medal is symbolic of our members' contributions, not just to the District of Columbia, but to the entire country on January 6, 2021. Today, Today marks a significant moment in the history of the Metropolitan Police Department. Our profession is rooted in a culture of guardianship, and there has been no better representation of this than what the world witnessed from our police officers on January the 6th. I thank all that voted in favor of this recognition, but I must also thank our law enforcement community for their extraordinary response. To our heroes, For many of the officers with us, today's ceremony is the first time they have returned to the Capitol complex. Many of us still carry the physical, mental, and emotional scars after that mob of thousands launched a violent assault in an attempt to halt the counting of electoral ballots. The sound of metal poles and other objects striking the bodies, helmets, and shields may still ring loudly. The air, still thick with bear spray and other chemicals, making it difficult for our officers to see and breathe. The calls for your fellow officer to be harmed just as loud as the day that this occurred. But there is hope because through adversity comes growth, and we continue to grow together and deliver excellence to our community. Perspective, the kind that really matters, comes through risk and courage, and you delivered. The urgent request for the Metropolitan Police Department to assist in defending the U.S. Capitol is something that you will carry with you for the rest of your careers and lives. Regardless of your political affiliation, you responded like you do each and every day, without hesitation, with courage, and an unwavering duty to uphold your oath. You were confronted by individuals engaged in heinous behavior with the intent of causing you harm and destroying our democratic process. You did not give up, and you did not give in. And yes, you were vastly outnumbered, but you were determined. Exhausted and injured, it was your blood, your sweat, and your tears that marked these grounds where we stand today. And you endured this without reluctance. This commitment to our nation is a reflection of your spirit and serves as an enduring reminder that adversity is also an opportunity. And one of the greatest strengths is our ability to overcome insurmountable obstacles. That day, you showed the world just a glimpse of who we are. I am immensely proud of the work you did that day to return the legislative body to the chambers and restore order to our democratic process. Your actions were powerful, and MPD's legacy strengthened. An unprecedented crisis that called for unprecedented action, and the Congressional Gold Medal is a product of your efforts as guardians of our democracy. So on behalf of the 4,000 members of the Metropolitan Police Department, I am humbled and privileged to accept this highest honor bestowed upon us by members of Congress. God bless everyone, and to our police officers, you're an inspiration to all Americans. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, the United States Army Band, Pershing Zone, Army Chorus.
And some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come on Live Now from Fox.
success in nobleness and every gain divine. America, America, God shed all grace on thee, and crown thy good with brotherhood, from sea to shining sea, from sea to shining sea.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Kevin McCarthy, Republican Leader of the United States House of Representatives.
I appreciate the House and Senate for agreeing to use the rotunda to honor the Capitol Police and D.C. Police. Today we pay tribute to their service and sacrifice on January 6th. These brave men and women in uniform stood strong in the line of duty for our country, and we're forever grateful for that. This Congressional Gold Medal commemorates their courage, professionalism, and patriotism. There's no more fitting place to show our gratitude than the rotunda of the Capitol, a room that is a symbol of a sacred building, a symbol of a great nation, a symbol of freedom and self-government here and around the world. The Capitol Police and D.C. Police are valued members of this community, but they're also members of another community, the community of law enforcement, the brotherhood of law enforcement. By awarding them the Congressional Gold Medal, we're not only honoring them for protecting our nation and community on January 6th, but we're honoring them for the essential brotherhood as well. To all the law enforcement officers who keep this country safe, thank you. Putting on the badge means putting yourselves in harm's way to protect others, to keep the country safe. These brave men and women are heroes. Heroes who protected so many from harm on that day. Heroes who live out the code to protect and serve. Heroes who do the noble work. Too many people take that for granted. But days like today force us to realize how much we owe that thin blue line. We're forever indebted to them for their heroism. Today we take an important step towards repaying the debt by presenting them a Congressional Gold Medal. As Congress's highest honor, this award says that the service and sacrifice of these officers will not be forgotten. I hope every American will see this award and feel the gratitude for every law enforcement officer who answer the call of duty every day, but especially the Capitol Police and D.C. officers on January 6th. Because that's what great and grateful nations do. Thank you and God bless.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Mitch McConnell, Republican Leader of the United States Senate.
It doesn't take long before anyone working in the Capitol complex comes to see our policemen and policewomen as familiar colleagues. They're the first faces we see on our way in each morning and our last Senate goodbyes every night. Just like members, just like staff, the USCP are part of the ordinary bedrock of daily life. But some days, the worst days, the hardest days, we're starkly reminded that these brave men and women in and out of uniform are not danger, they move toward it. When circumstances make everyone else think of safety first, they put theirs last. And when an unhinged mob tried to come between the Congress and our constitutional duty, the Capitol Police fought to defend not just this institution, but our system of self-government. On-duty officers held the line. Off-duty officers left their families and raced back here. Local officers from surrounding areas and federal personnel from multiple agencies rushed to the scene and joined forces to help clear the Capitol and restore law and order. Because of your bravery and professionalism, Congress finished our job that very night. Because you honored your oaths to support and defend the Constitution, we were able to honor ours. That is a reality that was made especially clear 23 months ago, but it is true every single day. Thank you for having our backs. Thank you for saving our country. Thank you for being not just our friends, but our heroes.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Charles E. Schumer, Democratic Leader of the United States Senate.
Madam Speaker, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, Chief Manger, Chief Conte, Reverend clergy, my colleagues, friends, families. January 6th was a day of violence and a day of darkness. But today, under this hallowed Capitol dome, we come to sanctify it also as a day of heroes. We do so by bestowing the highest honor Congress has to offer to the men and women of the U.S. Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Department of Washington, D.C. On the day democracy faced maximum danger, these public servants responded with maximum valor. Whether it was holding the line on the Lower West Terrace or leading insurrectionists away from the Senate chamber, or acting quickly to protect members and staff, history will forever note that on January 6th, democracy lived on because of them. Today, we are here to say thank you, thank God for you. A year can pass, 2 years can pass, a decade can pass. But January 6th will always seem like yesterday to me. I can remember sitting on the floor of the Senate that day when my detail suddenly came up and said, "Senator, we have to get you out of here. You're in danger." And he grabbed me by the jacket as we ran out of the chamber. At one point, I was within 30 feet of the rioters before my brave detail pulled me away to safety. Their quick thinking, their valor, their ability to stay calm in the face of violence undoubtedly saved lives that day. And again, our thanks will forever remain immeasurable. So too will our gratitude towards everyone who stepped up that day, from the National Guard to the Capitol staff who restored these halls after the violence. As we observe this solemn occasion, we acknowledge that no honor, no recognition can bring back the officers we lost to the attack. We mourn their loss. We pray for their families. And we honor their limitless heroism in the face of the unthinkable. And to every member of the Capitol Police and Metropolitan Police who still bear the scars from that attack, we are here for you always. It cannot be any other way. On that terrible day in January, you stared directly into the heart of darkness, and though outnumbered, you held the line of democracy. You bravely held it, and democracy endured. In return, those of us in elected office must always strive to care for you, to support your physical safety and your mental health, to give you the tools necessary to do your jobs to the best of your ability. To my personal detail, Mike, Kevin, Joe, Dewan, and Chris, as well as Antonio, Larry, Sophonia, Christian, Brian, Darren, Kat, Fernando, Richardson, and Alex, thank you. Thank you what you do every day to keep me, my family, and my staff safe. You're the best of the best. You make your department proud. Finally, let me say this. The dome of this Capitol is kept lit by day and night as an enduring symbol of our precious democracy. It's a message to the entire world that here in America, self-rule must forever serve as our bedrock. On January 6th, that light flickered for a brief, harrowing moment, but it was rekindled anew thanks to the bravery of our Capitol Police, the D.C. Metropolitan Police, and all of our public servants who dedicate themselves to protecting this Capitol. Today, because of these heroes, the vision of our founders remains alive in our time. So thank you. God bless you. God bless our democracy.
Ladies and gentlemen, the Honorable Nancy Pelosi, Speaker of the United States House of Representatives.
It is an emotional day for all of us, but you can just imagine what it is for our Capitol Police, our Metropolitan Police, the families who are here. Listening to the music of the Army Band, the U.S. Army Band, Pershing's own, was so beautiful. Let us salute them again for the beautiful. It's all lovely, but I'm so glad you went to the fourth verse. Oh, beautiful for patriots' dream that sees beyond the years, undimmed by human fears. That has always been my favorite line because it is who we are as a country. May we always be patriots who see beyond the years. Thank you for being so beautiful in your presentation. Here we are again under this beautiful dome, as has been referenced by our colleagues in the leadership. This beautiful dome, magnificent dome of the United States Capitol, which let us recall was built during the Civil War. At the time, the iron and steel used for the construction were said by some to be needed for the war effort. But President Lincoln said to halt the work on the dome wouldn't be right. And he said no. And so in face of brutal violence at the time, the work went on. The work went on because Lincoln knew that we needed a national symbol, a beacon of patriotism, determination, and resilience. Isn't it magnificent? May be worthy to work under it. More than a century and a half later, these high ideals were once again on display right here on this sacred ground beneath the dome. On January 6th, we all witnessed the gleeful desecration of our temple of democracy and a violent insurrection against our republic. Our congressional community knows profound terror of that day firsthand. Members of Congress fled for their lives. Staff barricaded behind office doors. Support staff who run this Capitol hid under furniture, the sound of blood-curdling screams, the smell of gas and smoke, all remain raw. Yet that day, the Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and additional agencies bravely threw themselves between us and violence. And may I thank the National Guard for continuing that protection, ending the day and continuing that protection. With great patriotism, again, hearkening back to Lincoln, with great patriotism, determination, and resilience, they answered the call to serve, putting their lives on the line to protect the Capitol, the Congress, and the Constitution. Your valor on that dark day is the stuff of legend. And like the Dome, they fought to defend a source of strength and hope. And we thank you for that. United in grief and gratitude, today we award them the Congressional Gold Medal for ever etching their heroism into our history. In doing so, we thank those heroes for their service and sacrifice, especially more than 140 members of our protection left with lasting scars and many more suffering from indelible trauma. And may we always remember the fallen, the martyrs for democracy, including U.S. Capitol Police Officer Brian Sicknick, whose parents are here today, U.S. Capitol Police Officer Howard Liebengood, Metropolitan Police Officer Jeffrey Smith, and U.S. Capitol Police Officer Billy Evans, killed in line of duty later on Good Friday. Let us acknowledge and thank them. I also want to acknowledge those members of the police force, the District of Columbia, as well as the Capitol Police, who had the courage to tell in testimony what they witnessed that day. And may I acknowledge the Mayor of Washington. Thank you, Mayor, for being with us and with the Metropolitan Police. In his Gettysburg Address, which was in November 18th, Lincoln stood on the ground consecrated by the blood of patriots and spoke to the duty to defend democracy. Let us recall his words. It is rather for us to be here dedicated to the great task remaining before us, that we are here highly resolved that these dead shall not have died in vain, that this nation under God shall have a new birth of freedom, and that a government of the people, by the people, and for the people shall not perish from the earth. Shall not perish from the earth, no matter what the assault, as we saw on January 6th. Thank you to our heroes for being with us today, and thank all of you for joining us as we canonize these heroes in the pantheon of patriots. Oh, beautiful for patriots' dreams. May God bless them and their families. God bless you and your families. May God bless the United States of America. Thank you all for being with us today. Thank you.
And some of you will see our final break here of this hour right here on Live Now from Fox.
from above, from the mountains to the prairies, to the oceans white with foam. God bless America, my home, sweet home. God bless America, my home, sweet home.
Ladies and gentlemen, please stand for the benediction delivered by Chaplain Barry Black.
Let us pray. Almighty God, you are our light and salvation, and we refuse to be afraid. Lord, we thank you for giving us this opportunity to honor brave warriors for freedom with a Congressional Gold Medal. We are grateful for those who more than self their country loved. We praise you for those who courageously defended this cathedral of freedom. In all our tomorrows, bless and protect this land we love. Smile on all lovers of freedom. Show your favor to us with the gift of shalom, a peace that the world can't give or take away. And Lord, I thank you for Gino Aversano, the Capitol Police, who you provided as my personal guardian angel on January 6th. I thank you in your sovereign name. Amen.
Ladies and gentlemen, please remain in your seats for the departure of the official party.
We're taking that event there for you in D.C. We appreciate everyone continuing to join us on Live Now from Fox. We are still awaiting to hear from Colorado prosecutors all about the suspect in the mass shooting at Club Q was in court today. The suspect charged with 305 counts, including murder and bias-motivated crimes for the November 19th shooting here. So what we'll do in the meantime, while we do wait for prosecutors, we'll take you and listen to some of that coverage inside of the courtroom today for that suspect. You're always watching right here live on Live Now from Fox, and we appreciate you joining us here always worldwide.
Privileges that are sought to be invoked in this. Some are statutory privileges, some are not. So my response, I would rely on that in terms of what is and what can be invoked as a privilege and what cannot. So I don't believe that the people should be bound by any sort of invocation of privilege that does not exist. If there is a privilege in any medical records, of course, we will not be seeking any privileged records. Military records, I don't think there's any indication that the defendant was in the military. So I think a lot of these things are fairly moot. If there are school records that we are entitled to obtain, we will seek to obtain those. We're not going to seek to obtain any records that we are not allowed to under any sort of statutory provision. In regards to, I don't know that that was addressed necessarily here this morning, which would be the waivers of any passcodes or passwords for any electronic devices. I would liken this to any sort of a consensual type of search that may have taken place, where someone may give consent to search and then revoke that consent, but any information that's already been obtained in regards to that search is and should be allowed to be utilized by law enforcement. So I would just stand on my motion as well as what I have just argued here this morning.
Right. Well, the court does not view any concrete judicial controversy existing here today. The people are on notice of the defense revocation of any previously signed waivers, and we'll just see what transpires in the case. The next motion?
Your Honor, on DO3, I think we stand on our motion. The only thing we would add is if the court's going to grant the proposed order that we submitted, we would want the Colorado State Public Defender's Office to be added to that. There was a typo that that entity was not on that.
Which motion is this?
DO3, Your Honor.
And I have these right here, but is that notice of representation?
That's motion to limit pretrial public comment. Is kind of the starting of the...
Have the people had a chance to see the proposed order on this subject?
We did, and we noted in our response, good morning, Your Honor, Reginald Short. We noted in our response that the order by application only applied to the people in that process. I think the rules of professional conduct are clearly spelled out in terms of the ethical obligations for the respective parties, as amended and included for specifically the prosecuting attorneys. We're objecting to anything that extends beyond the rules of professional conduct. We support the identification and addition of the Public Defender's Office to the rule that's proposed by the defense.
The proposed order provided by the defense, do you believe that tracks the ethical rule exactly, or are there deviations?
Did not, and in our response, we identified what we believe to be the correct language. We'd ask the court to adopt the order as amended to reflect the specific language in the rules.
Any response, Mr. Archambault?
No, Your Honor.
All right. In concept, I'm granting your motion, but I'm only granting it contiguous with the actual language in the ethical rule. So I'll ask the people to provide the court with a form of order which tracks the rule exactly, and I'll sign that. Mr. Archambault, your next motion?
Your Honor, we asked to address DO4, and we would just stand on our motion. And that's, Your Honor, notice of representation and demand for notice of 41-1 procedures.
I will make note that the Public Defender's Office has already entered its appearance and is representing the defendant. Beyond that, is there anything else to do on that one? All right.
Your Honor, I guess the only other thing is we're asking for notice if there is going to be an attempt to do a 41-1 to have contact with our client.
Ms. Veman?
Your Honor, I would agree to that. If we attempt to make any attempts for Rule 16s or 41-1s, we would notify defense.
All right. Your next motion, Mr. Archambault?
Your Honor, it's DO5. We filed that motion. The prior court, the county court, granted that motion. Mr. Allen didn't object. But the prosecution filed a response to 05 in which they're seeking a protection order. We don't object to a protective order of some sort. We would just like to know what the orders of the court are in regards to that document.
Anything to add on that point?
No, and we're certainly not objecting to the release of the information to the defense. We're not objecting generally to the unsealing of future processes, and specifically just to ensure that the affidavit itself is kept within the custody properly of the defense team, as opposed to the facility where obviously the defendant is housed.
Do the people yet have a sense of how long it's going to be before it might be unsealed?
We're fine as we move forward from this point, allowing that to be unsealed.
Okay. So are you making a formal request for unsealing today?
Yeah.
Any response to that?
Yeah, we would object to it being unsealed at this time.
And the rationale?
I think due to the sensitive nature of this case and the extensive media coverage, we're concerned about Mix Aldridge's right to a fair trial if the affidavit is released and it is out there in the public.
I'm going to unseal the search warrant or the arrest warrant affidavit. I am entering a protective order, but I don't know how much good that'll do. I don't know if it's applicable or moot at this point.
Judge, if I can ask one request of the court, and this is totally my fault, but if we could have the court enter that order as of tomorrow, we want to provide an opportunity. We did meet with the victims that were able to appear yesterday and discuss obviously the nature of the proceedings. We wanted to give any of those individuals a chance to be prepared for what might be released as part of that arrest affidavit. Certainly giving us even just this afternoon might help facilitate that.
All right. I'll grant that request. It'll be unsealed to close of business tomorrow, December 7th. I am entering a protective order. The terms of that protective order is that the defense is allowed to use and share this affidavit within the defense team and within the public defender's office and with any third-party expert that's been brought in as part of the litigation in this case, but no further than that. Obviously, this becomes somewhat moot once the unsealing occurs tomorrow. Anything else on that point, Mr. Archambault?
No, Your Honor.
What do we have next?
Your Honor, DO6 and the defense would stand on our motion.
And DO6 is which one?
Deals with expert disclosures, Your Honor.
People's response, Ms. Veman?
Your Honor, the people have filed a written response on this as well. I would just note that I believe this is extraordinarily premature. This is dealing with disclosures in preparation for trial. There's deadlines that are requested in this for disclosures 90 days prior to trial. My position is that this is it's premature for us to be dealing with deadlines and timelines on expert disclosures at filing of charges.
I do believe this is premature, and I'll take it under advisement. However, I am going to require the defense, if they are requesting a specific discovery under the discretionary disclosures portion of Rule 16, to have to file an issue-specific motion at the appropriate time. If you're asking for a Shrek hearing on any particular expert that's been endorsed, you'll need to file a very particularized Shrek motion at the appropriate time. At arraignment, we can discuss those time periods for the filing of motions. For now, counsel should assume that statutory and rule-based time limits apply. And if you need additional time, we can discuss at arraignment those changes to the rule. Anything else from the defense?
Not on that issue, Your Honor.
Any other issues?
Yes, Your Honor. DO7 we've taken care of as a demand for a preliminary hearing, I believe. DO8 is an objection to law enforcement proceeding to get ex parte search warrants or court orders.
Do you have any legal authority supporting this proposition?
Yes, Your Honor. We'd cite the court to tattered cover, v. City of Thornton, 44 P. 3rd, 1044 at pages 1060 to 1061, Colorado Supreme Court. I believe that's 2008, but I can't read my notes, Your Honor. I'm sorry about that. Also, Key v. People, 865 P. 2nd, 822, Colorado Supreme Court, 1994, and also Mix Aldridge's 5th and 14th Amendments, the United States Constitution, and in Colorado Article 2, Section 25. The issue that the defense has, Your Honor, is this is a scenario where bond has been denied at the current time until the proof of resumption grade hearing. And so the normal reasoning for ex parte search warrants and court orders, where the defendant may be able to secrete, alter, destroy evidence, is not present here. That's our position. And that the reason we point the court to tattered cover is they talk about it's a narrow exception when there should be ex parte warrants and court orders sought.
People's response?
Your Honor, I would also rely on my written response on this. As I think has been noted from the onset of today's proceedings, this is an ongoing investigation. There is a lot going on in this case to hamstring law enforcement from being able to obtain lawfully obtained search warrants supported by probable cause, I think would be improper. There is authority for the police officers and law enforcement to obtain search warrants, to have a court review for probable cause. So I would ask that the court deny the defense motion in its entirety.
I am, in fact, denying this motion. We will utilize our usual procedures for law enforcement to obtain warrants, and the court will not deviate from that.
Your Honor, if we could go to DO9 next. That's most reserve evidence in a nutshell, make sure it's not altered. I think the sticking point, if I may, Your Honor, is law enforcement notes that may exist. And what we would cite the court to is People v. Denton at 91 P. 3rd 388, Colorado Supreme Court 2003. That seems to be the problem between our motion and the prosecution's response. We are asking that law enforcement be ordered not to destroy notes that exist, because we believe that we should be the ones deciding if that has relevant information or not as it relates to the defense of Mix Aldridge and his constitutional rights.
Mr. Short?
Which actually, I think that's the least contested part of the response. I think anything that's obviously a substantive recital of witness testimony, we would agree and certainly request the court to order that law enforcement should preserve that. As I read the defense motion, it also included all emails and text messages. Our concern with that is, as the court can imagine, there's a tremendous amount of exchange of information, the vast majority of which, frankly, has nothing to do with either witness testimony or potential recitals of what a witness may have told a member of law enforcement. We have scheduling requests for different meetings. We have victim contact in terms of establishing, victims' information. We have a lot of things that would fall, I think, outside the parameter of information that is appropriate or required by case law. We specifically object to any ordering of information that doesn't relate to substantive recitals of what a witness may have told a particular witness. The other thing that concerned us in the context of this motion was the demand that it appeared testing not occur unless there's been some sort of preview with respect to the defense of any of the evidence. And specifically, where I would envision this being an issue, obviously we're making active efforts to analyze what are potentially hundreds of blood or DNA samples. And as part of that process, it is common that laboratory personnel would take pictures to identify the item itself in its existent capacity, and then attempt to take swabs or swatches of those items for further testing and analysis, just because it's not feasible, if we're talking about items of clothing or things like that, to segregate those into their entirety for evaluation or examination. And so the traditional process has always been laboratory personnel take those pictures. Certainly the evidence is available for the defense to review, but I don't think it's appropriate that the court order that no portion of that testing occur prior to the normal flow of being able to take those swabs or swatches, simply out of a desire to not further obfuscate or delay the proceedings.
Any response?
Your Honor, maybe I'm a little unclear, but we do object to consumptive testing occurring of some sort without getting notice of it. So we object to that. I guess that's what I'd say about that.
Well, each party is allowed to investigate and prepare their portion of the case in privacy. If we have a piece of physical evidence that is subject to being consumed during the laboratory testing of it, Every lab in the state, as far as I know, has procedures for notifying the parties of that danger. They also have procedures for dividing the sample and making sure that portions are retained so that all sides could have access to it. At this early stage in the litigation, I do not intend to enter any particularized order, but I grant leave to all parties to raise any issues that may concern them at a future date. The people are on notice of their due process obligations to preserve evidence, and if they were to test physical evidence and consume it, then they act at their peril. I'm aware not only of what Mr. Short mentioned, which would be biological samples, but for example, a frequent point of contention that comes up in firearms cases is whether the firearm may be fired as part of the testing without the defense being present. In my experience, the prosecution usually claims that the firing is not consumptive or destructive in any way. I do not plan to hamper the defense's discretionary decision-making in that regard. I'll simply note that I have seen cases where that point may or may not be debatable. So the court is not granting your request today, but if once you get discovery, specific items of concern come to your attention, you're granted leave to re-raise the issue. Anything else from the defense?
Your Honor, the last one I think is, I would jump to D11. As I said, D10 is moot. D11 has to do with records about visitor logs and Mix-Aldrich.
People's response?
But we're not objecting to the retention and segregation of visitors' logs. I think the court has already signposted there is obviously an opportunity for both sides of the equation to develop the cases they see fit. The only concern that the people have with respect to what I observed in the defense motion, what they refer to as incident logs. So incident logs, by pattern and practice here, can refer to a variety of note-taking that our deputies may engage in, to include things such as if the defendant were to engage in some type of conduct that they felt they needed to report or to document, they would document those on an incident log. As the defense is requesting segregation of those, as the court can anticipate, some of those types of events could be of significant interest to the people's investigation. And so we're asking the court to grant in part the defense request to segregate anything that identifies either visitors in a professional capacity or obviously members of the defense team, but to deny the request simply as to incident logs that would document the defendant's behavior as required pursuant to the El Paso County jail policies.
Their motion also mentioned medical records. My experience with the contract medical provider at the jail is that they are fully aware of their obligations to maintain the confidentiality of medical records. Mr. Archambault, do you have a particularized concern in that regard?
No, Your Honor, especially if the prosecution's agreeing with it.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We appreciate you again joining us here. So that was the in-court session today. They're featuring the suspect. They're charged with 305 counts, including murder of that horrific shooting that happened last month at Club Q. What we're going to do is take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we will stay in Colorado as we have the district attorney there talking about this case. Coming up next, we'll play it out full for you right here on Live Now from Fox. And welcome back, everyone, here to Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you always joining us here in real time. I'm your host, Mike Page, as we continue to bring you top stories, headlines, and, of course, breaking news when it does happen. Coming up in this hour, or could be happening next hour as well, the former Vice President Mike Pence will be doing a fireside chat in South Carolina there. So he will be speaking on what it was like for him as Vice President and, of course, on those last days of his vice presidency during January 6th. So we'll be featuring that for you coming up a little bit later here on Live Now from Fox. But I want to continue on our coverage from Colorado as the shooting suspect was in court today for that Club Q shooting, charged with 305 counts. And now the district attorney is speaking on that. Let's listen right here on Live Now from Fox.
As this case progresses, it is very typical in a high-level case like this that the investigation will continue for the entirety of the case as we're in court. Because of that, we're going to be very careful about what we share and don't share in these sorts of settings. The reason for that is we want to protect our ability to prosecute this case to the fullest extent of our ability to do so. So bear with us as we talk about some of these things. Obviously, today we filed formal charges, 305 total counts of charges, including multiple counts of murder in the first degree under two different theories, both with intent and deliberation, 5 counts of that version of murder, and then 5 counts of extreme indifference murder. Both of those potential sentences are life in prison without parole, meaning that if somebody is convicted of those offenses, they will serve the remainder of their life in prison without breathing free air again. We also charged a number of attempted murders, both for intent and deliberation and extreme indifference as well. Those are less than life in prison without parole, but they do carry with them up to a very significant period of time in prison, including up to 48 years for each of those. We do have the ability to ask for, at some point down the road, for consecutive sentencing. And I'm talking generally speaking here. That will be ultimately up to the facts that we present in the case and if we are able to achieve convictions in this case. I want to reiterate that charges are merely allegations. Everybody that is charged with a crime is presumed to be innocent until proven guilty beyond a reasonable doubt, and that certainly applies in this case. We are not going to talk about facts of the investigation so that we can, again, protect our ability to prosecute this case going forward. The next court date is a preliminary hearing / proof evident presumption great. What we have to present there is enough evidence to bind this case over for trial. That will be the first glimpse into some of the investigation that has occurred already in this case and some of the investigation that will occur down the road. At the conclusion of that hearing, we will be asking the judge to, again, bind the defendant over on the charges and also to continue to hold the defendant without bond going forward. We certainly feel that we have enough to achieve that, but ultimately that will be up to the judge. That setting will be set for February 22nd to the 24th. We will start at 8:30 in the morning and then go all day until we conclude the presentation of evidence. The typical response to that hearing will be to have an arraignment setting. Most times, in most generalized cases, an arraignment occurs at the conclusion of the preliminary hearing. In murder cases, and certainly in murder cases of this magnitude, it is not uncommon for defense to set out arraignment to some date further down the road. At arraignment is when a defendant will enter their formal plea. In almost all cases, that formal plea will be not guilty, meaning that they are going to contest the charges. We don't know what will happen in this case because that will be up to the defendant and his attorneys. From that point forward, when an arraignment occurs, that's when the speedy trial clock starts. In the state of Colorado, we have 6 months to get a case to trial from that arraignment date. Defendant does not have to honor the 6 months, so they can ask for continuances. The people that protect that 6-month speedy trial requirement are the prosecution and the court. It's a joint responsibility from the court and from the prosecution. So oftentimes we will not be the ones asking for continuances if there are need for continuances. So with that, I think that's pretty much everything that I want to share at this particular point. Does anybody have any questions on those specific issues that I've talked about today?
DA, is there a reason is there a message that you say you wanted to send on these 305 different counts?
Well, I think the message that we sent is obviously when you file 305 counts in a case, that tells the public, this community, this state, and this nation that we are taking this case as serious as we possibly can, meaning that we are going to prosecute this case to the fullest extent of the law. We also have filed bias-motivated charges in this case, meaning that we think that there's enough evidence to satisfy our burden on bias-motivated offenses. We're not going to tolerate actions against community members based on their sexual identity, those types of things. Members of that community have been harassed, intimidated, and abused for too long. That's not going to occur in the 4th Judicial District. And so it's important that we talk about that as well. Hopefully that answers your question.
Can you explain, just to be clear, what group was targeted in the bias-motivated crimes and what evidence you have to support that?
Yeah, so you're asking about evidence. I'm not going to talk about that. We'll talk about evidence presentation when we get to those settings in this case. I think there are plenty of things that are obvious that have been covered in the media already, and I'm going to stop the answer at that point because I do want to make sure that we protect our ability to prosecute this case going forward. We obviously think we have enough evidence to go forward on those charges, and I'm going to leave it at that.
Yeah, Alan,
yes.
Can you provide any insight into some of the motions from the defense that were listed pertaining to the unsealing of the arrest affidavit tomorrow? I know in meeting with victim families, just for our community prepared, what information might be included in that unsealing tomorrow?
Yeah, so one, I think transparency is important. Transparency always has limits on what we can and can't talk about, and I've sort of alluded to some of that stuff here today. Our ethics rules say what we can and can't say as it relates to our practice of law, and there are special responsibilities for prosecutors specifically. Oftentimes in cases, especially cases of this magnitude, arrest affidavits will be sealed so that we can protect the ability to investigate the case going forward. That's what occurred here. So when we file for an arrest warrant from police, we'll file a motion to have that sealed. We don't object to it being unsealed at the appropriate time. We also want to make sure that we communicate with victims so that they know what's in it before the general media and members of the public know. I know that in cases like this, there's a tension. There's a tension from what the community wants to know about this case, and there's a great thirst to get that information. The media wants to give that information to the public, but in order to protect our case and our ability to prosecute, we have to be very careful about how we share that information and what we share. And so there will always be that tension in place, but we're going to do our best to make sure that we're walking that line in an appropriate way and protecting our ability to hold the line on accountability here with this case.
What kind of information will the public be able to learn once that affidavit?
Generally, it would be very initial information. Typically, it's going to be much less information than what you might expect, actually, because it's very early on in the investigation when something like that is potentially written up. So it may be not very much information or maybe less information than is already known in the public. So it's kind of case dependent. I'm trying to be careful and not say what's in this particular affidavit, obviously, until we have a chance to talk to all the family members and victims. But don't be surprised if there's actually already more information out there from other media reports than what's in that affidavit.
So do you think that there could be information in there that would concern the families, especially in some way?
Yeah, I'm not going to speculate on that.
Yeah, I just had a conversation with some victims' families before you came here to speak with us. What was still you guys mind sharing? What was the message to them?
Yeah, I'm not going to share the private conversation that we have, obviously, and I know that's not what you're asking. Really answering questions about process. Oftentimes, victims in cases like this have never experienced the criminal justice system before and have certainly not experienced the criminal justice system to the level that this case presents. And so we're talking about process. What's the next step? What should we expect to happen in the case? What are potential ultimate sentencing options with the charges that we filed? And then just answering questions that we can share with them about investigation and that kind of thing. I can tell you that those people are hurting, and it's obvious why they're hurting, and that's not going to be diminished at all by what happens in this court system.
Can you tell us what the bias-motivated crime charges will do in this case? Will it add to a sentence? And the second part of that question is, do you think the Fed will add bias-motivated crimes as well?
There's no way for me to speculate as to whether the U.S. Attorney's Office will eventually file charges. I can tell you that we've been working very closely. Obviously, I mentioned that the FBI has worked really hard on this case. ATF has worked hard on this case. I've had plenty of conversations with the U.S. Attorney, but I'm not going to speculate as to whether they decide to pursue any charges on this case or not. As it relates to the first part of your question, the bias-motivated crimes, the bias-motivated statute was actually changed only a couple of years ago. If it was not for that change, we would probably not be able to charge it in this case. And so the wording was changed to allow it to be committed in whole or in part based on bias. And there's a whole list of biases listed in that statute. The top level charge for the bias-motivated crime is only an F5. That's a very low-level felony in the state of Colorado. It's a probation-eligible offense. So I mentioned early on at a very early press conference that our top-end charges are always going to be the murder charges. Those bias-motivated charges do not enhance in any way our top-end sentencing, which is life in prison without parole potential. So again, they're very low-level charges. To get to that F5, you have to have bodily injury. If there's no bodily injury, but somebody was present, that's a Class 1 misdemeanor. So we're talking very low-level offenses here.
Is this historic for your office or for your district or the state to file 305 charges in one case? Or how does that happen?
You know, obviously we've had other big cases in the state of Colorado. You know, I can think of a few off the top of my head where there were multiple people that were victimized. Aurora Theater shooter, I would imagine, probably had at least this many charges. I don't know the number of charges in that case. This certainly does not represent the most charges that have ever been filed in the state of Colorado. At least to my knowledge, I think it's probably the most charges that we've ever filed in a single case on a murder case like this in the state of Colorado, but there could be others out there that I'm just not thinking of right now.
You did not file weapons charges in this case. Was the suspect obtained weapons legally? Can you talk about that?
Yeah, I'm not going to talk about that right now. That gets too close to the heart of the investigation.
Can you speak to your office's position on the media motion to unseal the earlier Bobcat case that's now been assigned a hearing on Thursday and case number?
So Colorado statute is very restrictive. That's the sealing statute. Basically, all I can say about specifically what you're asking about is that no records exist. That comes specifically from statute. And I can tell you the number of that statute if I have it here. I don't have, it's 2472-703-2B. If a person asks about a sealed record, my only response can be legally, no such record exists. And that's all I can say at this particular time. I can't say anything more than what I said, which is no records exist.
Yeah, when the members in our community were outside of the courtroom today, can you describe the suspect's appearance or how they were in the courtroom today from your last time in the community?
Well, you know, I think at the very first setting, the suspect's demeanor and body movements were much different than today. Obviously, he walked into the courtroom today, appears to have healed to some degree from the bruising that was apparent on his face at the last setting. And so I would just leave it at that.
Suspect family been cooperative?
I'm not going to get into that.
I counted 40 bias-motivated crimes, so is that the number of people in the club? Is it everybody who's in there, do they get covered by that?
Yeah, so we're actually still trying to develop exactly the number of people that were in the club. And so I mentioned in the courtroom that it is somewhat likely that we amend the charges in this case. That would be to potentially add more victims that we haven't yet identified. And I know that Colorado Springs Police and the FBI are working on that as we speak. When that happens, that number could go up. But yeah, generally speaking, people that were inside the club would qualify for those types of charges.
So right now it's everyone that you know of in the club has a bias?
That we've been able to verify were in the club. And that could grow or it could shrink.
Do you expect the issue of the defendant's mental competency to be raised during this case?
I'm going to answer that question in a general way. It is not uncommon in cases like this that becomes an issue. I'm not going to speculate that will become an issue in this case. It's premature.
Can you talk a little bit about the difference between the different murder charges?
Yeah. So like I said, we charge two different theories of first-degree murder. Both of them have the same top-end punishment, which is if somebody's convicted of first-degree murder, it's a sentence of life in prison without the ability to parole, meaning that they will spend the rest of their life in prison. The two different versions of murder that we charged is after deliberation and with intent. That's what most people think about when they think of first-degree murder, when somebody plans to go kill somebody. Extreme indifference murder is more generalized, meaning that they don't have to have the intent to kill a specific person. They would say there's a park full of people, and they go to that park and they fire a firearm indiscriminately into that park. That would be a good application and example of how extreme indifference murder is used. Like I said, though, they both have the same sentencing option, which is life in prison without parole.
How did the suspect's non-binary status factor into your decision to file the bias-motivated crimes, or did it?
We look at evidence to support our charges. We have an ethical obligation to only file charges that we think we can prove in front of the court or a jury. And so we feel like we have enough evidence to charge those bias-motivated charges. As to that specific question, it's part of the picture. So last thing I want to just point out is that we're obviously taking this case very seriously. I've got a very strong team of prosecutors on this case. I will be on this case for the entirety of the case. I've got Reginald Short, who is one of the chief deputy DAs in this office. He's prosecuted many high-level charges. He will be on this case. Jennifer Veman is also a chief deputy DA.
You're watching Live Now from Fox, everyone. We do appreciate you joining us here as that was from Colorado, the DA talking about the issues there with that case involving the suspect. Right here, live look right now at the Capitol on this Tuesday. We'll continue to bring you top stories and headlines on the other side of the break right here on Live Now from Fox.
Again, if you had $90,000 for the World Cup, you'd probably have a lot of money.
We are back here for you on Live Now from Fox. We appreciate you again joining us here worldwide. I'm your host, Mike Page. Always great here to be with you. We are going to go out to Pennsylvania right now, Philadelphia to be exact there, as we do have the district attorney talking about a murder indictment as well as other crime-related stories in Philadelphia.
Let's just say, let's just say he and I might have a different definition of journalist. Let's just put it that way.
I mean, feel free to throw yours on if you have any battery.
All right.
Thanks.
Is everyone ready? Yes. Okay. Thank you all for being here. This is the DAO's usually Monday, but weekly press conference in which, as usual, we are going to talk about two main topics. The first topic, as always, has to do with data-specific activity around gun violence in the prior week. And the second topic today has to do with a successful prosecution of a shocking murder. And we are honored and delighted to have the mother of the victim, Eric Fuller, here with us today, Ms. Yvette Fuller, who will be speaking. But let me first start by acknowledging some of the people who are here. We have with us ADA Joanne Pescator, who is the supervisor of the Homicide Non-Fatal Shooting Unit. We have ADA Helen Park, who once again has had a very successful prosecution of a challenging case in the case of the killing of Mr. Eric Fuller. We have Reverend Myra Maxwell, who is the executive director of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division, and who works, supervises and works alongside Melanie Nelson, the director of the DAO's Crisis Assistance Response and Engagement for Survivors Unit. ADA Deborah Watson-Stokes, senior advisor for professional development and special projects, is here, and very soon we will have with us the Reverend Clarence Wright, senior pastor at Love Zion Baptist Church. So turning to some of the data, the information that we have relating to gun violence over the last week, and I want to be careful that I identify time periods, because while some of the news is going in a better direction, some of the news yesterday most certainly was not. But as of December the 5th at 11:59 p.m., we were at 478 homicides year to date. Last year on the same day, there were 521. This is a decrease of 8%. It is a decrease of 43. Obviously, every single one of those 43 lives is of great importance to all of Philadelphia. But we are very, very far from being able to say that the news is good, because the level of gun violence remains intolerable, even though it appears that at some point it peaked, and even though it appears at this point that it's going in a better direction, it's going back down. A time period that, not surprisingly, seems to coincide with the pandemic reducing, and also with people fully being back to school, especially high schools, and with the activities that have traditionally been available around high school, organized sports, even outside of school, things of that nature becoming available. So we have, knock wood, some cause to be hopeful, despite the fact we remain in a terrible, truly terrible gun violence crisis. The number of homicides in the period 11/25/22 through 12/1/22, which is how we receive this data, was 3. And there were 22 non-fatal shootings. The general average during the pandemic period has been about 1.5 homicides per day, or about 10.5 homicides per week. So 3 homicides is clearly less than that. During the period 11/25 through 12/1, there were 123 gun-related incidents. So that includes crimes committed with guns, such as robbery or aggravated assault, but it also just includes possession of a gun. Of the 123 gun-related incidents, there were 74 arrests made by law enforcement. Among them, in other words, what this office got, the 74 that we got, we brought 73 cases so far. The median bail set for illegal possession of guns was $250,000, despite the fact that we overwhelmingly request about $1 million. And the median bail set for violent offenses with guns was $150,000 on my data, despite the fact that we almost always ask for $1 million or more on these cases. Cash bail continues to fail us. As for shooting incidents, and other related criminal activity, I want to talk specifically about 3 of them before we move on to our second topic. The first one is a non-fatal shooting incident which occurred on Monday, December the 5th, in the 3500 block of K Street in the 24th Police District at about 3:20 in the afternoon. 3 victims were shot. All 3 were taken to Temple Hospital. Victim 1, a 19-year-old black male, was shot once in the back. Victim 2, an 18-year-old black male, was shot once in the back. Victim 3, a 15-year-old black male, shot in the face, left side, and left arm. This investigation remains ongoing. Anyone with information should contact the Shooting Investigation Group of the Philadelphia Police Department. That is 215-686-8270. The only known offender in this incident is 18-year-old Kelvin Cruz, Jr. This investigation is ongoing, and we are looking for more information to make sure that people are held accountable and that they are the right people. Second incident was a double homicide shooting incident that occurred also on Monday, the 5th of December, in the 2200 block of 20th Street. That's the 22nd Police District at about 9:22 p.m. 2 victims were shot. First one is a 31-year-old black male. He was shot multiple times.
Some of you will be seeing a quick 2-minute break. Stay right here with us. More to come.
Currently known as John Doe, was shot once in the face, and he was pronounced by medics at the scene. This investigation remains ongoing. Anyone with information should contact the PPD Homicide Unit at 215-686-3334. The third incident is a home invasion incident that occurred on Tuesday, December the 6th in the 3200 block of St. Vincent's Street in the 15th Police District at about 2:43 a.m. The only good news is there were no actual injuries. However, at 2:43 a.m., 4 males entered the home through the back door. At least 1 male was armed with a gun, tied up the complainant. There were no injuries. Money and a phone were taken. No arrest has been made by PPD, and this investigation is ongoing. Anyone with information should contact a different number than the others. Contact the PPD's Northeast Detectives Division at 215-686-3154. It is now my pleasure to introduce Melanie Nelson to give a weekly report on behalf of the DAO's Victim Support Services Division and all the absolutely wonderful work her team does every day. She will explain what efforts were made this week in ways that preserve the confidentiality and the privacy of victims and survivors to make sure that there was proper and deep care through the CARES program.
Thank you, DA Krasner. Good morning. The CARES unit served 4 families this week, providing 13 services to all of those families. Everything we do is confidential. Unfortunately, homicides are taking place everywhere in the city of Philadelphia. For those store owners, if a homicide occurs in your establishment, understand that you are a co-homicide survivor as well. You can always reach out to us. We will provide free services to you and to your staff. It is very unfortunate if something happens in your establishment. We want to be able to love on you as well. You can contact the CARES hotline at 215-275-7937. Again, 215-275-7937. Everything that we do is confidential. Everything that we do is out of love and respect for all of those who were a co-homicide survivor. Peace and love.
It's now time to turn to the second topic that we have for today. I'm not going to steal anybody's thunder here. This case is heartbreaking. It is compelling. It's painful to even hear. And I'm not going to steal the thunder of those who will speak about it shortly, but I do want to make sure we recognize Detective John Maha, who did an amazing job with this investigation. Detective Torsten Lucky, who is in many ways the video detective of the Philadelphia Police Department, who always does an amazing job. This is, in fact, a case that involved the use of video and some really creative detective work. It's also a case where forensics proved their value. They will always prove their value. but this is a concrete example of a case where forensics proved their value. 88 Park will give you an overview of the investigation, the prosecution, conviction, and the sentencing of the defendant in this matter, Nasir Watson, and she will also have the honor of introducing the mother of Mr. Fuller, Yvette Fuller, who has been kind enough to come here and say a few words. 88 Park.
Thank you, DA Krasner. The facts of this case are of a particularly violent nature. The incident occurred on May 4th of 2021. 25-year-old Eric Fuller was murdered by being shot 19 times, all about his upper body. And this occurred in front of his 7-month-old daughter and his child's mother. The incident occurred at 23rd and Lehigh Avenue in the Strawberry Mansion section of our city. Last week, as the DA stated, a jury convicted Nasir Watson of first-degree murder, violation of the Uniform Firearms Act 6106, possessing an instrument of crime, and recklessly endangering another person, namely the 7-month-old daughter of Eric Fuller. The evidence in this case was collected thanks to the meticulous work of the assigned investigator. The entire crime,
a boy and a girl, and his loss is always felt. His niece, who he was very close to, we're a very small but close-knit family, was in St. Martin de Porres School. Her 2nd grade classroom, the windows faced the street where Eric was executed. Her and her classmates heard the whole ordeal, seen the cops, but she did not know it was her beloved E, as she called him. My family has been through so much, like so many families throughout the city who have lost loved ones through senseless murder and crime. Eric's love for his daughter, his last act was to save her life. She was but 7 months old at the time, and he threw her so that she, in hopes that she would not be harmed. He always stated that she would never have a boyfriend, like most fathers feel, and that he was going to go with her on her prom. And we were like, okay, well, we'll keep working on that. That's not going to happen. And she loved him too. They were always together. If he was holding her, no one, not even her mother, could take him out of her arms. It was a love that was cut too short. Throughout this whole ordeal, the family, my family, could never have gone through it without the support of so many others around this city. I know in the news throughout the country, you hear different information about things that, don't go so well. But I'm here to give my thank you to the DA's office. 88 Parks was absolutely phenomenal and kept us engaged and kept us informed about every step of the way what to expect. I want to thank Nicole Hall from the Victim Services Unit, who stayed with us, who contacted us, who comforted us, who protected us. She was absolutely a godsend. Detective Maha and Lucky were absolutely phenomenal. Detective Maha, from the very beginning, from the time I met her.
We're going to take our final break here of this hour on Live Now from Fox, and we'll have more top stories and headlines, including at the top of the hour, some updates as it is the Georgia Senate runoff election today, and we will find out if it is going to be Warnock or Walker to take the last Senate seat.
As best they could. And I just, my family, we thank you for all your efforts. Our family and friends who prayed with us, prayed for us, wrapped their love around us, we thank them. And I also want to give, most importantly, a message to the community at large. We got to stop this violence. Life is not a video game. People are dying, and it's unfair, and it's not right, and it's unjustified. You cannot expect to take the life of another and not have your own life felt by that. Nasir's Watson's mother, from mother to mother, we never, when our children were born, never expected this would be the outcome. There's more ways to die than to totally disappear. Her 22-year-old son, because of his acts, will never be there to support their family. And I know, from mother to mother, her heart too is broken. And so I ask young people, please think before you act. Think about the consequences of your actions. It's so easy just to react and rush and do something. But you not only hurt that victim's family, you hurt your loved ones too. So please, again, think before you act and stop this violence. Thank you.
Thank you for that. Reverend Wright.
Good morning, everyone. There's really not much to say following that. Hearing from the mother, I think every eye in this room should be welled with tears at what you have experienced. So no, we stand with you, we pray with you. I'm here because I'm the pastor of the Love Zion Baptist Church. This tragic murder happened on the 2600 block of 23rd Street. My church is on the 2500 block of North 23rd Street. I have members who live on the block. I have children in my church who attend St. Martin's de Porres. It is very close to home. Unfortunately, throughout the years of pastoring in that community, I've been close to more than a few murders and other instances of violence like this. But I have to say that this one in particular is heart-wrenching because of the details. To the family, to the Fuller family, know that the Love Zion Church and all of the community of churches and institutions of faith in North Philadelphia, we stand with you in this season and in this hour. And I want to thank all of our institutions, the DA's office, our police investigators, all of the ADAs who worked on the case. You know, there's an African proverb that says it takes a village to raise a child, but it's more than just raising a child. These children grow up, and we have a society that needs to run and needs to function. There are issues that have prevented our city from functioning. This should not be normal, and I refuse to ever accept this as normal. But in order to restore normalcy, we need to close these cases as this DA has done. We need to close these cases. If you can get away with murder over and over again, there's no reason to stop the cycle. But this one case where there is an example of justice being served, it is our prayer that it can serve as an example for some others, so that another young man or young woman might be in a position to make a life or death decision, and they may make the right decision because they'll remember this case. So thank you to the district attorney and all of your staff. Thank you to the police department of Philadelphia and everyone involved in this case. Let's continue to pray that this violence will cease.
All right, just a couple more comments. Thank you above all for Yvette Fuller and her comments. From the prosecutor's perspective, certain things jump out. I think you've already heard them, mostly, but there are a few details I think are worth hearing. So the way this case was put together by PPD was a combination of extraordinary investigation and extraordinary forensics. Detective Maha and Torsten Lucky knew how to think about this case, and so they were able to do some really good stuff with a case that was difficult. Yes, there was video, but it was video of a person who was masked, of a person who was dressed in black. The video wasn't going to cut it. It was not going to be enough. There was a license plate, and the license plate was attached to a car, and through good investigation, the owner of the car, who is not the defendant, was found, questions were asked, additional steps were taken. Those steps involved, among other things, obtaining additional video, and the additional video was of Nasir Watson a day after the killing in a grocery store. He's in the grocery store, walking around. He's wearing a number of identical articles of clothing, and they're clearly visible. By the time the car is obtained, no matching clothing is in the car. And as is often the case, the actual killer has taken steps to hide his identity. So the detectives went a step further. DNA was taken from the car. The owner of the car turned out to be a relative of the defendant. But that doesn't do it for you. DNA was taken from the car. Some DNA that was obtained in the car did match the defendant. And perhaps most importantly, there was a different jacket in the trunk of the car, but that different jacket had a tiny amount of gunshot residue. Gunshot residue is the burnt gunpowder and other chemicals involved in the firing of a bullet that blow back onto the person who shoots the gun. So the combination of being able to establish similarity of clothing, or actually identical clothing in our opinion, but what was visibly similar clothing a day later, DNA in the car, a family connection to the car, this evasive effort to hide the clothing by having another jacket back there, which failed because a tiny amount of the gunshot residue transferred. All of that taken together took a case that very well could have been a not guilty based upon the video and turned it into a guilty within a matter of hours. Obviously, the prosecutor did a fabulous job, but so did the PPD in putting this one together. And it is a confirmation not only of really good detective work and really good prosecution, but the incredible value of thinking the right way and having the forensics that can turn a corner. I raise this because, in general, there will be good news coming as to forensics in the city of Philadelphia, and it will be coming pretty soon. The other couple things that stand out, obviously the heroism of the father. Here is Mr. Fuller is being assassinated, essentially, and was assassinated as he lay on the pavement. Many shots were fired into him, and his last act is not to run and abandon his child. It is to push his child farther away. And then I guess part 3 is just the comments of Yvette Fuller, which were amazing. Okay, let's start with, in numerical order, Channel 3. Are there any questions? Nope. Channel 6? Nope. Channel 29?
You talk about the discrepancy in bails pretty regularly.
Right.
What is causing that discrepancy? You seem to go for these $1 million bails and they get significantly lower. What needs to change in your eyes in that?
The real solution, the best solution, would be for Pennsylvania to pass laws that would eliminate the use of cash, that would divorce cash from the process of deciding who should sit in jail until trial and who should not. A no cash bail system currently exists in the District of Columbia. It's been there over 30 years. It's been quite successful. Jersey is pretty close to one, meaning it has most of those features. Kentucky has it. Illinois just passed it. This is the modern trend. And what it means is that if you are a rich, hardcore criminal, you ain't getting out. And if you are a poor person who is accused of your second retail theft, you are getting out, which is how it should be. The actual experience in the District of Columbia has been that about 12% of people sit through trial, and the other 88% are not going to sit in jail at great public expense just because they're broke. We have to take people and keep them in jail because of danger. That's what we have to do, not because of their economics. And that's not the system we have. What is working at the micro level in Philadelphia is that we have an old system. And there's a little matrix somewhere that somebody wrote up a long time ago which suggests certain amounts of bail to bail commissioners. Sadly, we don't set bail. The DA's office does not set it, neither does the defense. It is set by bail commissioners initially, and then it is set by judges later. And the real issue here is that we have bail commissioners who are not accepting of change. They are very comfortable with numbers they were giving a long time ago, and those numbers are ineffective. Various things have changed over time. One thing that has changed is inflation. Another thing that has changed is we have a lot more bail bonds people. You perhaps have heard of Dog the Bounty Hunter. Well, these are people you pay. They pay your bail, which is bigger than what you pay them, and then they're going to go find you, in theory, if you run. Well, what it really means is instead of paying 10% of the bail that comes out of the mouth of the bail commissioner, you're only paying 3.3%. So you could have, let's just look at 150,000. That was the average, that was the median bail for violent gun offense. That actually means you have to pay 15 to the city, or if you don't want to do that, you go to a bail bonds person and pay 5. For $5,000, you can get out for shooting or shooting at somebody else. It's not enough. I would like to see a system where if you shoot at somebody else, you better have some pretty good reasons why you're not just going to sit until trial, especially in the middle of a gun violence crisis. And that's why time and time again, we come up with a much bigger number, because we don't have the ability to ask for people to be held without bail unless it's a homicide. The law doesn't let us do that. So we ask for a very high number, and we don't get it. This is less than 1/6 of the money we're asking for. I've said it before and I'll say it again. I think it's very, very frustrating. There's a couple other details and wrinkles to this, including the fact that the municipal court in 2019 passed a rule that for every single bail, all you got to pay is 10%. That's not how it used to be. 10 years ago, now and then you'd see a judge say, well, this will be $150,000, but you can't pay 10%. You got to pay the whole thing, right? At least they had the ability to do that. And then the municipal court took that away. I'm not saying they're bad for doing it, but it's a bad outcome that we have people who do such dangerous things and they can pay their bail. So that is, frankly, where the problem lies. It is a sad truth that many of our legislators are familiar with lobbyists from the industry, the private bail industry, meaning bail bonds people. It is a sad truth that many of our legislature like the fact that cash bail is collected by counties, because they find ways to put that cash bail to use in their counties. But we cannot pay off safety. We cannot accept the payoff instead of having a bail system that actually keeps people safe on the one hand and make sure that poor people don't just sit in jail for something dumb because they're broke. All right, let me see. 3629 we did. Philadelphia Inquirer. Yes, sir.
So we mentioned earlier that their driver was not arrested. Are there leads or any sort of elements in that aspect of the investigation?
Please give me a moment to check with a couple people, and we'll see if we're able to answer that.
And thanks for being with us on Live Now from Fox. We're going to take a quick 2-minute break. When we come back, we'll have a lot more of your top headlines, including all of the news surrounding the Georgia Senate runoff. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Well, after months of campaigning, Georgia voters today will finally decide who will represent the state in the Senate for the next 6 years, choosing between Democrat Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican football legend Herschel Walker. Today, polls opened at 7 this morning and will remain open until 7 p.m. Thank you so much for joining us on Live Now from Fox. I'm Lexi Petrovich. We first want to start by bringing you out to where officials in Georgia were talking about the voter turnout so far. Of course, a big day in Georgia. Let's send you out there right now.
December 6th, U.S. Senate runoff here in Georgia. Been tweeting out some of the basics so far. Our wait times have gone back up a little bit, which means that there are people still coming out at a pretty good clip to vote. We're up 2.5 minutes. Our check-in time is still running at 44 seconds. There was one late open that we're aware of, which was in Newton County at the Flat Shoals Recreation Center. They opened 40 minutes late. We don't know the reason. We're trying to investigate that now. As a final thing, as of yesterday, we got to 172,502 absentee ballots accepted, which is a record for a midterm runoff. In fact, it's over double what we had in the last midterm runoff. And that means we've got about, give or take, 50,000 absentee ballots that are still out. Some will be canceled by people voting in person today. Some will come in. And of those, since I know everybody's going to ask, there's about 3,800 military and overseas ballots that, if they are postmarked today, can still be accepted through Friday. Let's see. So our total turnout of pre-election voting coming into today was 1,888,441, just shy of 1.9 million. Let's see. We've got a handful of locations with wait times longer than 15 minutes. And we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 of them out of 2,700 locations in the state. And those 9 are Central Church of Christ in Chatham at 20 minutes, Cooper Center in Chatham at 19 minutes, the Good Shepherd Presbyterian in Gwinnett County at 30 minutes, Islands Christian Church in Chatham County at 25 minutes, the Old Gym in Tift County at 20 minutes, Russell Elementary in Paulding County at 20 minutes, Shallowford Church in Cobb County at 19 minutes, St. Augustine Catholic Church in Newton County at 26 minutes, and St. Stephen's Missionary Baptist Church at 24 minutes in Fulton County. So those are the 9 locations we have with wait times of over 15 minutes. We are looking at right now probably approaching 400,000 ballots have been cast statewide so far on Election Day. That's an estimate based in part on some live data analytics the Secretary of State's office gets, plus some math right there. That's what's approximately a little less than 400,000. Which, the one thing we're confident in saying is we'll be over 1 million votes before the end of the day. And to put that in perspective, in the 2021 U.S. Senate runoff, where we had 2 Senate contests going, there was 1,316,898 ballots cast. So we are on a good pace right now, but it depends on how the weather goes and voter behavior the rest of the day, although we've seen it kind of even out. And what we've learned is voters are becoming more sophisticated in doing their planning. They know if they go first thing in the morning, they're going to wait. At the end of the day, they're going to wait. So they're kind of figuring out in the middle of the day, maybe not around lunch. So we will continue to update you throughout the day, but I'll take any questions you might have.
What's your biggest concern? I mean, you mentioned the weather. Is it more weather, or is it lines, or what?
Well, we've got no lines, so that concern is always there, but doesn't really exist right now. Events and the unknowable unknowns are the things that concern me. I don't want to give light to things that people are trying to do to attempt to be disruptive. So far, nothing is disrupting voting. The other thing with weather is power. We have one location that was almost open late because there was a power issue, but that got fixed. It's really just turnout and people knowing their vote's going to count, because these are emotional things, and there's a group of people out there who think that they're going to win, so they may not show up. There's a group of people out there who think they're going to lose, so they may not show up. Make your vote count, make your voice count. Whether you think you're going to win or lose, that affects the long term of how these things will run. So I'm hopeful and anticipate there being a record turnout for a midterm runoff. We're well on pace for that right now. In fact, the last midterm runoff we had was in 2018. not quite as high profile, but really important for this office because it was a Secretary of State's race, and there was 1,473,000 votes cast total in that. So we're already surpassed that. We're going to surpass it today. We're not going to break the 2021 record because that was insane, because that was 2 Senate runoffs for the balance of power of the United States Senate and 2 very powerful campaigns running at the same time, coming off of a emotional win or loss, depending on your side, in an interesting environment. This is a calmer environment. This is a more methodical environment. We feel good about where we are. The counties are doing a great job. And like I said, we were looking at 1,316,000 in 2021. So I'm hopeful that we can approach that today, because I think the more people vote, the better off we are.
So you mentioned voter behavior and voters becoming more sophisticated. It seems like mail-in ballots are down significantly compared to 2021. Is that sophistication people are voting on election day, or do you think there's a confidence concern with mail-in ballots, or what's your take on that?
It's a twofold thing. The main thing is people want to treat 2020 and 2021 like it was a regular election year. I'm not saying there's no COVID now, as I've been scolded before, but the COVID environment we are in is much more normalized. And the reason we had so many absentee ballots then was because of COVID. And historically speaking, Georgia voters vote absentee about 5% of the time. So if you compare apples to apples, which is a midterm runoff, to another midterm runoff, we're at double the use of absentee ballots. So it depends on where you want to draw your line marker. We knew it would drop from 2021. And we also knew it would increase from 2018. And guess what? We're falling right in the middle of that. We're going to set a new record because, like I said, we're 172,000 so far. I anticipate we'll get another 5,000, 6,000. It'll be 180,000 maybe, which is a huge number. And then a bunch of the people who chose not to vote wouldn't vote in person, so they canceled those. We have 11,000 canceled absentee ballots, which is pretty normal. And in some cases, I'm sure what happened for some of these people is, I'm concerned my ballot's not here, I'm concerned it got here late, so now I'm going to go vote in person today. So we'll see more of that happening today. So I don't think it is easier functionally now to request and vote an absentee ballot than it was 4 years ago. We had COVID rules and COVID emergency rules we were dealing with in 2020 and 2021. The legislature came in and set some rules that still make it functionally easier to vote absentee than it was before. There wasn't an absentee ballot portal ever in the history of Georgia. Drop boxes were not part of the law until SB 202, the Election Integrity Act. So there's the Aristotelian perfect voting world, and then there's the real world. So yeah, I said Aristotelian in a press conference about voting, so that's my fault. I apologize. And that's the situation we're in. We have a functional system that's one of the best for voter experiences in the country. Are there obstacles to anything? You still have to drive to the polls or take a bus or figure it out. I remember Time Magazine had a girl who said, I couldn't figure out how to get to my poll. The closest one to her was a mile walk away, and she ended up carpooling with a friend. I mean, these are normal things. This is not voter suppression, so I just want to make that pretty clear. What else we got?
This one I will be the first to admit is not a great question, but have you heard anything about Henry County? They just want me to ask you about Henry County, but I don't know exactly what the context is for that
It's
question.
a lovely county, south of Atlanta. For some reason, there's always traffic on 75 both directions, no matter the time of day. I'm not sure why that is. I call it the Grady Curve of Georgia. But I've heard of no issues out of Henry County, if that's what they're asking.
I was going to say, it didn't sound like it made your list earlier.
It did not make the list because we have heard of nothing else, but I will definitely go ask and see if there's anything going on.
What's the deadline for overseas ballots to come in?
They have to be postmarked by Election Day today, and they can get here by Friday close of business. Essentially, Friday close of business is the military overseas postmarked by today, provisionals to be verified, and any absentee ballots with issues to be cured. And in this case, there's an order from a judge to allow all the Cobb County absentees to come in, and that's about 3,400, I think, is people that it affects.
Early thoughts on pacing tonight. You guys had guidance for us for the 7 o'clock hour in November. What are you guys thinking this time around?
We are hopeful for the same kind of thing where the counties, through a cooperative discussions, have basically said, we have the early votes in, we're going to load those first. As we all saw, Fulton County did it very quickly last time. I'm prayerful they will do it again. And the DeKalb, Cobb, and Gwinnett will all follow suit. So we should have a lot of the big counties in. And part of this, yes, is to avoid that situation we had in 2020 where you have one side really ahead and all of a sudden they get what they call a vote dump, which is really just a big county reporting their results. And the secondary thing we've asked counties to do is don't wait till you get all of one kind of ballots. Just as you get them, load them. So that way there's always a steady stream of information so people can't let their imaginations get the better of them. So this is just about the data getting in early and fast, and we're working with the counties to see if they do it. And we're all very cooperatively working together on that. All right. Well, I don't know when we'll do one of these again, probably lunchtime-ish, because I don't foresee anything happening. If anything does happen, we'll give you a heads up and come up here a little bit later, okay? I'll check on Henry County as well.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, guys.
Any thoughts on Georgia beating LSU by like 20 points?
I'm more cared about I love hanging half a 100 on them. I'm not going to lie. I'm not displeased about the fact that we don't have to play Alabama because I don't want to play Nick Saban when he's got a month and a half to get ready.
Yeah,
and a chip on his shoulder.
All right, you were just listening to Gabriel Sterling, the Chief Operating Officer at the Georgia Secretary of State, talking all things voter turnout. We want to give you a live look again here at some of that voter turnout that they're seeing today. Again, polls opened early this morning at 7 o'clock. Now, a victory for Warnock would solidify Georgia's status as a battleground heading into the 2024 presidential election. A win for Walker, however, could be an indication that the Democratic gains in the state might be somewhat limited, especially given that Georgia Republicans swept every other statewide contest last month. Now, our very own Andrew Kraft spoke with the Georgia Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, yesterday ahead of today's runoff election. A lot of great content there. We want to give you a listen to that right now.
Joining us to discuss the Georgia Senate runoffs happening is Secretary of State in Georgia, Brad Raffensperger. Secretary, thanks so much for being with us. Okay, the last day of early voting was on Friday. You're seeing historic early voting numbers and totals there in the state. What do you ascribe this to? How do you explain these record numbers?
I think voters are excited, really engaged in the process. We actually have 80,000 voters that showed up for the runoff race that never voted in the fall at all. So you just found that 80,000 more voters are engaged. So I think you're just seeing people are really engaged watching this race. They understand that even though it's 50-50, or is it going to be a 51-49, senatorial, it's really important. And that's why voters are turning out to vote for this race.
Okay, and can you kind of walk us through some of the tabulation, counting procedures? Many viewers, many Americans, many Georgians, will they get a result tomorrow night, do you think?
Oh, you'll get a result. Will it be the total result? The question you really have is how close is the race? Because you have your overseas military ballots that have to be, and they'll be accepted by Friday. So they have to come in by Friday. And then they're in one location, Cobb County. They were late in sending out some of their absentee ballots, so the judge gave them till Friday. But other than that, you have to also understand, unlike a lot of other states, only about 5% of all Georgians will vote absentee. So 95% are going to vote, in person. We have probably about 60%, that vote early, and then about 35% historically will vote tomorrow. And then we have 5% absentee. So we should be able to give you results. It's just a question of how close is it so we can say this is who the winner is. We have to wait for those last ones to come in from overseas military ballots.
Okay, we all followed the controversy surrounding some of these new election laws that are in place for this runoff, that they were passed by the legislature just last summer. And that one of those laws in particular condensed the window from the general midterm to the runoff. And so do you think that is maybe playing into the fact that we're seeing record turnout? Because we all remember back in 2020, that runoff took place in January of 21. So is that condensed time frame, maybe some of these record numbers, is that what's alluding to it?
Well, if you want to go back in time, historically, what we had is a 5-week runoff. Then our federal judge got involved and he said no for the UOCAVA ballots because of the process you had. And they pushed the federal runoff out to 9 weeks. By going with ranked choice voting instant runoff for the UOCAVA ballots, we were allowed to get everything back, state runoffs and also federal runoffs, down to that same window of a 4-week runoff. And that's why we have all the runoffs will be 4 weeks after the November race. So that's why we are right now. So and then we just have very energized voters on both sides of the aisle. We've had two former presidents engaged in this. The governor's engaged for Herschel Walker, out doing rallies with him, has a very effective TV ad right now. So people on both sides of the aisle are really engaged.
I want to talk about some of those new election laws that are on the books. You heard from really prominent Democrats last year referring to some of those laws as Jim Crow 2.0, especially President Joe Biden, even Senator Raphael Warnock, and also Stacey Abrams. Stacey Abrams, when pressed during the midterm cycle about how do you square that with the record early voting, the record turnout, she said, quote, "We proved in 18, and it remains true that turnout does not dispel voter suppression." What do you think she means by that?
She has nothing to stand on, so she just starts making stuff up. And I guess we've shown that we have record registrations, record turnout. We had 4 million people show up back 4 years ago for the presidential race. We had 5 million. We had 4 million show up in the fall. We now have record early voting, and we're going to have strong turnout tomorrow. Again, voters have opportunities to vote. What we actually did with the voting process, we now have photo ID for all forms of voting. You want to vote absentee in Georgia, it's photo ID. That's something they've actually been doing in Minnesota and other Midwestern states for over 10 years now. We think that elevated security and obviously improved voter confidence in the process. We had 17 days of early voting in the fall race. We have 5 minimum days of early voting for this race here. And then many counties had Sunday and Saturday voting, so up to 7 days. And people can vote any choice they want. You can vote no excuse absentee voting, 5% choose to do that. You can vote in person early or in person tomorrow. We give voters options, but we make sure at the end of the day, we're going to do a risk limiting audit of a statewide race. We had a race that we chose in the fall race, and we did an audit of that, 95% risk limit audit. We're going to also do an audit of this race so we can verify the accuracy of this race so voters have confidence. Here's who the winner is, and this is the person that came up short.
Okay, let's talk about some of the political considerations. You, of course, are a Republican, but we all know in 2020, Georgia went blue for the first time in a generation, both at the Senate level and at the federal level with the presidential election. I know you can't really tell by just one election about where do you think Georgia is heading politically. But if the results come out tomorrow that Raphael Warnock gets a full term in the Senate, can you kind of more definitively say that Georgia is trending a little purplish, if you will, that hue is here to stay?
What I would say is that Georgia is a competitive state. And what the governor and I both showed, we had very strong victories in both of our races. I actually had the highest percentage over a Democrat, 9.2%. We both built broad-based coalitions, and that's the way forward for anyone that wants to win statewide in the state of Georgia. We're not an 80-20 state or 20-80, depending on how you look at it. We're a very competitive state, but that's why when you reach out and you have built broad-based coalitions, you do very well. And both the governor and I have shown how to do that.
Okay, I want to move from Georgia very quickly, if we can, to Arizona. We're live now from Fox's base. Governor-elect Katie Hobbs, of course, is the Secretary of State here in Arizona, at least for the next couple of months until she's sworn in. Her opponent, Republican Kari Lake, the loser of that election, and some of her supporters have kind of issued these broadside, maybe bad faith attacks, saying that how can a Secretary of State certify her own win in another statewide race? Is there any credence to that?
I don't believe so, because 4 years ago, Stacey Abrams said that about Secretary of State Brian Kemp. How could he certify his own race? Meanwhile, people have to understand that the races typically across the nation are run by the counties. They're run by the counties. The counties certify their results, and then they push that up to the state level, and the Secretary of State is merely certifying that. What we're really looking for, were there any violations of state laws? And then we begin investigations. But I know that we pushed back against Stacey Abrams 4 years ago about her allegation that Secretary of State Brian Kemp couldn't certify his own race. There's nothing to support that idea.
Okay, because today in Arizona, Governor Doug Ducey, signed the canvass for all the counties. And so we also are learning that Katie Hobbs is going to recuse herself from representing the Secretary of State's office in any lawsuit related to the governor's race. So just last question on this. Secretaries of State don't count ballots in the state. Is that correct?
Exactly. And 4 years ago, Governor Kemp did step down. We had an interim Secretary of State for the last month, just so there was no question about that. And when I took office, I had 9 lawsuits from Stacey Abrams about her, stolen election claims were based on voter suppression. We pushed back hard for that for 4 years. And that's one of the reasons that she didn't do too well this time, that, the bloom came off that rose, because we're pushing back on facts. We're pushing back on truth for 4 years. In Georgia, it's never been easier to vote, but it is hard to cheat.
Okay. Secretary, last question for you. We're recording this the day before the runoffs. What will you be doing on the day of? Are you going to be pretty busy, I imagine?
Yes, I'll actually be voting early tomorrow morning, but then I'll be going down to our election headquarters, and we'll just be working on that, making sure that there's, the lines are short. State law also requires that all lines have to be shorter than 1 hour. In November, the average time got down to 2 minutes. At one point, it's 3 minutes most of the day. Longest line I saw on the leaderboard was 14 or 16 minutes. So we really work hard so that voters have a very good experience when they come out to vote. They're not sitting out there in long lines. So we'll be tracking that and just tracking any other situations, any kind of calls that really require us to send out an investigator right away.
All right. Secretary of State Brett Raffensperger there in Georgia. We appreciate your time. We'll talk again.
All right, a great interview there by our very own Andrew Kraft, speaking with the Georgia Secretary of State ahead of today's runoff election, a very highly anticipated election with that as well. Of course, voters deciding who will represent the state of Georgia in the Senate for the next 6 years. And we are hearing now that already more than 1.8 million people have already voted in today's election. We are going to take a quick 2-minute break, but when we come back, we'll show you a little bit of some of those campaigns that have already been happening this morning as voters and people everywhere await the results of today's runoff race. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. Today is the day that voters are heading to the polls to decide between Raphael Warnock or Herschel Walker in today's Georgia Senate runoff race. Some of the candidates making their final push today. Let's take you out to where Senator Warnock was speaking earlier today and let you listen into that.
And that's why we're leaving it all on the field.
Riley, go ahead. Hi, Senator. How are you? Can you talk a little bit about what it would mean and how it would make your life a little bit easier to have 51 in the Senate over 50? I mean, you spent time with the split, the divide. Tell me, how would that change things?
Well, Georgia has two Senate seats like every other state. And there are only two people who get to represent 11 million people for 6 years. So for me, that's the significance. You know, I know that folks are doing all the other calculations, and that's fine. But this really is about who's going to represent Georgia, this state. And when you think about the issue of women being able to make their own health care decisions, when you think about the need to expand health care in this state and to lower people's costs, there's no question that these are tough times. The question is who's equipped to do something about it. We haven't heard a single solution from my opponent, who's been running over a year. He hasn't offered a single policy proposal, except maybe a department to watch young men who are watching young women who are watching social media. Georgia deserves better than that.
Sabrina, go ahead. Washington Post right
Senator
there.
Warnock, well, if you win 6-year term, what are your top priorities heading into going back to the Senate?
Well, I have to say that I'm very proud of my bipartisan work, and I mean that. You know, look, the differences in our country are real. That's part of what makes our country great. But out of the whole Senate, the Lugar Center lists me as the 18th most bipartisan senator in the Senate. I think that's remarkable because I'm the most junior senator in the Senate. I think there's a bipartisan path to getting the insulin cap that I got for folks on Medicare for everybody who needs it. 20 states already capped the cost of insulin. Many of them are red states. And I'll be reaching across the aisle. In fact, I'm doing that now. Reaching out to my colleagues, trying to see if we can get people's costs under control, whether it's insulin or just the cost of prescription drugs in general. I would like to keep nudging at the federal level to get Georgia to do what it must do at the state level, expand Medicaid. The Atlanta Medical Center that's closing now is down the street from my church. It's not theory for me. I visit parishioners in that hospital that's now closing. And we can do better than that. And then I'd like to continue to invest in the future, invest in domestic manufacturing. We did the CHIPS bill. I think it's important, but we need to do more actually in that space. We're really just playing catch up. And we need to invest in our colleges and universities and community colleges, prepare the workforce of the future. And there's a way in which there'll be plenty of jobs. We got to make sure that we have workers who are equipped for those jobs, which is something that I remain laser focused on.
Maya King, go ahead.
Senator, we're hearing some reports about longer lines, especially around Atlanta. Obviously, there's a lot of people to get out to vote, and that's important. What's your response to this, and what's your closing message?
Yeah, my response today is get in line, and please stay in line. It's just too important. And so people need to show up. Half of life is showing up. And the best thing we can do for our democracy is to make sure that our voices are heard and that our votes are cast. I do have some ideas on the other side of this about the work we must do, because we ought to be making it easier and not harder for people to vote.
That work would be in terms of election reform?
Yeah, we need to address. Look, I had to sue the state of Georgia to get Saturday voting. Clearly, we needed it. That only relieves some of the pressure. So, even when we have record voter turnout in the United States, it's not as high as it ought to be. And I just think that we've got to find ways to reform the system to strengthen people's ability to exercise their constitutional right.
Lily, go ahead.
Senator Warnock, you said this election is going to come down to character and competence. This morning, your opponent said that he would put his character up against yours any day of the week. What's your reaction to that?
My opponent says many things. You can't believe any of it.
Nicole, go ahead.
Senator, I know you said you've left it all on the field, but do you have any regrets?
Regrets? No, I'm deeply honored to represent the people of Georgia. And, you don't really know for sure if you want a job until you're actually doing it. I think the people at home can relate to thinking they wanted a job and then they got it and realized it wasn't what they thought. Well, I can say to the people of Georgia with a straight face that after nearly 2 years of
Okay, you were just listening in to Senator Warnock there speaking on Election Day today with some reporters. We want to switch gears just a little bit and bring you out to where President Biden spoke with reporters this morning. He is expected to land here in Arizona, where our LiveNOW studio is in about an hour, and he will be giving remarks later today. Of course, we'll have full coverage of that and of all of the results from the Georgia runoff race here on Live Now from Fox. But before President Biden left for Arizona, he did catch up with reporters where they did press him on why he's not visiting the border.
Mr. President, Catholic bishops reject the Respect for Marriage Act. They reject it. They say it harms religious freedom, Catholic bishops. What's your response to that? I disagree. Amen. Georgia!
Do you want Catholic to come and defend it? I am. I'm looking forward to it.
Here today, and there's a lot of folks that.
Well, you can see there that exchange with reporters was very short and brief. Meanwhile, former Vice President Mike Pence is hosting a fireside chat and book signing at the Garden Sanctuary Church of God in Rock Hill, South Carolina. Let's bring you into what that conversation looked like this morning.
Said about you by friend and foe alike. So here we are in Garden Sanctuary, a historic church in this city, and I would love to hear how you came to faith in Christ to start this conversation.
Well, first off, join me in thanking Pastor Conley and Heather and the whole ministry team here at Garden Sanctuary. Would you please? This is a very special church. I'm honored to be here. I'm very humbled, very grateful, and I was excited to meet your kids. Reagan, McKinley, and Grant. I think that's worth a round of applause. That could be the Mount Rushmore of children. But Pastor Conley, thank you for having us. I'm looking forward to meeting people, and I appreciate the interest in our autobiography. That I've been very humbled by the response around the country. But thank you for sensing the one to whom credit is due in my life. You know, to answer your question, I grew up in a church family. It was, it was church on Sunday morning, grace before dinner, and I owe so much to the foundation my family helped pour in my life. But frankly, when I was about the age of a lot of these young people here, I lost interest in religion. I experienced a little bit of success in my high school years, and by the time I went off to college, I was just convinced I could do it all on my own. I didn't really need that religion my parents had put as a backdrop of our family's life. But as I write in So Help Me God, when I went off to college, I knew deep inside that something was missing in my life. And I met some young people who had a joy in their life that I knew I didn't have. And they were young men that I spent time with. I spoke to regularly about faith. And as I recount in the book, I started to attend a Christian fellowship group on campus. And I probably went back because there were a fair number of, very attractive co-eds that attended the fellowship meeting. But I always thought it was an uplifting message. They'd play guitar, they would sing songs. I thought it was really refreshing. And I remember this friend who now is a pastor in Indianapolis to this day. A friend in the fraternity said he wore a nice little cross, and I had just decided I would go ahead and be Christian. So I told him I wanted to get the cross like he was wearing. I wanted to start wearing a cross and be a Christian person. And this is back before you could order anything in the world on your telephone. And he had a catalog that he said he ordered it from. And I started to bother him about, hey, be sure and give me that catalog. I want to call in. I want to get one of those crosses. And it was one day in the cafeteria at our fraternity, my first year in college, that he turned around at one point and he looked at me and I said, don't forget to get me that catalog. And John looked at me and said, well, just remember, you got to wear it in your heart before you wear it around your neck. And in that moment, as I wrote, it was as though my mask came off. I knew he could see I was just, my interest in Christianity was just another pose in my life, and he could see through it. But it would be later that year that I was attending a Christian music festival in Wilmore, Kentucky that was considered to be an early answer to Woodstock, and it was part of when contemporary Christian music was just emerging around the country. And I sat there and I listened to the music. I was enthralled by it over the course of the weekend, but the preaching that I heard that spoke about a personal relationship with Jesus Christ was something new to me. The idea of a decision that I would make in my life. And I remember on a rainy night in Wilmore, Kentucky in 1978, it was like I heard the words, "For God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son, that whoever would believe in him would not perish but would have everlasting life." And I stood up as a young 18-year-old. I walked down that hill on a light, rainy Saturday night, and I found a young pastor and prayed to receive Jesus Christ as my personal Lord and Savior, and it changed my life forever. So ever since then, I've been trying to live out my faith, however imperfectly.
As we listen in to former Vice President Pence as he meets with community members in South Carolina, some of you are going to take a quick 2-minute break.
Marriage, build our family, build our opportunities we've had in public service around that principle.
You have stated, and you may state it again today, that you are a Christian, a conservative, and an American in that order. And you've been a different politician than a lot of politicians in the way that you handled your campaigns. But the secret is it hasn't always been that way. There was one campaign that you write about in the book that after the two campaigns, that after the campaign, you actually wrote an article called Confessions of a Negative Campaigner.
Right.
So as a guy, though, that's sworn off that campaign, you recognize this is not who I am, who I want to be. And you look around the political milieu that we're in right now. What are your thoughts as you view that current political construct? How can anyone get a positive message across with all the negative noise that we see around us?
Well, I want to gently correct you, Pastor Conley. I've said for many years I'm a Christian, a conservative, and a Republican in that order. And it's the priorities in my life, and I'm proud to be a member of the Republican Party. But as you can also read, I started out in politics as a Democrat. But when I heard the voice and the values of the other Reagan, I joined the Republican Revolution and never looked back. But you're right. Early in my career, I ran for Congress a couple of times before even my 30th birthday, and lost. But as I try and write honestly in the book, so help me God, I didn't just lose an election. I felt like I lost my way. I lost a sense of self-respect because I allowed myself to be caught up in a form of politics that I didn't believe really honored the faith that I had professed since that day in 1978. A core tenet of a Christian faith is to do unto others as you'd have them do unto you, right? Politics too often is do unto others before they do unto you. And I'd gotten caught up in one of those negative campaigns, and I ended up writing.
Sanchez, Chief of the Division's Immigrant and Employee Rights Section. Together, we will be co-hosting the program this afternoon. It's an honor to be with all of you today, and I know that I speak for everyone when I say that I look forward to all that is in store.
We're here today, and there's a lot of folks that some came in with their own copies of your book, and they're going to be purchasing copies and getting you to sign those when they leave. And the title of your book says a lot, and so we're just going to jump right in. So help me God. God has been a central part of the Mike Pence story. Your Christianity has been the center of what has been written about you, what has been said about you by friend and foe alike. So here we are in Garden Sanctuary, a historic church in this city, and I would love to hear how you came to faith in Christ to start this conversation.
Well, first off, join me in thanking Pastor Conley and Heather and the whole ministry team here at Garden Sanctuary. Would you please? This is a very special church. I'm honored to be here. I'm very humbled, very grateful, and I was excited to meet your kids, Reagan, McKinley, and Grant. I think that's worth a round of applause. That could be the Mount Rushmore of children. But Pastor Conley, thank you for having us. I'm looking forward to meeting people, and I appreciate the interest in our autobiography. That I've been very humbled by the response around the country. But thank you for sensing the one to whom credit is due in my life. To answer your question, I grew up in a church family. It was it was church on Sunday morning, grace before dinner. And I owe so much to the foundation my family helped pour in my life. But frankly, when I was about the age of a lot of these young people here, I lost interest in religion. I experienced a little bit of success in my high school years, and by the time I went off to college, I was just convinced I could do it all on my own. I didn't really need that religion my parents had put as a backdrop of our family's life. But as I write in So Help Me God, when I went off to college, I knew deep inside that something was missing in my life. And I met some young people who had a joy in their life that I knew I didn't have. And they were young men that I spent time with. I spoke to regularly about faith. And as I recount in the book, I started to attend a Christian fellowship group on campus. And I probably went back because there were a fair number of, very attractive co-eds that attended the fellowship meeting. But I always thought it was an uplifting message. They'd play guitar, they would sing songs. I thought it was really refreshing. And I remember this friend who now is a pastor in Indianapolis to this day. A friend in the fraternity said, he wore a nice little cross, and I had just decided I would go ahead and be Christian. So I told him I wanted to get the cross like he was wearing. I wanted to start wearing a cross and be a Christian person. And this is back before you could order anything in the world on your telephone. And he had a catalog that he said he ordered it from, and I started to bother him about, hey, be sure and give me that catalog. I want to call in. I want to get one of those crosses. And it was one day in the cafeteria at our fraternity, my first year in college, that he turned around at one point and he looked at me, and I said, don't forget to get me that catalog. And John looked at me and said, well, just remember, you got to wear it in your heart before you wear it around your neck. And in that moment, as I wrote, it was as though my mask came off. I knew he could see I was just, my interest in Christianity was just another pose in my life, and he could see through it. But it would be later that year that I was attending a Christian music festival in Wilmore, Kentucky, that was considered to be an early answer to Woodstock, and it was part of when contemporary Christian music was just emerging around the country. And I sat there and I listened to the music. I was enthralled by it over the course of the weekend, but the preaching that I heard that spoke about a personal relationship with Jesus Christ was something new to me. The idea of a decision that I would make in my life. And I remember on a rainy night in Wilmore, Kentucky in 1978, it was like I heard the words, "For God so loved the world that he sent his only begotten Son, that whoever would believe in him would not perish, but would have everlasting life." And I stood up as a young 18-year-old. I walked down that hill on a light, rainy Saturday night, and I found a young pastor and prayed to receive Jesus Christ as my personal Lord and Savior, and it changed my life forever.
Okay, you were just listening in there to former Vice President Pence speaking at a church in South Carolina. Live Now from Fox is going to step away for a quick 2-minute break. We'll be right back after this. And welcome back to Live Now from Fox. We are going to continue bringing you some top stories from throughout the country right now. And we want to start with some wild video showing a coyote pulling a toddler to the ground. Her dad steps in to help rescue her. And our Fox 35's Christy Kern takes a closer look at how coyotes are becoming a consistent issue for some neighborhoods in the Orlando area.
Holmes warns people about coyotes in this neighborhood. People say they are familiar guests here. This is on Westchester Avenue, a busy neighborhood with lots of kids and small pets. Terrifying video shows a coyote pull a toddler to the ground and start to drag her in the middle of the day in California. The girl's dad jumped in to save her and scared the coyote away.
And especially seeing that video for the little toddler that the coyote attack. I mean, now, they're starving. So it's even for little kids.
It's concerning for Tina Reck, who says coyotes frequent her neighborhood in Winter Park. Just last year, a coyote killed her outdoor cat named Baby.
I was calling him at name, to put him in the backyard. And then suddenly we found his body completely, it was horrible.
Now Tina says a coyote has been lurking near her home every night for the last month. Surveillance video shows it sniffing around her door. And with 3 dogs and a few cats, she's worried for their safety.
I'm afraid, I'm scared to go out even my backyard with a dog. So I have a flashlight, I have a stick, and it's hard. You can't live like that in your home. So I'm really concerned.
According to FWC, if you see a coyote while you're out walking your dog or in your yard, you can make a loud noise to try to scare it away. They also say you can use an alarm noise to try to scare it away and also a sprinkler. Reporting in Winter Park, Christy Kern, Fox 35 News.
And moving on to a story that has captivated the country. It has people on social media working to solve this, in addition to all of the law enforcement agencies involved. And we're talking about the Idaho student murders, as police still have no suspect or suspects that they have at least released to the public. An update, though, yesterday, police released some information into their investigation, into the rumor that one of the murdered University of Idaho students had a stalker. The update from Moscow, police said that in mid-October, someone followed Kaylee Gonsalves while she was at a local business. That update stating that a man appeared to be following Gonsalves inside the business and followed her when she left that business, making her way towards her car. Investigators say during this, the man turned away and did not appear to actually interact with her, but Gonsalves had referenced a stalker to her friends and family, and investigators say that they do believe that this incident is the one that she was referencing, and they also believe that there are no links to the two men that were at this local business to the murders. Again, we're continuing to follow this story for you. I know many people are really hoping that we'll receive some clarity or some update and justice for the 4 students who were tragically killed in these murders near the University of Idaho. Moving on to Texas, where just a devastating story near the Dallas area. The community will come together tonight to remember Athena Strand, a 7-year-old girl who was kidnapped and killed by a delivery driver earlier last week. First Baptist Church Cottondale is holding a candlelight memorial service tonight to remember her. That's at 6 o'clock. Of course, we'll be following that and bring you that live coverage as well. Some background on this horrible story. Strand went missing on Wednesday night, and her body was found on Friday just miles away from her home. 31-year-old Tanner Horner, a driver delivering a package to Strand's house for FedEx, confessed to kidnapping and killing the girl, according to the Wise County Sheriff's Office. He is charged with aggravated kidnappings and capital murder, and he remains in jail on a $1.5 million bond. Meanwhile, schools across North Texas wore pink to honor the 7-year-old yesterday, and a vigil was held outside of the Wise County Courthouse yesterday as well. And also happening today in Texas is the ongoing murder trial for a former Fort Worth police officer, Aaron Dean. Today is day 2 in that trial. Authorities say that Dean shot and killed Jefferson in the early morning hours of October 12, 2019, after neighbors called a non-emergency number stating that Jefferson's front door was open. Testimony began at 9 this morning, and we do want to show you some of that coverage now. It begins with video of Jefferson's nephew speaking with police following the shooting in 2019, but the big focus today is hearing testimony from Officer Carol Darch, who was in the backyard with Dean the night of the shooting.
Zion Dwayne Carr.
Zion Dwayne Carr?
Yes.
Did I say that right?
Yes.
Okay, spell your first name for me.
B-I-O-N.
Just like it sounds, B-I-O-N. And spell your last name for me.
C-A-R-R.
C-A-R-R. Okay, and how old are you, Zion?
8.
You're 8? When did you live in?
July 25th.
July 25th. And what year were you born?
2011.
2011. So let me think. So you're 8 years old, birthday's in July. Does that mean you're in first grade? No. Third. Oh, I was really far off. And thank you for correcting me. Brian, while we're talking today, if I say something wrong, I want you to tell me how to say it right, just like you did. So you're in third grade?
Yeah.
Which school did you go to?
Chapel Academy.
How was it going to Chapel Academy?
Good, but I don't know the dinner because my aunt picked me up on Friday because I need to go to school. It's close to our house.
Where's close to your house?
No. I think I'm not going to school.
Okay. You said that your aunt picked you up on Friday so you could go to school that was closer to your house? Where's your house? Where's your house? Do you know what your address is? Yeah, what's your address?
Northeast Avenue 206, 206, I think it's 1203 East Avenue.
1203 East Avenue?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And who all stayed at your house with you?
My granny and my aunt.
Your granny and your aunt. Tell me your granny's name.
Yolanda.
Yolanda. What's her last name?
Carr.
Carr? Okay. And tell me your aunt's name.
Tatiana.
Tatiana? And what's her last name?
Jefferson.
Jefferson, okay. And is Tatiana the aunt that you told me about that picture from school, or was that a different aunt? Tatiana is the one picture from school. Okay. Well, tell me what you have to do at school. lunch? Okay. Did you go to school yesterday? Okay. And so when you went to school yesterday, tell me what you did.
I did math and PE, but that's what she picked me up.
She picked you up. So you did math, and you ate breakfast, and then she picked you up before you went to PE. How many were you doing in math yesterday? You were on time? How was that going on your time? It's good? Okay. And did you do something else different than learning time? Okay. And you said you ate breakfast. Where did you eat breakfast?
In my bathroom.
In your bathroom? Okay. Tell me about breakfast.
We have a breakfast bar, cereal, and juice.
You got a breakfast bar, cereal, and a juice? Okay. Tell me what the breakfast bar cereal is like.
It's strawberry because it was a strawberry flavor.
It was strawberry flavor? Okay. And then you said your aunt picked you up before you went to PE. Tell me what you did when your aunt picked you up. Miss Beat and your teacher were telling you how good you were and that they were sure you were going to come back? Tell me who Miss Beat is. So she's like a teacher, but she's not? Okay. So after Miss Beat and your teacher talked to you, then what did you do? You got your stuff and went to go home. Okay. What did you do when you got home? You got a Nintendo Switch. Okay. What were you doing on your Nintendo Switch? Watching YouTube. Okay. Well, thank you for sharing that. I feel like I got to know kind of what you were doing yesterday. Okay. And you know what? Something I also talk to kids about, I talk to kids about what it means to tell the truth. What does it mean to tell the truth? So tell the truth means to be positive and telling what you did. That's a good way to say it, yeah. Telling the truth means telling what you did. It means to talk about stuff that really did happen. So, for instance, who brought you today? The police, okay. If somebody said Miss Beat brought you here today, is that a truth or a lie? A lie. Why is that a lie? Because Miss Beat didn't take you here, so the police brought you here. If somebody said that you had shoes on your feet right now, is that a truth or a lie? A lie. Why is that a lie? Because you don't have shoes on your feet right now. If somebody said your name was Diane, is that a truth or a lie? A truth. And why is that the truth? Because your name is Diane, yeah. Diane, it's just really important that everything that we talk about today, the things that are true, things that really did happen, okay? So that means when we're talking, we're not going to play or pretend, we're not going to make up stories. We're only going to talk about stuff that really did happen, okay? So while we're talking, can you promise to talk about true things with me today? Okay, thank you so much. Now, Ryan, do you know what day it is today? Are you guessing or do you know?
I thought yesterday was the 23rd, Friday was the night, so
Okay, so you said today's Saturday, and so Friday, you think was the ninth? Okay. And you know what, while we're talking, if I ask you a question you don't know, it's okay to tell me that you don't know, because then you don't have to guess or anything like that, okay? So today is Saturday, that's right, and the date actually is October the 12th of 2019, and it's about 4:45 in the morning, and we're at my office at 908 South Avenue in Fort Worth, Texas. And Diane, I wanted to show you a couple things in my office and tell you about my office. My office is a little different than other people's offices.
You are listening into what was happening inside of that courtroom just earlier here today, again, where Aaron Dean is on trial for the death of Atiana Jefferson, her nephew testifying. He was the one who was present during this fatal shooting in 2019. Again, that former Fort Worth officer had been called out to the home for a check on the home after a neighbor had called after saying they saw a door open. He did see Atiana through a window holding a gun. He had yelled, "Put your hands up. Let me see your hands," before immediately firing a single shot, which did kill Jefferson. So this shooting did lead to protests against the Fort Worth Police Department, and now finally a trial happening here. Again, this 8-year-old nephew of hers was the one who had witnessed it and had spoken yesterday on the stand, and they are showing some portions of the interview that they had done with him directly after this incident. Do want to say thank you to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox here. Also taking a live look at a couple different shots. This one, a junkyard fire happening in Florida. You can see massive black smoke rising up, multiple cars stacked on top of each other here on fire. You can see also a lot of different ladder crews working to put out these flames. So this will be something we'll continue to keep an eye on. Also going to be keeping an eye out for President Biden. He's expected to land in Arizona in about 40 more minutes, and then he'll be later doing a tour of a manufacturing company before giving some remarks on his CHIPS and Science Act legislation that had passed. So Live Now from Fox going to step away for a brief break. When we come back, we'll still keep up some of these different live pictures, but we'll also take you out to Capitol Hill, where we do have Senate Republicans speaking after the luncheon. More to come here in just 2 minutes. Welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. You can see Senate Republicans stepping up to the podium. Let's go ahead and listen in to what they have to say. Some remarks coming to us from Capitol Hill.
First, let me just say that anyone seeking the presidency who thinks that the Constitution could somehow be suspended or not followed, it seems to me would have a very hard time being sworn in as President of the United States. With regard to all the issues that are swirling around, let me just say that we're at a pretty significant impasse. I think job one is to try to get the NDAA approved without any extraneous matters included in it. We've done this for 60 straight years, and I don't think this ought to be the first year that we don't achieve passing an NDAA. With regard to government spending, time is ticking. We have not been able to agree on a top line yet. And I think it's becoming increasingly likely that we may need to do a short-term CR into early next year. We're running out of time, and that may end up being the only option left that we could agree to pursue.
In South Dakota, the Public Utilities Commission is basically telling people that expect heating costs to go up this year. And nationally, the National Energy Information Administration is saying that heating your home this year is going to increase 28%, and that's on top of double-digit increases last year. And I think you can attribute all of this to the lack of a coherent energy policy by the Biden administration. And so the question is, what can we do to bring energy costs down? And I think one is adopt an all-of-the-above energy strategy that is American energy independence. When I say all of the above, I'm talking about oil and gas and biofuels and nuclear and wind and solar and all of the above. Unleash American energy production in this country and quit turning outside the United States for our energy needs. Secondly, is to end the hostility that this administration has toward oil and gas production in this country. They have adopted this agenda called the ESG agenda, Environmental, Social, and Governance agenda, which is designed to limit or prevent production or investment in production in certain areas of our economy, namely oil and gas. And we would also argue in farm country, agriculture, farms and ranches. And what I'm going to do later this week is I'm going to be asking the administration, before they implement any of these policies, to look at the impact that these ESG policies are going to have on the cost of food and energy in this country. I think the American people deserve to know how much these policies coming out of this administration are impacting the cost of everything that they buy on a daily basis. That kind of analysis, to me, makes a lot of sense. I think the American people believe that, and I think they also believe that this administration's policies are driving up the cost of energy in a way, in this country, in a way that is harming the pocketbooks of American families all across the United States.
Joe Biden's decision to turn to Venezuela for energy is wrong, and it is reckless. It's bad policy. It's bad energy policy. It's bad environmental policy, and it's bad foreign policy. Joe Biden is inviting corrupt and abusive dictatorship to produce energy and sell it to America. At the same time, he's telling American energy workers, no drilling here. And that's why the American public is going to be paying more and more this year to heat their homes than ever before. And you're going to be hearing story after story about families who have had to turn down the thermostat and bundle up because they can't keep up financially in the Joe Biden economy. The costs are very high for energy, to the point that 20 million Americans have already fallen behind in paying their heating bills for this winter. The Americans know what they want. They want energy that is affordable, available, and reliable. And Joe Biden continues to wage war on American energy. Just this past week, the state of Wyoming filed suit again against this administration for failing to follow the law when it comes to oil and gas leasing. We have an abundance of energy, and we have the workers here in America to power our country. And yet Joe Biden prefers to go to a human rights ignorer, abuser, and an ally of Vladimir Putin, rather than using the energy we have here. And I would point out to the president, from an environmental standpoint, we do a much better job of producing that energy here in America than they do anywhere else around the world. President Biden doesn't understand the basic fundamental concept that we can protect the environment without punishing the economy. And as a nation, we're much better if we produce our energy to use it here and sell it to our friends than if we end up having to buy it from our enemies.
Well, later today, I'm going to go to the floor and give what may not be my last speech on the Senate floor, but at least is officially my farewell speech. Of the 26 years I've been here, the first 13, the first half of that 26 years, we still took these appropriations bills to the floor, one at a time or two or three at a time. We would debate them for days. We would then send them over to the Senate and have this almost unknown quantity now, the conference committee. Even my first year in the Senate, Senator Cole from Wisconsin and I took the Ag FDA bill to the floor, the Labor H bill, and Senator Mikulski were with us, and there was one other bill. We had more than a week to debate that bill and for members to make the suggestions they wanted to make. Now here we are again, this 10-year pattern of letting this all come down to one big bill. Nobody's had, if you're not an appropriator, you've had virtually no input on even what's being talked about to go in the final bill, and nobody has a chance to do anything on the floor but vote up and down. For 220 years, the principal work of the Congress was to debate how we spent our money and how we raised the money that we would have to spend. That was a formula that worked pretty well for a long time. It gave members a reason to be here. Now, year after year, we wonder what's going to come out of a room that nobody has any access to. The leaders don't benefit from that. The members don't benefit from that. And certainly the people of the United States of America and the world don't benefit from the way we're doing business now.
Days are rapidly slipping away until the end of the year, and in these few days, we have to come up with an NDAA that will make it through the House, the Senate, and be signed into law by the President. The way we do that is by focusing on the National Defense Authorization Act and related provisions. The Democrats and this administration have frittered away the days of this Senate calendar so that we are now restricted to these few days until the end of the year. But they have so many liberal priorities they want to get done, so what are they doing? They are trying to throw unrelated liberal priorities onto the National Defense Authorization Act, literally holding our men and women in uniform hostage over their priorities. My message to Leader Schumer, to the President, is that we need to get the NDAA done and make sure that it is focused on the defense of our nation. We only have a few days to get it done. So stop with the nonsense. Focus on our military and our national defense. And to that end, you may see I'm wearing my U.S. Army pin. And many of you may know that at the end of this week, on December 10th, this Saturday, in just under 4 days, will be the 2022 Army versus Navy football game. Now, I'm an Army fan, and I'm rooting for the Army team. But let me tell you, folks, this is an extraordinary game when we know that all of the young men that are representing their teams down on the field, they are all willing to die for every last one of us. So choose your team, folks. We want to hear from you on Saturday. But from me, go Army, beat Navy.
Well, most importantly, go Navy, beat Army. So it's pretty clear who's going to win. I feel sorry that Army won't have a great game this weekend, but that happens every year. But I want to thank everybody in our military for what they do every day. They put their lives on the line. They're subject to whatever rules that their leaders put in place for them, and they go defend our freedom. The most important part of our military is not the equipment we give them. It's the individuals that are willing to serve. And right now, what the Biden administration has done with this vaccine mandate and how they've handled military members concerned about either health issues or religious issues is wrong. The NDA needs to be an NDA that's focused 100% on our military. We need to have a provision that says that the Biden administration cannot continue to require the COVID vaccine, and if you've been kicked out, you ought to be reinstated. I think we all agree the NDA's got to get done, and we got to take care of our military members. On top of that, we need to do a review of how the Biden administration has actually treated our military members, and actually with their policies have they actually allowed people to exercise their religious freedom and their concerns about their health issues.
Leader McConnell. Leader McConnell.
Chad.
Good afternoon. I want to clarify what you're saying about a short-term CR here. I know you said earlier at the meeting in the White House you wanted to do an omnibus here. Kevin McCarthy indicated just the past couple of days that he prefers a short-term CR, so when the House is in control. You haven't changed your position here based on what McCarthy says. This is based on the reality of time, or what?
Well, as I tried to say earlier, we're running out of time and we don't have agreements to do virtually anything, which would only leave us with the option of a short-term CR into early next year. So I'm dealing with the practical situation, which is, number one, as others have pointed out, they are, in my judgment, screwing up the NDAA by trying to drop a lot of unrelated things on it. And then on the omnibus, we don't even have an overall agreement on how much we're going to spend, and we're running out of time. That's the main point.
But nothing because of what McCarthy just said.
We're running out of time. There's only so much you can do with the time that's left, which leaves you only potentially with the option of a short-term CR into early next year.
Leader McConnell, this is the second straight week you've come out to begin your press conference criticizing Donald Trump. Can you say categorically that you would not support him if you were the Republican nominee?
What I'm saying is it would be pretty hard to be sworn in to the presidency if you're not willing to uphold the Constitution. That's what I said, and I just said it again.
What about your personal support?
The family of Brian Signal chose not to shake your hand at today's ceremony, and they said it's because they're concerned you have not done enough to call out former President Trump's actions after January 6th and leading up to it. How would you respond to the family?
Yeah, I would respond by saying today we gave the gold medal to the heroes of January 6th. We admire and respect them. They laid their lives on the line, and that's why we gave a gold medal today to the heroes of January 6th.
All right, so Senate Republicans wrapping up the remarks there on Capitol Hill. We do have a live picture still here, waiting for Senate Democrats to step up to the podium. Of course, when they do so, we'll be bringing that to you right here on Live Now from Fox. We're going to step away for a brief 2-minute break, but when we come back, there's an election going on down in the state of Georgia. You can see officials yet again here giving another update this afternoon. This is with Gabriel Sterling. He is the Chief Operating Officer in the office of the Georgia Secretary of State, holding his second press conference of the day. We'll be bringing it to you here on Live Now from Fox in just 2 minutes. Well, welcome back here to Live Now from Fox. Today is the day voters in Georgia will decide whether the U.S. Senate will be evenly split again or whether Democrats will win a crucial 51st seat. Let's go ahead and go out to our Fox reporters for more on the Peach State's runoff race.
With the clock winding down, former football star and Republican Herschel Walker in a last-minute rush to meet and greet potential voters in Marietta on election morning. He needs as many of them as possible to turn out to the polls today in Georgia Senate runoff. Democrat incumbent Senator Raphael Warnock has been leading.
We know that he is unprepared. We know he's unqualified.
A vote for my opponent is a vote for Joe Biden.
Besides breaking single-day records during early voting last week, Georgia's runoff is also the most expensive contest in the 2022 cycle. Warnock has outspent Walker in a race that so far has cost roughly $400 million. Some political experts note a lack of motivation among Republicans, with control of the Senate no longer hanging in the balance. But others argue there is still so much at stake.
In a 51-49 Senate, the Democrats will have every single committee will have a majority Democrat, and they'll be able to report things out in a straight party line votes.
Prominent names, including former President Obama and Georgia Governor Brian Kemp, have turned out to rally voters. But notably missing from the campaign trail ahead of the runoff, President Biden and former President Trump.
I think they're trying to actually not nationalize it, not make it about Trump versus Biden.
1.9 million Georgians have already voted. That might be an advantage for Democrats who favor early voting. In Washington, Mather Rivera, Fox News.
And just speaking of President Biden, Air Force One here just landing in Arizona. Again, President Biden going to be not only touring a manufacturing company, but he's also expected to be giving some remarks a bit later this evening. It's scheduled to take place at 4 p.m. Eastern time, and that's going to be coming to us from Phoenix. So we'll keep a close eye here on this shot as the president's going to be stepping down from that plane. But let's go out to those Georgia officials as they're giving us an afternoon update on the election so far. This runoff election, again, catching many eyes here as this will make a big decision for how our Senate is split.
And 2 locations statewide, 2 right now look like they will be extended. One is in Walker County. They'll be extended to 7:30 at the Chattanooga Valley location. The reason was their BMDs and poll cards were not bringing up the ballots. So they got that fixed. They continued voting, but they want to be able to have the extra half hour. Second location is in Gwinnett County, which is precinct 76 at the Evangelical Community Church. We don't know why, but they're extended to 7:08. So that's where they're at right now. The average wait time is running at 2.5 minutes. We did get down to 1 minute in the 10 to about the 11:30 hour, but lunch kicked back up, and a few people started showing up more, and probably some of the poll workers went to eat lunch. So we saw that we're about 2.5 minutes right now. The 3 locations with the longest waits in Georgia right now are Allen Temple AME Church in Cherokee County. That's 32 minutes. The Hopewell Baptist Church in Cherokee County. That is 35 minutes. The Hopewell Middle School in Fulton County is 30 minutes. Those are the only 3 locations we have of anything close to 20 minutes or more. So far, slow and steady wins the race. We are seeing, again, no lines. Pretty sizable turnout with the number we're looking at right now. We walked in thinking we'd at least go over 1 million. We're guaranteed to go over 1,000,001, probably approaching 1,000,002. I don't want to say we can get to 1,003,000 or not. That's going to be dependent on the rest of the day's turnout. But keep in mind, in the general election, we only had 1.4 million voters altogether on election day. So we're at a very sizable portion of that. In the early vote, we had 76% of the people who early voted meet that number again. Inside all of this, we're at, let me see, 80,000 people who did not vote in the general election have voted in the runoff. But that's in the early voting section. We won't know who showed up today who didn't do that. So with that, I'll take any questions you might have. Don't talk all at once.
So what was going on in Henry County? We heard at Salem Baptist Church the machines were down and you had to
No.
do the emergency
It was one poll pad was down, is our understanding, and they had to go to the backup procedures, but voting never slowed down there. And that's going to happen sometimes, and this is one of the things I really love. We have literally 159 counties with 2,700 approximate polling locations, and we're asking about what happened with one precinct in one place when you have thousands of individuals out there. So this is normal election administration kind of things. I think somebody probably didn't load the poll pad properly, but they went back to normal voting, and there was no delay in actual voting at all. What else?
How about results tonight? Are a lot of counties doing early processing and tabulation as they did in the general?
We have worked with at least the big counties and the other sizable size counties to say, make sure you get your early vote up as soon as you can. Get your early vote up early. Fulton County, we know they said they're going to be doing it. We feel pretty good about that. They did it during the general election. We've talked to the other big four, and they have all kind of said that we'll try to do that. The other thing we told counties is, don't wait to get everything at once and then put it in. Give it to us as you get it, so we don't get the room to grow for conspiracy theories that, you know, they showed up with 300,000 ballots at one time, which changed the outcome of the election. So I think they behaviorally are going to be doing that, and also in playing defense, so they should be doing that. So I think we'll have a good amount of tallies in by 7:30, 8 o'clock.
And talk about
Yes.
how that went in general, because that was a change the first time you've been able to do that, and it seemed to get those results in earlier, get things moving. I mean, talk about how...
To be fair, they could have always done that. They just chose not to. So we kind of leaned on and said, really, guys, best practice, do this. And they agreed after seeing the outcomes of not doing it that way. So I think it's better for everybody. It's better for the public. It's better for the counties. And it's better for the state, because we all have, and it's better for the media, because we got to feed you beasts stuff all the time. So the sooner we can give you that stuff, the sooner we can get you off our backs. Wait, hold on. He's doing waiting patiently.
Walker County, could that be described as a voting machine error problem, or is that going to be a software hardware?
No, it's going to be a people problem. As 99 times out of 100, we don't know exactly what happened yet, but more likely they didn't do LNA testing, or they grabbed the wrong poll worker card. I mean, it's going to be something like that. This is one thing I want to be very clear when I'm going to ask the media again. I actually called the HAC, not you, Mark. I called Tyler earlier, and there was a headline that said machine issues. I'm like, it's a human being issue. We have people out there, Mike Lindell, people like that, who will grab headlines that are decent headlines, but they're people errors. They're not machine errors. Machines will do what they are told. That is how they work. And if you do garbage in, you get garbage out. So we got to make sure 99 times out of 100, this is a human error of having done something incorrectly, or putting a BMD in the wrong place, or a poll pad in the wrong place. That's where you see some of those things. It's not computer issues. It's just human being logistics issues, and human beings are flawed, and that's where nearly all of our issues come from. Now we can get to you.
So about 7:38, are you saying all your advanced votes will be in, or you're saying advanced votes and day up?
No. By 7:38, we'll have most of the advanced vote and probably a lot of the absentee vote. What I'm saying is the big counties will be in, and those are the things that really move the needle wildly when they do those, because they're large and they usually go one direction. So when you have 40 small counties come in, they're all doing this. You have one big county come in that does this, and that's what really throws people off. So that's what we're trying to avoid.
What about day up voting? What time should we expect that?
Somebody in this room wisely pointed out that regardless of the size of the ballot, the geography of where you got to get the data from is the same in November as it is in December. And Fulton County is our biggest county, and it's physically our largest county. It's 90 miles long. They still have to get those cards downtown to get everything counted up. So that's still, the day of voting will still be approximately the same kind of time we saw last time.
We saw during early voting it was a shortened time frame in most of the state, and that did result in some lines because you had so many voters in a shorter amount of time. But then contrast that with today, more voting locations, not many lines. And mixed into that equation is also check-ins at poll pads, which sometimes we saw during the late voting, there weren't a lot of people manning the check-in stations, which caused slowdowns. What's your assessment of what caused more lines during early voting and not many at all today?
What we saw even in early voting in the general election is on Monday, the first day, there's always a line. On Friday, there's always a line. Now, Monday and Friday, there was only one of each of them this time. So we saw the biggest lines on those days, especially on Friday, where we processed 350,000 voters. The check-ins are always where the lines physically stack up. And I talked to several counties, and even they have looked back and say, if we do this in the future, we have to get a bigger facility. We have to find different ways to approach this. Frankly, the office believes we should have a conversation about our general election runoffs the way we've constructed them, something that makes sense. The legislature, I know, is going to be having conversations. Do we need to look at maybe changing the threshold? Do we go back to the 45 threshold? Do we have instant runoffs? Are these worth the dollar and the time and the stress everybody goes through? We are policymakers. We execute the law as written. So we will continue to execute the law as written right now. But when you have the other thing that the counties will probably do in the future, what they didn't do this time, they left voting days on the table. Tuesday and Wednesday were voting days that were available to them, and they said, you know what, we're going to be fine. And frankly, the big part of it you have with early voting is anybody in the county can go anywhere. And I think everybody said, okay, we're not going to have 2021 level of early voting. But we're not going to have 2018, which was a 4-week runoff too, which we had 348,000 early votes, whereas we had 2.3 million early votes in the 2021 race. They figured it would fall and be closer to the 2018 race, and guess what? They were wrong. The Republican consultants I talked to were wrong. The Democrat consultants I talked to were wrong. The election officials were wrong. Everybody assumed we'd have a decent amount of early vote, but not nearly 2 million altogether. Nobody saw that. So now they know what to prepare for. But it's always difficult to make those judgments, especially when you have to train and get the qualified workers in to do those check-ins, because that is where the lines always are. Has anybody in this room or out in the audience ever seen lineups after check-in waiting for a BMD or the old-fashioned way, the DREs? No, because they don't happen, because all the lines are always at the check-in.
And then connect that with today. Today we have no lines.
We are listening in here with Georgia officials on an update on how the election today is going. Again, some polling places going to be staying open past that 7 p.m. point. That was supposed to be when polls close. Some of them going to be staying open a few minutes past that. You can also see that live picture of President Biden arriving in Arizona. We've heard that on Air Force One, riding along with him is Arizona Senator Mark Kelly, along with his wife, former United States Representative Gabby Giffords. We'll be bringing you Biden's remarks a bit later today. He's going to be touring the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company in Phoenix, Arizona, then discussing his economic plan on the manufacturing boom and rebuilding supply chains. So that will be coming up around 4 p.m. Eastern time, 2 p.m. for those watching in Arizona. Live now from Fox, sending some viewers out to a 2-minute break. We're going to continue listening in here with our Georgia official when you return.
Are you saying the Secretary of State's office would encourage the legislature to rethink the whole idea of a runoff?
I'm not saying necessarily we're encouraging them. I think the debate's going to be had one way or the other based on what happened this election cycle.
And that's something the office would welcome?
We would welcome any debate that can do anything to provide a better user experience for voters and give clarity to candidates and outcomes of campaigns.
So are you interested in a longer time frame for the runoff?
I don't think anybody's, if we polled Georgians and they had a choice between a 9-week runoff, a 4-week runoff, or no runoff, I got a pretty good idea where that's going to land. What else?
Are you talking a little bit about voter behavior on the day? Are your predictions bearing out in terms of people are scheduling around lunchtime, people are trying to avoid the mornings and the afternoons?
What we've seen today is actually really busy at the beginning, because there's always those people who line up because they're going to go to work, and a lot of those people, we believe behaviorally, were probably early voters who decided, I'm not going to go wait an hour or 2-hour line. So we saw a big peak of that in the morning. But from the data we've been able to get from the counties, it stayed pretty even. It drops down in the 8 to 9 hour, but it stayed pretty even from 8 till about 2 so far. Just little dips and ups and downs. But we're seeing a little bit longer queuing because we're at a 2.5 wait time now. But again, I think behaviorally people are learning how to do this. Fulton County has their wait time app. I think there's one location with a there's one, the Hopewell Middle School is the only location. Everything else is less than 30 minutes. And literally, out of 2,700, there's 3 in the state that have 30-minute lines. So I think that our predictions are bearing true on that.
What about weather? Has it played a factor at all?
Thankfully, no. It kind of blew through early on, and it's a little chilly, but it's not nearly as wet as it was. So we keep an eye on the weather down at the in the headquarters to make sure there's nothing else coming. And so far, it's been spotty, and since we can't do anything about it, we pray for it to be clear and nice. But so far, it hadn't seemed to have a real impact on turnout.
Have you had lines in the Savannah area? I think you mentioned that at 9.
There was one when they opened some places, but they all kind of came back down, and they're running a little bit longer than some other ones. I guess some 15 minutes, some 20 minutes, but nothing really big.
Your turnout figure that you mentioned, somewhere in the 800,000 range. How confident are you in that number? I know some counties might have automated elections, others might be doing it in a more manual manner.
We have about 53% of the registered voters are in a county that uses the the wired poll pads that we have real-time view into. Before I walked up here, we were at 422,000 on those. So you take that 53%. I'm downplaying it because we have no visibility in the other ones really, other than, hey, how's it going? So our estimate of 800,000 is a conservative but solid kind of estimate, we believe.
And that's as of 2 o'clock?
Yes, ma'am.
That's as of 2 p.m.
Yes, ma'am.
Carlos Stevens with WJC News out of Macon.
Yeah.
What have you seen happen in Macon? Have there been any long wait times or any issues?
There's been no long wait times in Macon. What it was interesting to see is their early vote was trailing most of the state, and Houston County next door they have about almost the equivalent number of voters. Bibb has a little bit more than Houston, but Houston had nearly double the early vote. And I just think, again, I don't know what to attribute that to, because Bibb trailed a little bit on the early voting for that. Other counties that trailed that were big, Columbia County trailed, Harris County trailed. In Dougherty County has been trailing in early voting a lot, but they show up more on election day. And some of this is the behaviors of voters. We saw again that Greene and Rabun County were through the roof with their early voting, but you go across the state to Walker and Dade, and they're through the floor. So there's no telling what drives some of these things, other than oftentimes it's the local elections officials who have worked really hard to train their people up to show up early, or the ones that they were really more focused on election day, and then the behaviors of those campaigns. I will say that the Warnock and the Walker campaign hopefully will soon stop texting all of us 18 times a day to let us know we need to go vote. I got a couple while I was downstairs today, but in general right now we've seen a smooth running in Bibb County and in Houston County. We've seen smooth running everywhere, to be honest, and I'm thankful for the hard work of all those elections directors. And Secretary Raffensperger was telling me earlier, he's like, I don't know if we can send a fruit basket to everybody, but if we could, we should, because it's hard. It's hard to coordinate these things. And we talk about government being functional. It requires, we go vote, we show up, we show our ID, we go vote, we leave. It's taken months and months of training and work to get ready to do something like that. That is this much of a logistical endeavor across 159 counties, 27 polling locations, and thousands of, yes, some of them are full-time workers, but most of them are paid volunteers, for lack of a better word.
So if
Yes,
3
ma'am.
million people vote, what percentage is that voter turnout?
High. It's about 75% of what we saw in the general election, so that would put us at 3 million would be just under 50%, depending on how you want to measure it. If it's active voters, that put us just under 50%. If it's all voters, that put us at about 42-ish, which is still very high, extremely high for a runoff.
Have you heard any reports of threats or intimidation or disruptions?
No, not so far. I mean, the closest thing we had was the Black Panthers saying they were going to go patrolling locations, but I've thankfully have heard nothing about that other than one television report, and we've been talking to law enforcement. No one's it's having no impact, thankfully. Anything else?
I just wanted to make sure that I got this right. So there actually was no problem with Newton this morning.
There was no problem with Newton. I came in within 5 minutes because they said that was a data input error on Newton County's part. They meant 0. They hit 40. I don't know how they did that. If their finger skipped across something and didn't notice it, but there was no problem in Newton County this morning. That it? All right. I think we'll probably come back around 4:30 again, give you a better idea. All right. Thanks, guys.
Thank you. On the record, you called me
All right, so once again, you just heard him say that they will be doing yet another update a little bit later in the evening hours. That will be happening around 4 or 4:30. He just mentioned Live Now from Fox, of course, going to be keeping track of that. This showing you just one of those polling locations in Atlanta. And again, so many people going to be headed out if they hadn't already done so early on. Now they're going to be voting in person to see who will represent the state in this Senate for the next 6 years. They're going to be choosing again between Democratic Senator Raphael Warnock and Republican football legend Herschel Walker. So polls opened up early this morning. They're going to remain open until 7 p.m. You just also heard some locations going to be open a little past that 7 p.m. time. But Live Now from Fox is going to be keeping track of all the latest results and staying on top of those live updates and updates coming from Georgia officials on this runoff election. Do want to say thanks again to everyone who's been watching here with us on Live Now from Fox. Let's go ahead and just take a live look here at the big board. You can see right now in the red for a majority of the day, down more than 480 points in the red. So we'll continue to keep our eyes on this here in the last remaining few hours of trading. But let's go ahead and continue talking about some of these top stories that we've had coming in here to our Live Now from Fox Desk, including one that was out of North Carolina yesterday. We heard from some officials after they had a massive power outage happening across the state. An attack on electrical substations had left more than 38,000 people in North Carolina without power. Investigators now searching for a motive. Let's go ahead and get more from Fox News correspondent Jonathan Seary on this story.
Thousands of North Carolina residents remain in the dark after 2 power substations were heavily damaged by gunfire on Saturday. The attacks happened about 5 miles apart in Moore County. That's about 90 miles east of Charlotte. Law enforcement officials say the strikes appear to have been targeted. Investigators are now trying to figure out who's behind them and why.
I will say this, the individual that done the damage knew exactly what they were doing to cause the damage and cause the outage that they did.
Sheriff Ronnie Field says the scene at both stations was the same. The FBI has joined local police in the investigation. The White House also offering its support.
The White House is has been monitoring the situation and is in contact with local officials. Local law enforcement is receiving federal support on the investigation.
Throughout Moore County, a state of emergency remains in effect with a 9 p.m. curfew in place. The power outages have forced the closure of schools and businesses. Emergency shelters have opened for people in need of food or warmth. North Carolina Governor Roy Cooper says the state will continue to provide resources to power crews and investigators.
I think investigators are leaving no stone unturned as to what this is. They are looking at every motivation that could possibly occur here, and they want to find the perpetrators.
Because of the extent of the damage, Duke Energy officials say full restoration of power may not happen until Wednesday or Thursday. In Atlanta, Jonathan Seary, Fox News.
And thank you, Jonathan, for giving us more on that story. I do want to turn our attention now to a holiday shopping season as it's getting into full swing. The Better Business Bureau, well, they're warning against those holiday scams that you can see happening time and time again. Let's go head out to Fox's Heather Sullivan, who's giving us more on where consumers should be the most alert.
The Better Business Bureau says many of the holiday scams are in social media, such as ads for holiday apps.
You think that your child will get to, watch Santa feed the reindeer or light the menorah or even give the list to Santa of the toys that we want. Unfortunately, free apps can load viruses on our computers, and it can also lead to identity theft if it asks a lot of questions.
They say some scams appear as gift exchanges.
If I buy one gift card, I'll get 10 gift cards. You won't get any gift cards, so just be careful.
Package delivery scams are rampant. You'll get an email or text message that looks like it's from UPS, DHL, or this fake FedEx message saying your delivery has been suspended or we've been trying to reach you. Please respond immediately.
You might think that, oh, I need to pay more money because I got a email from the place I bought the gift, but I didn't pay enough in shipping and handling. That's always a red flag.
You can hover your mouse over a web address to see where it's really from.
Because the link might put malware on your phone or on your device. And if you look at the links, a lot of times it's not from the Postal Mail Service or FedEx or UPS. It's from someone else.
The BBB says consumers are also getting phone calls, emails, and texts purporting to be from a bank, Amazon, PayPal, or Netflix, saying there's a problem with your account.
But it's not. They're saying click the link to see what's going on, but they're loading malware to your computer and your devices, or they're looking for money. So again, just be cautious, verify it.
Some great advice there, especially as you don't want to fall victim to scams this holiday season. Not only would you lose out on that money, but also lose out on those experiences you thought you were signing up for. Speaking also of your children, because some of those experiences you may have been buying were for your kids, there's a lot of kids right now who have been receiving different medication when it comes to having the flu or RSV. We've seen those cases on the rise. My little 2-year-old homesick with influenza as well. And because there's a rise of these of the illnesses, there's also a rise when it comes to the demand for medicine. So let's go ahead and hear about how it's hard to find some of these meds that are needed in some places across the country as we're seeing shortages.
And it's going to be scary for a lot of parents to face.
Infants, Tylenol, ibuprofen flying off the shelves.
At drugstores all across the Southland, the bare shelves for children's over-the-counter medication tell the story of a flu season in overdrive. From Upland to West LA and cities in between, our cameras found cough medicines and Tylenol nearly impossible to locate for sick kids and babies. This Ontario pharmacist tells us just how bad it is.
Like Tylenol, like infant Tylenol, children's Tylenol, but we're running out of that as well, unfortunately. We bought like 3-4 cases. We're almost done with our last case, actually.
The triple threat of COVID, RSV, and flu have packed doctors' offices and hospitals this winter season. In some cases, a child is moderately sick and then his condition worsens. This pediatric epidemiologist explains.
What can happen is a bacterial infection can kind of piggyback off of the flu. The most common one being an ear infection, and you wanted to just treat them with amoxicillin. And we have a shortage of especially the ones you need for little kids, the syrup.
The exact reason for the medicine shortage, both prescription and over-the-counter, is not known. But medical professionals theorize some of the shortage was triggered by supply chain issues, coupled with a powerful flu season. This doctor cautions against fever phobia. He says if your child or baby has a fever and you can't find medicine, there's still a lot that parents can do.
If they want to be kept warm, give them a nice warm blanket. Even if they have a fever, it's okay. There is now excellent studies, I think going all the way back to 2008 or 2009 from the UK, that chicken soup works.
Chicken soup, I'll have to try that with my little who is sick, as again, she's also dealing with influenza. Unfortunately, again, some locations hard to find that medicine, and hopefully it's an issue that can be resolved here soon. Live now from Fox, we're going to step away for our final 2-minute break. When we come back, we heard from Senate Republicans on Capitol Hill. We're going to hear from Senate Democrats coming up next after this 2-minute break.
Hello, everybody. Let's see here. Gotta get my stuff. Okay. I'm happy to be joined by Senators Durbin, Murray, and Stabenow. Now, today is a good day, not just because we had a great lunch, but because we're honoring some of the bravest among us, our Capitol Police officers. If you were here on January 6th, some of you were, you had a first-hand account of the heroism they showed that day. On a day when our democracy was under attack, The men and women of Capitol Police were quite literally fighting on the front lines to defend it. Today, they'll be awarded the Congressional Gold Medal that they so rightfully deserve. And we just take off our hats to them. As you probably saw in the films, I was within 20, 30 feet of these awful people, these hooligans, these insurrectionists, and the Capitol Police protected me. They were great. Okay, but that's not the only thing on our agenda today. We'll be continuing negotiations to chart a path forward to fully fund the government for the next year in an omnibus and our military in the NDAA. This isn't an easy process, but it's important nonetheless for the well-being of our troops, for the preservation of our national security, for the tens of millions of Americans who look to the federal government for a wide range of basic services. Democrats and Republicans must work together to fully fund the federal government and pass an omnibus and an NDA quickly. On that, tomorrow we'll have an all-senators classified briefing on the latest developments in Ukraine. I'm confident senators will leave that briefing with a stronger understanding about how critical an omnibus is, not just to fund the government and keep our country moving and innovating, but to ensure we're providing our troops, our veterans, and our allies with what they need. Now, we have a lot of work ahead of us, and though there's a lot of negotiating going on around us, we're going to work doggedly until we come to an agreement. Leader McConnell and I have agreed to try and work together to make sure we get a year-long omnibus funding bill done. We hope it can be done this year, and each side is going to have to give in order to send an omnibus to the president's desk and avert a pointless, painful government shutdown. And today also marks one other important milestone. We're going to confirm our 89th and 90th judicial nominees to the federal bench. We're on pace to finish this year with more judges confirmed in the first 2 years of either of the previous 2 administrations. These nominees stand out not just in number, but in groundbreaking diversity. Listen to this statistic. 50% of the judges we confirmed are women of color. 50%. That's never happened before. I think that's more than have served in the judiciary for all time until we got here. And I'm confident that a more diverse bench will go a long way to cultivating our trust in our courts and our democracy. Today, because of what we Senate Democrats have done, our judiciary is more balanced, more diverse, more experienced than the one our country had 2 years ago. We're very proud of that. So we have a lot to be proud of over the last 2 years, a lot more to get done. We're rolling up our sleeves and working. Senator Durbin.
Thanks, Chuck, and I just want to echo his comments on the Judiciary Committee. As he mentioned, we're set to confirm the 89th and 90th lifetime judicial appointments later today. This breaks the records of previous presidents, and it shows an extraordinary amount of success on a bipartisan basis. Recall that it's a 50-50 Senate 11-11 committee, and we have managed to achieve some historic goals in that effort. Not only diversity, but the fact that after the 90th, we still have 33 pending on the calendar and 11 more that will be reported from the committee this year. So you're saying we don't have much time left. You're right. I hope we don't have much time left to get the job done well. But we look back to the first 2 years of the Trump administration and the decision with the cooperation of the Democrats for 36 of their judicial nominees to be considered without a cloture vote and 24 by voice vote. So far this session, only 2 have been agreed to by a voice vote on the floor. So there is room for success, even more so in the future if we can continue this bipartisanship. The women and men that we are bringing to the bench will change the face of the judiciary for the better. It will bring diversity and balance to a court room that needs it so badly. I'm glad the Senate Judiciary Committee has met this challenge. Senator Murray.
Senator Murray.
Well, thank you. There may only be a few weeks left in this Congress, but I can tell you Democrats are ready to get more done. Every one of us wants to make sure that we pass the strongest end-of-the-year package possible in a timely way. We absolutely need to make sure that government is funded. That is priority number 1. But as we have shown time and again, in the past few years, we are not content with bare minimums. This is a Democratic majority that is ready to work. Whether it was passing the American Rescue Plan to get our country back on its feet, or the bipartisan infrastructure law to keep America moving forward, Senate Democrats have been busy working for the American people, lowering costs, and building a stronger economy for all of our families. We passed legislation to lower drug costs, bring back American manufacturing, keep the Postal Service running, as well as the first gun safety laws in 30 years, the biggest expansion for veterans care in decades, and the most significant climate legislation in our country's history. And let's not forget, as you just heard, we confirmed an incredibly accomplished jurist to the Supreme Court, not to mention many other qualified judges who are bringing much-needed expertise and representation to our nation's courts. And in case anyone thought we would slow down in the lame duck, just last week we passed the bipartisan legislation to protect same-sex couples and marriage equality. Democrats may have had the narrowest possible majority, but we have been determined to make the greatest possible difference for people back home. And we are not done yet. We have to fund the government. We have to keep the nation secure and the military equipped. And let's make progress on pressing issues where we do have bipartisan support, like pandemic preparedness, investing in mental health, strengthening our democracy, bolstering retirement and emergency savings, protecting our pregnant workers, and making sure our legal cannabis businesses can access credit. So to my Republican colleagues, let's work together on these ideas where we all agree, ideas which the American people are overwhelmingly supportive. We've still got a few weeks left in this Congress, and we are determined to make the most of them. Thank you.
Senator Stabenow.
Well, thank you. First, let me reiterate the fact that it doesn't get closer than 50-50 in the United States Senate, and yet we have been every single day delivering for people. And I want to also start by giving a shout out to the incredibly effective work of Senator Durbin, as chair of Judiciary Committee, and of course, Senator Schumer, being laser focused. I'm proud of the fact the 90th judge today to be confirmed will be someone from Michigan, Kay Beam, to the district bench, and we will just keep going and going and going. But the reality is that since day one, Democrats have been delivering for the American people. We delivered with the infrastructure law, and you can see progress everywhere. In Michigan, you can barely go down the street without seeing orange cones. But we have 6,900 projects fixing roads, bridges, airports, and more, 2,800 bridges being repaired and replaced, 5,000 new clean energy buses for our children, getting folks to school and to work. We passed the major manufacturing bill, Chips and Science, which is literally bringing jobs home, which as a manufacturing state, I'm very, very excited about. President Biden is in Arizona today speaking about this, along with Senator Kelly. We have delivered on the Inflation Reduction Act, investing in clean energy manufacturing, and again, bringing jobs home. And these investments are putting us on track to reduce greenhouse gas emissions by 40% in the next 8 years. 40% in the next 8 years is really, really important. And we are lowering costs for Americans. The average American household will save up to $1,000 on their energy bills this year. And the cost of prescription drugs we know is going down. For the first time, Medicare is going to negotiate prescription drug prices, and starting in January, which is not very far away, folks on Medicare who use insulin, who need insulin, are going to be able to cap their costs at $35 a month, and that's going to literally save lives. And just last week, we stood with our LGBTQ plus friends and family by protecting marriage equality. The reality is, over and over again, we are laser focused on getting things done to improve people's lives and to protect their freedoms. And we're not done. So among other things, we're going to be passing the National Defense Authorization Act, the Omnibus Appropriations Bill, which is so critical to both defend our country and to avoid devastating shutdown. And we're going to continue as Democrats just to continue to put people first and make people's lives and what they need the top priority for our country. Thank you.
Thank you, Senator Stabenow. Before I take questions, I want to show you my Democratic socks in hopes of good luck today in Georgia.
Leader Schumer, thank you. Good afternoon.
Okay.
What do you make of this proposal in the House on getting rid of the vaccine mandate? I know that the administration, the Pentagon pushed for that, and will that be a problem if it comes over from the House?
Okay, well, look, we're still working on the bill, so I can't speak to that. But I will say COVID vaccines have saved lives. The military has had requirements about other vaccines for decades, and there hasn't been a problem. It's befuddling, but we're still working on it.
What's the status on the Electoral Count Act, and do you
Yes.
expect that will be passed by the end of the year?
The Electoral Count Act is very important to large members in our caucus, and I think a good number of people on the other side of the aisle. I'm very hopeful we will have that done by the end of the year.
Leader Schumer, do you have any response to Leader McConnell saying that your sort of stance on trying to get marijuana legislation or permitting reform into the NDA could sink it?
Well, look, this is something, again, that's had bipartisan support. We've been working with Republicans. It's a priority for me. I'd like to get it done. We'll try to discuss the best way to get it done. Yes?
The Center for Countering Digital Hate and the Anti-Defamation League both say that the volume of hate speech on Twitter has grown dramatically under Elon Musk's stewardship. The Anti-Defamation League says that there's an increase in anti-Semitic content on the platform and an increase in the moderation of anti-Semitic posts. Would you be open to reviewing Section 230 of the Communication Decency Act or taking any other steps to counter?
Look, I've always said that Section 230 is something that we should look at. The difficulty there is coming up with the right solution, but it's something I'd be open to looking at. Yes, right, this nice man over here. Look, Senators Sinema and Tillis are talking, and I welcome people discussing it. It's something, you know, obviously we'd very much like to get done, and we hope that those talks come to positive fruition. Last one.
What do you make of the protests breaking out worldwide of people standing up against the Chinese Communist Party where they're really lockdown measures?
Well, look, I think that under Xi, China has become far more authoritarian, yet the Chinese people are far more democratic, small d, and they don't like it. Thank you, everybody.
All right, so Senate Democrats wrapping things up here on Capitol Hill. Do want to show you a couple live pictures we have coming in here to our Live Now from Fox desk. That one in your right-hand box, that's where President Biden is going to be doing a tour in Phoenix, Arizona of the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company. He is then scheduled to make remarks. You can see them getting the stage set up and the podium as well. His remarks scheduled to take place at 4 p.m. Eastern. That's 2 p.m. for those in Arizona. 1 p.m. for those friends with us on the West Coast. He's going to be talking about trying to rebuild the supply chains and also manufacturing, as well as creating more good-paying jobs in Arizona as well as across the country. Then in that left-hand box, that's a live look at our podium that we have set up as we've been getting periodically some remarks from our officials out of Georgia, where we have that Senate runoff election. Now, we did just have an update moments ago. We played it out here for you on Live Now from Fox, and we're expecting another one to come and take place probably either at the top of the hour or maybe even at 4:30 p.m. Eastern time. So we're going to stay on top of the very latest when it comes to that election tonight, as Georgia voters going to be headed to the polls until 7 p.m. voting for either Warnock or Walker. So Live Now from Fox, we're going to step away for a 2-minute break, continuing to bring you press conferences from across the country, including Senate. We just heard from senators on both sides of the aisle, from Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats. We also did have some House Democratic leaders speaking from Capitol Hill. We'll play that out for you coming up next on Live Now from Fox.
afternoon, everyone. Earlier today, it was a solemn moment of recognition for the Capitol police officers and the Metropolitan Police Department officers who so bravely and valiantly defended the Congress, the country, and the Constitution on January 6th. Several of whom, as a result of the events of that day, paid the ultimate sacrifice and lost their lives. It was important for the Congress to come together in this way, confer the Congressional Gold medals to these two departments in connection with the officers who were involved on that fateful day. And I just wanted to reiterate our gratitude as House Democrats for those heroes who were on the front line pushing back against the effort to destroy our democracy, halt the peaceful transfer of power, and undermine the foundational principle of free and fair elections. It's unfortunate that as a result of some of the extremism that we continue to see on the other side of the aisle, that it's not clear yet that the threats to our democracy are over. There's still a lot of work to be done to make sure that what we saw with the big lie and what we saw with the violent insurrection and what we saw with the effort to halt the peaceful transfer of power never happens again. House Democrats will continue to be committed to defending democracy, while at the same time fighting for freedom, reproductive freedom and otherwise, protecting the public interest and ensuring economic opportunity in every single zip code. And it's our continued hope that our colleagues on the other side of the aisle will do the same. And I'll yield to our Assistant Speaker, Catherine Clark, the incoming House Democratic Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I want to reiterate what an honor it was to be at the Congressional Medal of Honor award ceremony, and also express my gratitude not only to the members of the Capitol Police and the Metropolitan Police Force, the families who were present, but also to our January 6th Select Committee for their leadership in making sure that we have accountability for that day. And a special thanks to our Vice Chair and Caucus Chair-elect Pete Aguilar for his service on that committee. With just 3 weeks left in the 117th Congress, House Democrats are not letting up on our fight for people and for progress. This week, we are on track to take up the NDAA, and we will send the Respect for Marriage Act to President Biden's desk. When right-wing Supreme Court reversed Roe v. Wade and subverted reproductive freedom in this country, House Democrats jumped into action. We voted to protect the right to abortion, the right to access birth control, the right to travel across state lines to receive health care, and the right to marry who you love. We acted to stop Republican extremism that has left women and families around this country worried about their future. Americans don't want a Congress that is limiting their rights, freedoms, and their ability to chart their own future. There is an essential question facing Republicans. Do they have an affirmative vision for our country? Or is their only plan to divide us, suspend our Constitution, and roll the clock back on liberty? House Democrats understand it is our job to build a better future for every American, to meet their challenges with solutions that move us forward. So we're continuing our work to create good green jobs, make our communities safe, tackle the high costs of housing, childcare, health care, And no matter where you live or your party affiliation, these are problems that we are going to work to deliver on for the American people. Our commitment is simple: to leave no one behind as we work to strengthen our nation's future. And I will turn over the mic to Pete Aguilar.
Thank you, Assistant Speaker, Whip-elect Clark, and to Chairman Jeffries and incoming Leader Jeffries. Look forward to working together. And as both leaders mentioned, the significance and the importance of the gold medal ceremony that we attended today isn't lost on me, the members of the January 6th committee, and the entire Democratic caucus who stood in lockstep to support that gold medal for Capitol Police officers, Metro Police officers, and those law enforcement first responders. This morning at our caucus meeting, we also talked about the importance of preventing a GOP-led government shutdown and the consequences of a continuing resolution, particularly as it would impact and damage our military. This was underscored by Chairman Adam Smith, who talked about the importance of the National Defense Authorization Act and bringing it to the floor and preventing us from funding any new, how a CR would prevent us from funding any new priorities related to defense. The importance of standing with the people of Ukraine as well. The President has sent us a request for funding, and it's incumbent upon us to act on that in this Congress. And finally, every member of our caucus is encouraged by the economic news. Under the Biden administration, over 10.5 million jobs created, gas prices declining. We're going to continue to try to enact reforms and measures that will help our economy and help our recovery. Also, wanted to acknowledge, and I know you're going to keep your questions incredibly limited because of Portugal-Switzerland knockout round match coming up here shortly, and congratulations to Morocco on the underdog win as well. The chairman will handle your tough questions.
Unfortunately, it's actually for Mr. Aguilar. Sorry.
Okay, yeah, that's all right.
Chairman Thompson said this morning that the January 6th committee will be issuing some criminal referrals for people out of your investigation. The committee said a short while later that criminal referrals will be a part of the discussion going forward, but there have been no decisions or final decisions on that yet. Can you shed some light on what's going on here, what the holdup is on making these decisions, and where you guys are headed in the coming weeks?
Decision points ahead. The committee continues to meet, meetings upcoming, and decision points to be made. We'll announce anything that we have, likely as a part of our final report. But what the last comment is the comment that stands, that we haven't finalized any decisions yet. Our options are on the table. Referrals to outside agencies are possible. And as soon as the committee finishes our work, we look forward to sharing the results.
And what's the holdup in making a final decision?
Still having conversations, still looking at language. Committee members are meeting almost daily now. We're editing pieces of the report as well. There's chapters that we have read, there's chapters that we have edited, and information that is important that we gleaned as a result of our investigation that is important and will be included. And so figuring out ways to include that, as well as House Resolution 503 talks about the legislative suggestions and recommendations. Obviously, the Electoral Count Act reform is among the biggest and one that we already sent over, but there are others that will be included. So all of that will take time. Members are getting through it, digesting a lot of the information. Chairman Thompson has sent over hundreds of pages for us to read in the reading room, and so getting through that and having decision points ahead. So it's reading and then meeting to talk about that, making suggestions, edits, changes, getting consensus, and then likely going back and reading more and making sure that our edits and changes are reflected in the final documents. That's all it's about.
And when do you think we'll see that final document?
Soon, this month.
Thank you. This one for Chairman Jeffries.
Okay.
I wanted to ask you about the NDAA. You said that you guys had conversations about it in your meeting this morning. It looks like the vaccine mandate is likely going to be stripped out of that, but there will not be people that were fired because of the vaccine mandate won't be given their jobs back. What do you think about that? Do you think that Democrats are still going to be able to support the NDAA because that is a thing that members of your party really care about?
It's my expectation that there will be strong Democratic support for the NDAA, if not uniform, based on the fact that in the past there have always been a handful of members who take a different position with respect to the NDAA. Let's see what happens this time around. I look forward to supporting it.
On the vaccine mandate, what are your thoughts on that being taken out of this legislation?
I don't want to comment on anything that is not part of a final agreement. There's still a four corners negotiation that is taking place. Senate Republicans, Senate Democrats, House Republicans, House Democrats. I know Chairman Smith is working incredibly hard. The Speaker is working incredibly hard. Let's see what the final product is, but I plan to support it. Heather.
Thank you, sir. Leader McConnell just said at Mike's that he thinks you guys may be at the point where you need to do a CR into early next year. Everybody's running out of time. There's still not a deal. What are your thoughts on that and the potential implications? And do you feel like Congress is getting to that point too?
There's still several weeks remaining in the calendar year, which is an eternity in Washington, D.C. It's certainly a preliminary, premature observation that we need to move to a continuing resolution. That would undermine our ability to fully fund our domestic priorities, as well as make sure that we have the strongest possible robust defense infrastructure, which is needed at this time, perhaps more so than at any other time since the end of the Cold War, given the threats to our safety and well-being and those of our allies, including in Ukraine, across the world. We've got two appropriators, so I don't know if either of them want to weigh in.
Look, the importance of funding government is our focus right now. If Leader McConnell wanted to help our efforts, we can reach a top-line number. That's the most important thing we can do. It's still going to take days to get all of that detail done once that top line is negotiated. But right now, what leadership can do, especially Republican leadership, is help us get to that top line, and we can make sure people get home for the holidays. That's the important piece. But protecting our national security, ensuring our readiness for the purposes that Adam Smith talked about with NDAA. But it's also not lost on me, Heather, the timing of this, and Leader McConnell mentioning this on the same day that Kevin McCarthy says, we should start kicking this over to January. And he's got to say whatever he has to do to secure the votes he's trying to secure. He'd auction off real estate and give people committee assignments if that's what's needed. But if our legislative leaders on the other side of the aisle were serious, they'd help us get to a top line number, and we can ensure some regular order and get this done. But hope springs eternal around this place, and that's what you heard the chairman say.
Second round.
Thank you, Chairman. Okay. So I know that there's been a lot of discussion about more bipartisanship, potentially coming in the next Congress with Republicans having a narrow majority. I want to ask, do you have any hard limits when it comes to things that you would not want to compromise or find consensus when it comes to certain things, maybe around immigration, civil rights, et cetera? Any hard limits for Democrats that you don't want to compromise?
Well, from my perspective, the top line is we will always defend democracy, fight for freedom, including reproductive freedom, protect the public interest, and lean into policies that ensure economic opportunity in every corner of America, as opposed to doing things like the GOP tax scam, where 83% of the benefits went to the wealthiest 1% in America. That would be a non-starter. At the same time, we are genuinely interested in trying to find common ground with the other side of the aisle to advance priorities that make life better for everyday Americans. Because that's what Democrats are all about at the end of the day. What can we do here in Washington to improve the lives, the well-being, the safety, and security of the American people? Catherine.
I just wanted to add, I think a real difference between the Democrats and the Republicans is that we are not going to lead by obstruction. We are here to continue the work that we have been doing for the American people. whether that was the American Rescue Plan, getting vaccines in arms, reopening schools and small businesses, the infrastructure bill, the CHIPS and Science, having a bill with common sense measures to reduce gun violence and increase funding for mental health, the gun violence pieces being the first in 30 years. And then on to the Inflation Reduction Act, where we were able to drive down the deficit while increasing, a historic investment in addressing climate change and building resiliency and good green jobs, and driving down costs of healthcare for our seniors. So our door is open to continuing to make progress for the American people.
House Democrats here speaking from a press conference that happened earlier today. President Biden taking a tour of this manufacturing company ahead of his remarks in Phoenix, Arizona. Some viewers going out to a 2-minute break as we continue listening in here on Capitol Hill.
Who will work in a honest, straightforward way for the American people.
Chairman Jeffries, Basil Gentleman next. Sorry, I'd like to hear from all three of you on it, but I know there's a large list of items that Democrats have prioritized for the rest of the year. Obviously, government funding is a really big thing, as well as Respect for Marriage Act, but are Democrats confident that they'll be able to take care of everything that they have been talking about? I know Dreamers Bill, there's been talks about a transfer of power legislation as well. So are there items that Democrats feel they have to prioritize and then leave the rest of it for possibly the next Congress?
There are ongoing discussions within the House Democratic Caucus family, of course, led by Speaker Pelosi, who is always hard at work advancing the priorities of the American people that we share in common, and making sure we can get as much over the legislative finish line as possible. Those discussions are ongoing. The efforts are ongoing. They will continue to bear fruit, as we will see later on this week when we pass the Respect for Marriage Act and send that to the president's desk to be signed into law.
Thank you. White House spokesperson Andrew Bates criticized yesterday the House GOP leadership for largely being silent over former President Trump's remarks about terminating the Constitution. My question to all of you, have you had a chance to talk to McCarthy about this, and what is your message for him and for your colleagues across the aisle when it comes to President Trump's remarks?
I've not had the opportunity to talk to Kevin McCarthy about this issue, but here is my view on the subject. George Washington, in his farewell address to the nation, made the profound observation in 1796 that the Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. That means everyone. It includes charlatans, demagogues, racial arsonists, malignant narcissists, wannabe dictators, and former presidents. All of the above. The Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. That means you, Donald, you do not have the ability to terminate the Constitution. That's the beauty of American democracy. Why is it so hard for my colleagues on the other side of the aisle, who've been taken over by the extreme MAGA Republican wing of the GOP, to make that simple observation? It's been part of the character of the nation going all the way back to the founding of the Republic. It made its way into George Washington's farewell address to make it clear. The Constitution is sacredly obligatory upon all. It's in the DNA of this nation. It should not be that complicated to denounce the former president. Go to the back.
I know for a fact that Republican Richard Hudson, who will be the incoming NRCC chairman, has already been working, recruiting candidates across the country. You have this pick for the DCCC chair. Do you have a person in mind, names in mind, and how soon will you make that decision?
Well, those discussions are ongoing according to the caucus rules. The incoming leader will have until the middle of February or so to make that decision. I expect that it will happen much sooner than that. Go back to the other side, yeah.
It's clear that you guys are going to leave town this year without raising the debt ceiling. There's no interest in doing a bipartisan one. How difficult is that going to be next year? Are we going to see another brinkmanship? Will we see a credit downgrade? What do you anticipate as far as coming from Republicans on the debt ceiling next year?
Well, let's see what happens. I don't want to comment about what may or may not occur because, as I mentioned earlier, 3 weeks is an eternity here in Washington, D.C., and a lot could happen over the next few weeks to get things over the finish line, whether that relates to, as it will, the NDAA, hopefully a year-end spending agreement, not a continuing resolution, and let's see what happens in other areas like the Electoral Count Act or dealing with business such as the debt ceiling. The one thing that is clear, and this is another example of Republican extremism, the notion that extreme MAGA Republicans would threaten to default on our nation's debt for the first time in American history in order to blow up Social Security and Medicare is stunning. It's catastrophic if that were to occur. And it's my hope that we can find a way out of the brinksmanship, particularly given the fact that major Republican leaders have threatened to hold the American economy hostage to their extreme ideology on Social Security and Medicare. That's problematic. Let's see if we can find a way to deal with it over the next few weeks. If not, we're going to have to confront it next year.
It's just another, as the chairman said, stunning example of a quest for power that excludes all other factors. There is no reason why, even before all the votes were counted in the midterms, we see leaders from that party saying we will take our economy hostage in order to undermine our seniors and healthcare in this country with Social Security and Medicare cuts. It is beyond irresponsible, and it is the type of vision that the current GOP in the House has for the American people. So again, our door is open if they decide to work for our economy, to continue to recover, to continue to make an economy where every single person can see opportunity for themselves.
Last question. I have a question for Chairman Jeffries. How do you seek to unite the progressives at one end of the party and the more moderate conservative Democrats at the other end of the party? And in terms of this and other issues, what do you hope to do similarly as a leader to Nancy Pelosi, and is there anything you hope to do differently?
I think on our side of the aisle, it's all wine and roses right now. It's puppies and rainbows. Because we are coming off of historic overperformance in terms of the House of Representatives, when my colleagues on the other side of the aisle were measuring the drapes, predicting that we were going to lose 40, 50, 60 seats, this would be the equivalent of what happened in 2010. That didn't occur. Because as a family, we have moved forward together. Progressives, New Dems, Blue Dogs, problem solvers, all points in between. Because at the end of the day, what unites us is our genuine, authentic commitment to putting people over politics, to fighting for lower costs, for better paying jobs, for safer communities, defend democracy, fight for freedom, protect the public interest, ensure economic opportunity in every corner of America. Those aren't just words, that's a way of life for House Democrats, which brings us all together. And with this incredible leadership team, Catherine Clark, Pete Aguilar, and others who reflect the gorgeous mosaic of the caucus, and the caucus reflects the gorgeous mosaic of the American people, I'm looking forward to continuing to advance the ball and make progress for everyday Americans. Thank you.
Hakeem Jeffries, again, the newly elected leader for House Democrats. He'll be taking place for Nancy Pelosi, speaking here on Capitol Hill. Do you want to show our viewers a live picture from Phoenix, Arizona, as President Biden is making a tour right now ahead of his remarks at the Taiwan Semiconductor Manufacturing Company? If we do see him walking through the building, or even get some of those moments when he's speaking with some of the employees there, of course, we'll be bringing that to you here on LiveNOW from Fox. But until that time, you heard it mentioned not only just recently in the House Democratic leadership press conference, but also from both Senate Democrats and Senate Republicans as they spoke. They were all talking about the ceremony that happened this morning that honored members of the Capitol Hill Police at that Congressional Gold Medal ceremony. We'll replay out some of those moments coming up next on LiveNOW from Fox after this break. Welcome back here to LiveNOW from Fox. The Congressional Gold Medal ceremony was held this morning to honor members of the Capitol Hill Police who had responded to that day of riots on January 6th. Let's go ahead and listen in as Nancy Pelosi was speaking here at this event this morning.
Suffered the most staggering assault on democracy since the Civil War. January 6th was a day of horror and heartbreak, yet is also a moment of extraordinary heroism. Staring down deadly violence and despicable bigotry, our law enforcement officers bravely stood in the breach, ensuring that democracy survived on that dark day. So on behalf of the United States Congress and the American people, it is my honor to present the Congressional Gold Medal to the United States Capitol Police, the Metropolitan Police, and every hero of January 6th from every agent that responded that day. May this medal, the highest honor that Congress can bestow, serve as a token of our nation's deepest gratitude and respect. Not as full, but as a token. And in accepting this medal, you bring luster to this award, just as you bring luster to the Congress and the Constitution of the United States. Will our leaders please join in this presentation? So we go down here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief J. Thomas Manger of the United States Capitol Police.
Good morning. Madam Speaker, Leader Schumer, Leader McConnell, Leader McCarthy, Chief Conte, distinguished guests, and all of my Capitol Police officers and civilian employees, and all of my law enforcement colleagues, many of whom were here on January 6th. We welcome you here again today. I'm honored to accept this Congressional Gold Medal on behalf of the men and women of the United States Capitol Police, who bravely sacrificed their own safety in order to protect the Capitol building, the members of Congress, and our country's legislative processes on January 6th, 2021. I also want to thank our law enforcement partners, especially the Metropolitan Police Department, who came to our aid that day. Words cannot adequately express our gratitude for what you did to help our officers by joining in the fight that was taking place. It was a day like It was a day unlike any other in our nation's history, and for us, it was a day defined by chaos, courage, tragic loss, and resolve. And I especially want to recognize our officers who made the ultimate sacrifice. Officer Brian Sicknick, Officer Howard Liebengood, and I want to recognize also Officer Billy Evans, who was lost in the line of duty on April 2nd, 2021. When he was attacked outside the Capitol by a lone assailant. I cannot thank our officers enough for their courage, for their resolve in order to help us protect the Capitol and the Congress from such a horrific attack. And on the very next day, these officers went back to work and continued to carry out our mission. I know that Congress appreciates that you all continue to do your job with dedication each and every day. Today's ceremony means a great deal to the entire United States Capitol Police Department. I appreciate the fact that Congress is acknowledging the courage, the strength, and resiliency of each and every member of the United States Capitol Police, sworn and civilian. We are equally as grateful for the recognition to our law enforcement partners who fought shoulder to shoulder with us until peace was restored in our Capitol. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chief Robert J. Conte III of the Washington, D.C. Metropolitan Police Department.
Good morning, Madam Speaker, attending members of the United States Congress, Mayor Bowser, and to my many law enforcement colleagues, both those in attendance and those who are unable to join us in person. My name is Robert J. Conte III, Chief of Police for the Metropolitan Police Department. And on behalf of the men and women, both past and present, of MPD, it is a tremendous honor to accept the United States Congressional Gold Medal. This medal is symbolic of our members' contributions, not just to the District of Columbia, but to the entire country on January 6, 2021. Today, Today marks a significant moment in the history of the Metropolitan Police Department. Our profession is rooted in a culture of guardianship, and there has been no better representation of this than what the world witnessed from our police officers on January the 6th. I thank all that voted in favor of this recognition, but I must also thank our law enforcement community for their extraordinary response. To our heroes, For many of the officers with us, today's ceremony is the first time they have returned to the Capitol complex. Many of us still carry the physical, mental, and emotional scars after that mob of thousands launched a violent assault in an attempt to halt the counting of electoral ballots. The sound of metal poles and other objects striking the bodies, helmets, and shields may still ring loudly. The air, still thick with bear spray and other chemicals, making it difficult for our officers to see and breathe. The calls for your fellow officer to be harmed just as loud as the day that this occurred. But there is hope because through adversity comes growth, and we continue to grow together and deliver excellence to our community. Perspective, the kind that really matters, comes through risk and courage, and you delivered. The urgent request for the Metropolitan Police Department to assist in defending the U.S. Capitol is something that you will carry with you for the rest of your careers and lives. Regardless of your political affiliation, you responded like you do each and every day, without hesitation, with courage, and an unwavering duty to uphold your oath. You were confronted by individuals engaged in heinous behavior with the intent of causing you harm and destroying our democratic process. You did not give up, and you did not give in. And yes, you were vastly outnumbered, but you were determined. Exhausted and injured, it was your blood, your sweat, and your tears that marked these grounds where we stand today. And you endured this without reluctance. This commitment to our nation is a reflection of your spirit and serves as an enduring reminder that adversity is also an opportunity. And one of the greatest strengths is our ability to overcome insurmountable obstacles. That day, you showed the world just a glimpse of who we are. I am immensely proud of the work you did that day to return the legislative body to the chambers and restore order to our democratic process. Your actions were powerful, and MPD's legacy strengthened. An unprecedented crisis that called for unprecedented action, and the Congressional Gold Medal is a product of your efforts as guardians of our democracy. So on behalf of the 4,000 members of the Metropolitan Police Department, I am humbled and privileged to accept this highest honor bestowed upon us by members of Congress. God bless everyone, and to our police officers, you're an inspiration to all Americans. Thank you.
Well, you heard it there. This is the highest honor that Congress can bestow, and so we have top House and Senate leaders awarding law enforcement officers who were there on January 6th defending the Capitol with congressional gold medals on this Tuesday morning. It's coming nearly 2 years after they fought with former President Donald Trump supporters. It was a brutal and bloody attack. Recognizing those officers who were there, 4 medals can be placed at the U.S. Capitol Police Headquarters, the Metropolitan Police Department, the Capitol, and the Smithsonian Institution. President Biden saying a medal being placed at the Smithsonian so all can understand what happened that day. We'll continue listening into this ceremony, plus going to be taking you out to President Biden's remarks as soon as they happen there in Arizona as he's touring a chip manufacturing company. More to come as some viewers go out to a 2-minute break.
For spacious skies, for amber waves of grain, for purple mountain majesties, above the fruited plain. America, America, God shed all grace on sea to shining sea. Oh,
A beautiful ceremony happening again here on Capitol Hill just earlier here today. Live now from Fox, replaying it out for our viewers. We'll continue to play it out more throughout the evening hours. But I do want to turn our attention to Arizona, where current governor, Governor Ducey, he is speaking here live from this manufacturing company in Phoenix, Arizona. President Biden taking a tour, set to also deliver remarks here shortly. Let's go ahead and listen in. Live, raw, and unfiltered here on Live Now from Fox.
TSMC's Arizona facility to celebrate this major milestone. As I stand with you here today on the site of TSMC's high-tech chip manufacturing operations, I'm reminded of my first face-to-face meeting with TSMC leadership at the state capitol in 2017. Back then, this corner of Phoenix looked much different. The buildings, the cranes, the work crews, none of this was here. A lot has transpired in Arizona and around the globe since then. But one thing has remained the same. Arizona continues to offer the premier environment for advanced manufacturing anywhere in the world. This was on my mind when we discussed TSMC's vision, a vision to build one of the world's most technologically advanced chip factories on U.S. soil. I know no place would better complement their operations than Arizona, and it's a special day to now see this vision take shape. When TSMC looked at Arizona, they saw a land of opportunity. Today, TSMC has begun to transform this landscape into a global technology epicenter. There is no better proof of how important this facility will be than by President Biden's visit today. We're eager to show this impressive operation firsthand. Upon completion, this facility and the newly announced second fab will employ thousands of Arizonans and have the capacity to produce 600,000 high-tech wafers a year. The semiconductor chips made right here in Arizona will drive the engines of growth far beyond the northern edge of Phoenix. These chips, TSMC's Arizona-made chips, will power economies around the world. TSMC's presence has attracted dozens of Taiwan-based suppliers expanding to Arizona, from companies such as Sunlit Chemical, Changchung, Kanto PPC, LCY Chemical, and more. To date, the total investment from supplier companies exceeds $1 billion. And we are so grateful for the many new partnerships we've been able to establish